Warlords of Draenor, one of WoW's most infamous expansions. Whenever something bad happens in World of Warcraft, generally they'll use Warlords of Draenor as a measuring stick. To say, sure, this new feature is kinda bad, but it's not as bad as this thing from Warlords of Draenor. And to an extent it deserves some of that criticism. Blizzard themselves even apologized for the expansion. But was it really that bad? When Warlords of Draenor first launched, you might be surprised to hear that it set records for returning players. There was almost nothing but positivity about the expansion online, once people were able to play the game anyway. Although rocky launches aren't exclusive to Warlords of Draenor. So why were people so jazzed about the expansion at first? Let's dissect the questing real quick. WoD had this system called Draenor perks, where when you were leveling up, every 2 levels or so, they would just give you a boost to one of your main damage dealing abilities, or just something that you use all the time. For Shadow Priests, they would get a perk that allowed their Mind Flay to channel 33% faster, which is just straight up a damage boost to one of their main filler spells. They also received a feature which enhanced Shadow Orbs, which was actually a pretty big deal for DPS back then, because it meant it was much harder for them to cap their main resource. They were also given the ability to generate that resource with another skill, and allowed to use their main defensive cooldown more often. MM Hunters received a base bonus to their focus by 20, Survival Hunters got a straight up 1 second increase to their explosive shot, which is huge for their main damage dealing ability at the time. Mages got a speed boost after using Blink, Arcane Mages got a buff to the Arcane Blast, which allowed them to cast it faster every time they gained a stack. Basically, every class and spec received huge boosts to their damage or utility while leveling up, and got to keep these boosts for the entire expansion. So it was one of the last expansions where your character actually felt stronger as they leveled up, rather than getting weaker. The zones themselves also contributed to this. Every single zone in Warlords of Draenor had the very specific zone perk, and when you started off in Frostfire Ridge or Shadowmoon Valley, you would get a specific ability that only worked inside the zone in the open world. And the default one you got allowed you to basically summon a small army to help you fight something. When you moved over to Gorgon, they would let you choose between 2 abilities. One of them allowed you to summon a mech suit that was actually very effective at mowing down adds, and even gave you the niche ability to fly for a short amount of time. It was a huge legitimate DPS increase to be able to use the Mech Shredder 5000, but it was only available to this one zone. You also had access to the Champion's Honor, which would summon a champion to help fight for you, and then give you a buff after he went away in a minute, which would be stronger based on how many enemies you killed while the ad was out. In the Spires of Iraq, you had the option between picking an extra Hearthstone with the reduced cooldown that also increased your experience gained by 20%, or a rare NPC vendor who you could summon every 10 minutes, which would sell you a whole bunch of buff items that would directly increase your damage. Almost everyone picked the Hearthstone because of the increased XP, but both of them were great options to pick. And the extra Hearthstone combined with the extra XP made Spires of Iraq one of the fastest leveling zones. In Talador, you had the option between 2 different DPS cooldowns. One of them would summon a Guardian Orb that would come out to electrocute enemies, and the other one was 3 Charge Artillery Strike, which was off cooldown enough where it was basically part of your rotation by the end of the zone. In the Grand, you have the option to pick either a Siege Engine you can summon once every 10 minutes, just like the mech suit from Gorgon, or you could pick a mount that you could ride in combat. One of them is a temporary cooldown DPS boost. The other one is such an incredible convenience that I'm sure many people wish they could have it as a default option for leveling. So when it came to the actual combat and leveling in the zones, getting a whole bunch of really strong abilities as you leveled up, as well as getting really strong zone abilities, really made the leveling a lot more fun from just a gameplay point of view. They really knocked out of the park with just giving you fun things to do that you're basically only going to use while leveling. And I'm not sure why they didn't follow up and try to do this again, outside of what they did with the Covenant abilities. But honestly, all of the Covenant abilities are very tame compared to what the zone perks would give you. Although it wasn't just the player's power while leveling, as sure, you were really strong while leveling in Warlords of Draenor, but also Warlords really went all out with treasures and introducing the bonus objective system, where while you're randomly questing, you'll get a bonus objective that pops up, and if you complete it, it will just give you a crap ton of experience. It was so much experience that you could skip leveling normally and just do bonus objectives. Same with treasures. There was a whole bunch of treasures littered throughout all of the zones. And while the treasures themselves only gave minor cosmetic items or a little bit of garrison resources, they would also give you about as much experience as completing a quest, before Blizzard nerfed them later on. Leveling through Warlords of Draenor was the fastest old expansion to level through because you could just skip traditional leveling entirely by just collecting treasures and bonus objectives. and that was on top of the leveling itself also being excellent. Now, I know Warlords of Draenor gets lots of crap for some of the worst writing of all the expansions, and for how tired everyone was of the garrisons, but these were both actually really good at the start. While you first build up your garrison, you could recruit followers that would help you out for missions out in the open world, and since the original soft cap was around 20 followers, that meant you had to go out and collect a lot of different people in order to hit that first soft cap. And most of them were creatures you would find out in the open world that you just helped with side quests, which really gave you a lot more of an incentive to want to do side quests, because there wasn't always an option that it might be a follower. And since you needed so many of them, more than half the time it was a follower you could recruit. I don't think WoW has really incentivized doing side quests as much as Warlords of Draenor did, because they led to either a new follower for your garrison, a huge amount of extra experience with the side objectives, or just a normal big amount of experience for finding a treasure, even doing the little puzzle that was required in order to get to most of them without flying. And then there was also the story, which was actually pretty good in the leveling experience. Warlords was the only expansion that had full cinematics for every zone, and some of them were very iconic and memorable to this day, especially the ending to Nagrand, which had Thrall and Garrosh fight each other. It's probably one of the most well-known and loved in-game cinematics, and it was shown at the end of a leveling zone. There's also the whole story with Gunnar, where for the Horde questing for Frostfire Ridge, you go around helping out Durotan's brother, who was the uncle of Thrall. And throughout the zone, he'll come in and help you fight back the Iron Horde, and he does such a successful job at it that he thinks he should be the one that leads the Frostwolf clan. So halfway through the zone story, he goes up to Durotan and challenges him to a mock Garra in order to be the new chieftain. And instead of Durotan getting mad at him, or just talking him out of it peacefully by saying, "We're brothers, we shouldn't be fighting," or something else cliche, what he actually does is he just throws down his weapons and walks up to him and basically just tells him to do it. He just says, "If you want to be war chief so bad, just kill me. But see how many people follow you after you kill your brother in cold blood." And since Gunnar wasn't expecting this, like, at all, he just puts his weapons away and says, "Damn, son, that's not how this is supposed to go down. Okay, fine, you're the chieftain." And then he begrudgingly follows Durotar for the rest of the zone, where you go around trying to clean up the third oldest brother's mess, as he's the one who's leading the Iron Horde in the area. At the very end of the questline in the zone, the Iron Horde is about to send their army through a passage in order to help reinforce in the final battle. The Frostwolf clan is incredibly outnumbered, and it was crazy for them to want to fight back in the first place. So they try to tactically have one of their legendary shamans, Drekthar, basically collapse the valley, which would allow them to clean house on the other side with the lower numbers, and basically take the area for themselves before reinforcements could find another way around. However, the men were getting real close to the shaman in order to stop this whole plan from happening, and the Frostwolf were losing men very quickly. So Durotan knew the only way for them to win was if he took a small group of their most elite soldiers to just basically stall for time, but at the cost of dying along with the rock collapse. And Gunnar held them back and just runs in by himself, and then the cinematic for the zone plays, which details Gunnar's solo suicide charge into the ranks, fighting a battle he knows he can't win, which won them the battle ultimately when they successfully collapsed the valley on top of him. This zone has one of the best moments of character writings I've seen in WoW. It goes from you having to rescue Gunnar when he's shoveling poop in an Iron Horde prison, to watching him challenge his brother to a death duel, to seeing him give up his life in order to save him instead. And I was so impressed by this story that I even made a video about Gunnar back in Warlords of Draenor, specifically to share with everyone else who might have missed it. It's not an exaggeration to say that the leveling in Warlords of Draenor was the best new content expansion leveling we've ever gotten. It set the peak for how to start off a new expansion, and just like how the Timeless Isle set the standard for how to create a new zone in an expansion, it basically did everything right. It provided multiple avenues to level up your character, and gave you a whole bunch of strong new abilities that you could use just long enough to like them, but then giving you a new one immediately to play with. It increased the power level of your character, encouraged exploration with how much experience the treasures gave and how almost all the side quests would award a follower, and had interesting stories to tell. There's also the story of Ishkar and the Spires of Iraq, the story with Velen and Shadowmoon, and the story of Murad and Talador, all of which topped off with full-length cinematics at the end. You can see why there was nothing but positive words to be said about the leveling experience in Warlords of Draenor. But that's not the only thing they did right. While Warlords of Draenor only had 3 raids in the entire expansion, 2 of the raids are some of the best raids we've ever gotten. Even the 3rd raid, High Mall, was also a good raid. But if you were to ask me my absolute favorite raid in WoW's history that I've personally done, I would probably have to say Blackrock Foundry, the 2nd raid that was released in WoD. Blackrock Foundry did something that no other raid has done since. They went ham on unique boss fights. Hans and Franz is still wholly unique in its belt mechanic, where basically you're fighting 2 bosses at the same time, and while you're fighting them, you're in a room which has a constant conveyor belt going back and forth. While on the conveyor belt, there's stamps that will occasionally come down and either damage you on lower difficulties, or instantly kill you on higher ones. And while there were little sections of the fight where you could stand still and not be on the conveyor belt, occasionally void zones would come out and would force you to get on the belt anyway. There's even a section of the fight where you basically just have to do the safety dance and just move out of the press while on the conveyor belt still going back and forth. There's also Ore Gorger, which had you fight in a little maze, and periodically throughout the fight he would just start rolling around, which made the entire raid have to run around the little maze and DPS crates so that he would eat the ore in them and end the phase and go back to a normal boss fight. This is another fight which is wholly unique, as you had to split up the raid in order to run around and DPS all the crates, and of course avoid the boss who's rolling around trying to kill you, so that you could have enough in order to end the phase before he rolled over and just killed everyone. Blackhand himself, the final boss, was also pretty unique for the time. While the fight itself was pretty generic, they did have a gimmick to the fight where every phase of the fight happened on a different level of the boss room. Phase 1 would be on the top level. When you transition, he would just break the floor and take you to the 2nd level. Once the 2nd phase is over, he would break the floor again and take you to the bottom level, where you had to deal with knockback mechanics that could instantly kill you if you fell off into the lava. And it was such a loved final boss fight, it was kind of softly copied again for Castle Nathria. And Blackhand was appropriately difficult in its hardest difficulty, being one of the hardest boss fights of all time in its mythic mode. And then there's everyone's favorite boss fight of the expansion, Operator Thogar, where you would fight him in a room with 4 train tracks, and periodically throughout the fight, trains would just come out and kill anyone that was in its path. And sometimes trains would come and stop in order to deposit ads at you to fight, and basically the entire fight was just dodging trains and killing ads that came from those trains, and if you didn't kill them fast enough, then too many trains would come in and kill you while you were trying to get the others to go away. Now, unique boss fights can be a good or bad thing. People complain a lot about Hans and Franz for giving them motion sickness, which is probably why they never did something like that again. But Blackrock Foundry was a testament to creative boss mechanics. I don't think a raid has really matched Blackrock Foundry's level of just pure amount of unique fights since. And the thing is, the raid after, Hellfire Citadel, was also a top tier raid. You see, in Hellfire Citadel, Blizzard made some of the most complicated fight mechanics that we've ever made in boss fights. And they were so complicated because add-ons at the time allowed them to show you a lot more information inside of raids than they do today. I still have some footage from back in the day when we were doing Mythic Cormrock, where there was a phase where everyone in the raid had to run to a specific assigned void zone in order to soak. And the way you would deal with this mechanic was just to have an add-on to literally have an arrow on the screen that would point you exactly where you needed to go, as it was set up before the fight started. During the final fight with Archimonde, there was a mechanic where it'd shoot lasers through people, where you only wanted the lasers to go through the 2 people selected, so you had to coordinate yourself in a way so it would only pass through those 2 people and not anyone else. And at the Mythic difficulty, this basically went on everyone at once, so you had to coordinate the entire raid in order to not allow a single laser to overlap and hit anyone, which was basically accomplished through an add-on. There's also Shadow Lord Ishkar, which had a mechanic where you had to throw around an item that gave you an extra action button in order to interact with all the mechanics in the fight. While it may not be as good as Blackrock Foundry, it was still also an excellent raid, and was basically the upper limit for how difficult boss mechanics could be. There hasn't really been a raid with mechanics as difficult as Hellfire Citadel since, but at the time, they weren't that big of a deal because of how great add-ons were, and instead they were just kind of well liked. And Archimonde himself proved to be a huge challenge as a final boss, as I think he took number 8 on my list of the hardest bosses of all time list. So, when it came to raid content, it was actually excellent. The reason the raids aren't talked about as much as some of the more iconic ones, like maybe Old War or ICC, is because the expansion itself has a negative rap, which means it's not a good idea to talk about the positive aspects, because talking about negativity just straight up gets more clicks and views than talking about positives, Even if people did talk about the positives, they just aren't heard by as many people as all the negatives. And there's also lots of features that were introduced in WoW that many people still enjoy to this day. Warlords was the expansion that upgraded the heirloom tab, which basically allows you to equip heirlooms on brand new characters without having to mail them. They also added a tab for toys and tabards, so you no longer need to hold them in your inventory. Warlords also improved the flight path. Before Warlords of Draenor, if you wanted to fly from one place to another, and there wasn't a connecting flight path discovered, then you would be unable to fly there until you got the connecting path. But with WoD, they made it so even if you did not have the connecting flight path, you could still fly to the path you did have. And with the new Stop Flight button, a button so useful they even added it to the No Changes Classic WoW. This button appears when you get on a flight path, and when clicked, automatically cancels your flight, causing you to stop flying wherever you're going, and land at the next stop that you have known. Forgot to get something in your bank mid-flight? Well, cancel and go back. No longer have to wait for your entire flight to finish. They also added a thing called Mercenary Mode. See, sometimes one faction has way more players than the other in PvP, and because of this, that one faction has insanely long PvP queues. So Merc Mode allowed players of the opposite faction to queue up for a PvP member of the other faction, in a way to help reduce queue times. This feature was so well liked that players have been asking for it to be usable in PvE modes as well, to cut back on how horde-dominated high-level play is. WoD was also when they updated character models from all the vanilla and TBC races. These models kept true to their original feeling while updating them into the new era, bringing them up to line with the more updated WoW art style. People like this change so much that they keep asking for Blizzard to update their character models with every new expansion. And the biggest feature they added, Garrisons, was a light version of player housing that people have been asking for since day one. While it did not fulfill the role of player housing, it did allow for players to build their own, well, garrisons. A base they controlled what buildings got made, where they got placed, and where the buildings got various perks and buffs, like a portal to any zone you wanted, a faster mount speed, or being able to cut down trees or capture animals. And one of the things players liked was if you combo specific buildings together, you were able to get tens of thousands of gold a week on each character, to build up a nice stockpile, simply by recruiting followers who had special traits that doubled gold for missions, and then sending 3 followers with the perk all on the same gold missions. And by doing the daily quests from some of the buildings, all of which could be done in about 5 minutes per character, and was the easiest gold making you could possibly do in any expansion without having to sell stuff on the auction house. You know the weekly events we have in modern WoW? Well, those were actually added with Warlords of Draenor and were called bonus events at first. These events ran every Friday to Monday and had all sorts of things to them, like bonus loot from dungeons, honor from battlegrounds and arenas, pet experience from pet battles, and bonus Apexis crystals later changed into world quests. It also had this fancy new thing added in Warlords of Draenor called Time Walking. Time Walking allowed players at max level to scale down to heroic versions of old dungeons and later raids. It launched with Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, and Cataclysm, filled with dungeons to do, with a currency called Time Warp Badges, that could be used to buy all sorts of stuff from toys, pets, transmog, and even rep from old expansions. And don't worry, by the way, the bonus events were increased from just the weekend to all week to be the weekly events we have today. And the Time Walking currency introduced in this expansion is one of the few currencies that transcends expansions, and is just as valuable as it was back then as it is today. So with all of these great features of Warlords of Draenor, why does it go down as one of the most infamous expansions? It doesn't have a scrub progression system like Azerite armor, it didn't remove the old world like Cataclysm, it didn't introduce a controversial race like the Pandaren. In fact, it just introduced a whole bunch of features that a lot of people really liked. It even had borrowed power without anyone knowing it was borrowed power. And no one ever complains about the Draenor perks of Warlords of Draenor when discussing things like artifacts, the Heart of Azeroth, or covenants. It seems to be one of the few expansions that did borrow power from the expansions correctly. It even had tier set bonuses, and the final boss would drop a trinket that was so impactful to your class that it was basically like having a new talent. And some of those trinket effects were so good, they basically changed your entire rotation around them. So the gear in the expansion was good too. Now, one of the most infamous moments of Warlords of Draenor was definitely its patch 6.1. In this patch, it's one of the few major content patches which added the least amount of new content, allegedly. It basically just added a whole bunch of minor things, like the mentioned heirloom upgrade, a few things for garrisons, a couple of new toys, and Twitter integration. It was commonly memed that this was the selfie patch, as it was the patch that introduced the selfie cam toy. Although what's largely forgotten when this patch is brought up is the fact that Blizzard had stated beforehand that with Warlords of Draenor they wanted to go back to naming minor patches after full numbers rather than as like 0.5s. Normally, when they had a minor patch, they would just add a 0.5 to the end of whatever the current patch was. So currently, as of making this video, Shadowlands is in its patch 9.0.5. And that's because they did a minor patch update which added a couple of new features, but nothing major like a new raid or dungeon. If Blizzard named the patch which introduced the Valor system as patch 9.1 for example, people would get really mad because they're used to numbered patches being big. As 9.0.5, no one cares about that. Patch 6.1 was them trying to go back to just naming content updates that don't have something major with just full numbers, as this is something they used to do in Vanilla WoW and the Burning Crusade. In the Burning Crusade, patch 2.2 was literally just adding the voice chat integration, and a lot of the patches of Vanilla WoW just had game updates and no real content, as Vanilla WoW ended off on patch 1.12, but didn't have 12 raids that released, for example. But since people were so used to full numbered patches having a raid or something else major, there was a huge backlash at them for daring to call it patch 6.1. When all they did was consolidate all the heirlooms into a more convenient interface that can be used on all new players, and gave people the selfie cam. Even though we had a full patch in the Burning Crusade which just added voice chat that no one used. That is to say, WoW fans did what they do best and basically blew a minor complaint way out of proportion, where it's still talked about as a bad part of Warlords of Draenor to this day. And because people freaked out so much about 6.1, Blizzard doesn't do that anymore, and more appropriately just adds one more decimal point in, when they have a minor patch update, usually in the form of 0.5 patches. Another big complaint about Warlords of Draenor was the garrisons themselves. People really liked the garrisons for the first month while they were still questing through the excellent zones getting all the followers, but at a certain point, you were just kinda done. The garrisons were fun when you were advancing them, but you can completely max them out and finish the content in your garrison after about a month or two. And so once people hit this threshold, they were mad that the garrisons didn't do more. You could still do the dailies in your garrison every day in order to earn more gold without having to use the auction house than at any other point in WoW's history, but people really wanted more to do with the garrisons, and since they kind of hit the wall of available content for it pretty early, they instead got tired of it and just called it a bad feature. They also didn't like how major cities were unoccupied because everyone was just in their garrison. They made the garrisons really convenient for doing pretty much everything, as you could even get an auction house NPC in one of your garrison buildings, that there wasn't really a reason to visit major cities anymore. And so, with the combination of making it feel like the open world had less people in it, and because they wanted more cosmetic options for the garrisons, they kind of turned against it midway through the expansion. There was nothing wrong with the garrisons themselves, other than the fact that they were too useful. They provided ore and herbs so long as you didn't mind clearing out your herb garden or mine every day. You didn't really need ore and herbs from the auction house because you could just get your own. There was even a building that allowed you to disenchant your gear, so you didn't need to be an enchanter. And it even had access to a bank, so you could just kind of have a mini city inside your garrison. And with how popular Classic WoW is, with how much people were excited about them taking away conveniences, basically the biggest sin of the garrison was just being a big convenience, which honestly doesn't seem like a bad thing. If they just went back and reiterated the garrison system to be more cosmetic focused, I'm sure people would love having more say in the cosmetics in their pseudo player house. Although funny enough, I think people would also be happy if they removed a lot of the conveniences that the garrison had. That way it was purely a cosmetic place and not as useful as it was in Warlords of Draenor. And there's also the endgame content in Warlords of Draenor. Basically, the previous expansion, Mist of Pandaria, was chock full of daily quests. Blizzard removed the daily quest limit in that expansion and then went crazy with giving daily quests to basically every zone that you needed to accomplish in order to unlock the Valor vendors. And WoD was trying to rectify that problem by not requiring people to have to grind out dailies in order to unlock vendors that they needed for raid progression, and instead you could do it for basically cosmetic rewards. In fact, the reputations were just for cosmetics as well. And since the endgame daily system didn't force you to do it, a lot of people just never did it, and then complained that there was nothing to do, even though the endgame of Warlords of Draenor was basically the same as every other expansion before it. It had raiding, dungeons, PvP, holiday events, challenge modes, gold making, pet battles. It just lacked mandatory daily quests, but still had daily quests as well. So that's why Blizzard decided to add the bonus events, which eventually became the weekly events. They did try to add new stuff, because it turns out people like to be told what to do, otherwise they just won't do anything. There was also the content drought of WoW, which was the worst ever content drought in the game's history, as they gave up on the expansion halfway through to work on Legion. So, after the last patch of 6.2, there was a huge gap before Legion finally came out. The thing is though, the gap was only about a week or two longer than the gap from Mist of Pandaria to Warlords of Draenor, and only a month longer than the gap from BFA to Shadowlands. The content drought was not really as long as it's remembered, because sure, it was technically the longest content drought in the game's history, but not by very much. Funny enough, counting the total boss counts of the 3 raids in Warlords of Draenor and comparing it to the boss counts of raids from other expansions, it actually has the second least amount of bosses total in an expansion, with Cataclysm actually taking the #1 spot at having the lowest boss count for its expansion, despite having 5 total raids. There's also the notion of cut content from the game, where they promised a lot more stuff with Warlords of Draenor and BlizzCon than what we actually got. But that's kind of true for a lot of other expansions as well. There isn't a single expansion that doesn't have a plethora of cut content. Even Vanilla WoW had a whole bunch of stuff planned. According to the WoW Diary book, they wanted to add Old Outlands, Northrend, the Emerald Dream, the Dragon Isles, and the South Seas of Kulturas and Zandalar with the base game, but they were all cut in development. They were just more open about planned content in Warlords of Draenor, and because of the backlash they received from not including some of the content they talked about, they just were more tight-lipped on what they were planning, just in case. For example, in BFA, when they were announcing a new patch, they basically only had a couple of screenshots of it for promotional material, and people thought the patch was nowhere near completion because of lack of info. But then they released the entire thing about a week later. They had the whole thing done and ready to go. They were just so conservative about releasing any information that might possibly be cut, because they didn't want a repeat of Warlords of Draenor. So there were definitely some negative aspects of Warlords of Draenor, but they were heavily exaggerated and made to be much a bigger deal than they actually were. And a lot of the content in Warlords of Draenor was some of the best work they've ever done. It really is a gem of an expansion that had one too many scratches on its surface that people complained about until they looked like valleys. So, was Warlords of Draenor really that bad of an expansion? Not at all. It was one raid tier away from being one of the best. Borrowed power is a term for abilities that you do not get from simply leveling up, and have a shelf life where eventually you'll lose those powers. Sometimes you lose them after a single raid tier, other times it takes a whole expansion before they go away, but whatever the case, you know they're temporary, and they also increase the power level of your character. In the World of Warcraft community, borrowed power is usually used as a derogatory term when describing any new system or features that are being announced. And you can't really blame them when you look at the history of how poorly major borrowed power systems have been implemented. But borrowed power inherently is pretty fun, and should not be a cause of dread if a new feature announced happens to have some form of borrowed power in it. When it comes to borrowed power in World of Warcraft, there's actually a very long history of different forms of them. One of the longest lasting ones is simply gear. Gear that has higher stats makes your character stronger, but you replace that with stronger gear during the next patch or expansion. There's also a glyph system that existed for a few expansions, which allowed you to modify a couple of your abilities. Glyphs were rather simple to customize, as you could just buy them off the auction house, and for a time when you had a glyph, you had the powers forever. As we get to Mist of Pandaria, they experimented with a whole bunch of different minor power gains that you accumulated over the course of the expansion, in the form of the Legendary Cloak questline, which eventually gave you a Legendary Cloak with a special ability on it, Legendary Metagems that gave you a really powerful buff, and even shot-touched weapons at the beginning of the expansion, which they kind of abandoned. In Warlords of Draenor, they had a very simple system of Draenor perks, which you got by just leveling up normally and kept for the entire expansion without any other kind of fuss. With the intentions, they were obviously temporary, because they were called Draenor perks, in addition to a legendary ring that gave you a Bloodlust-like ability at the end of the expansion. Then in Legion, we got one of the biggest systems of borrowed power, the Legion Legendaries, and also the Artifact Weapon. Both of these things vastly increased the power level of your character, and required all kinds of grinding in order to obtain. There was so much grinding in fact that Blizzard tried to alleviate some of this with their next system, the Azerite pieces. which required just as much grinding, while providing less power upgrades. Then there was the Essence system, Corruptions, and finally Shadowlands with their Soulbinds, Conduits, and Covenant abilities. Right up until Legion, the borrowed power systems were kind of accepted, and didn't really draw too much ire from the community. So, what exactly was the main difference before that point? Tier set bonuses are a form of borrowed power that everybody loves, yet Azerite pieces of equipment are universally hated, despite the fact they kind of do the same thing. Let's take a look at another video game, the Metroid series. In this game, you go around and explore in order to gather powerful upgrades, which allow you to progress past new stages or defeat certain bosses, which are unkillable without a certain upgrade. And at the start of the game, you're incredibly weak as a base character. But by the end of the game, you're literally jumping through enemies as they explode by just touching you. The power increase is massive, which is fine for a single player game. But the game series also tells a continuous story with the same character going to new locations in a different game. And every time you go to a new location, they have to explain why you don't have your godlike powers anymore at the start of your new location. And there's a different explanation for literally every single game. Sometimes you get into an accident which just absorbs everything, and sometimes you simply get stranded in a place without any of your upgrades equipped. Whatever the case, they make you go through the game in order to find everything again. And a majority of the time, you're getting a lot of the same abilities that you've already obtained in previous games. And the gameplay for this is pretty fun, and spawned a successful franchise and even a video game genre, where there's a term for a type of game like this called Metroidvania, because Castlevania does a similar thing with their games. And a lot of the Metroidvania games just have characters go through the game, slowly acquiring powerful upgrades, that way they can become godlike characters towards the end. And it's the contrast of starting out weak and then eventually becoming powerful that makes those games really fun. If you start off the game with all of your powers from the very beginning, then you kind of just steamroll through everything, which doesn't really present a real challenge, and a lot of the fun in video games is overcoming those challenges, as seen by the success and the popularity of FromSoft games, which are notoriously difficult. But when you're able to go back to the starting zone with your max level character with all those powerful upgrades from the endgame and blow through everything, it feels a lot more earned, rather than if you just started like that from the start. And World of Warcraft also has power climbs like this. When you start off in a new expansion, you start doing daily quests or world quests, it actually takes you a bit of time in order to accomplish them with a fresh character. But as soon as you clear the newest raid and get a full set of equipment, and you go back and do those same daily or world quests again, you can blast through them way quicker than normal. And a lot of people don't want to admit this, but being able to do your world quests faster because of better gear is an enjoyable part of getting gear in the first place, especially for casual players. There are some people who will pay for boosts just so they can solo farm easier with better gear. And obviously you can go into low level zones and destroy low level mobs with one hit, but it doesn't really have the same impact as doing that in a Metroid game. There is a really big difference between a Metroid game though and an MMO like World of Warcraft when it comes to these borrowed powers. And the amount of time it takes you to level a new character in a new expansion from 50 to 60, you could have beaten a whole Metroid game in that exact same time frame. The amount of time it takes you to beat a Metroid game is around under 4 hours, and under 2 hours if you speedrun it. The amount of time it takes to level a new character to max level in a new expansion is way more than that. And when you finally get to max level, you're barely at the start of your grind, rather than already being a godlike character. Which is why everybody is fine with Metroid games resetting your character's progress every game, because you get really great upgrades pretty frequently, and you almost never stay without a new upgrade after over an hour of play. Whereas you could play for days at a time in World of Warcraft every day and not receive a single upgrade. This is likely where a lot of frustration stems when it comes to borrowed power. When it comes to raid drop legendaries, trinkets, and tier set bonuses, everybody usually likes these things, but when it comes to Azerite gear, corruptions, or covenant abilities, they're met with widespread hate and derision, and we can kind of draw a parallel between why people like some forms of borrowed power and why people probably don't like others. If we take a look at raid drop legendaries, trinkets, and tier set bonuses, a lot of these are just random drops from bosses and raids, and you can get lucky and get a full set of them within the first week of a new raid dropping. If you take a look at a graph of Azerite gear, corruptions, or soulbinds, and the amount of time it takes to get those to an appropriate level that's usable, there is a huge disparity of just time versus effort. If you get the Sylvanas bow, or you got the Blades of Azeroth, you were pretty much good to go. If you got Deathbringer's Will from ICC and Wrath of the Lich King, you got a huge, ridiculous power increase from just killing a boss. When you finally get your 4-set bonus, your damage would definitely pop off. But when you got an Azerite piece, you might not even be able to use it yet. You might have to wait for weeks in order for the Azerite research to come up to a point where you'd be able to unlock the final ring of it, and then you'd finally be able to use that piece of equipment. When you got corruptions, you'd only be able to use a single one because you had to wait for your corruption resistance to increase gradually over time with no way to decrease the timers. And also, you had to get lucky that you even got the right corruption that you wanted, because there was an extra layer of RNG on top of the RNG, until they added in a vendor, which allowed you to maybe buy the one you wanted if you stayed up for weeks, and of course the vendor was actually carrying the one you wanted. And for soulbinds, you just had to wait until the artificial time gate was up for you to finally have the max level of it, and get the full potential out of your new Covenant abilities, which overall provided a pretty minor power boost. If we look at a graph of pieces of power upgrades that people like, compared to one that people dislike based on time required to obtain, it's pretty obvious to see the difference between them, despite the fact they both give around the same amount of power increases. The amount of time required to get one is just vastly higher than getting the others, and the amount of time it takes to get a power increase drastically lowers the likability of said power increase. What if I were to tell you that Azerite gear is actually better than tier set bonuses? A tier set bonus gives you 2 power increases based on the 2 set and 4 set. You don't get to pick what those increases are, you just have to get lucky that the devs happen to give you a good one for that expansion. But with Azerite gear, you get to pick what bonuses you want, instead of leaving it up to the random whims of the devs, where you get to pick a choice of random whims of the devs, and these choices give you about the same amount of power increases as the tier set bonuses anyway. And allows you to even customize it further by stacking the ones you like, or mix and matching a whole bunch of minor benefits that might improve how you play your class. Then you also get a couple of other minor benefits too, like a little bit of extra healing, a little bit of extra movement speed, or maybe even a small upgrade to some of your minor baseline abilities. When it comes to the amount of powers you get from Azerite gear, when compared to a tier set bonus, being able to choose which of your minor bonuses from a piece of equipment is better than not having a choice at all. However, the acquisition of Azerite gear was 10 times worse than tier set bonuses, and required getting a whole bunch of pieces of equipment to maybe get the Azerite gear you wanted, which had the traits that you wanted to pick from, since each piece of Azerite gear only lets you choose from a very small handful of traits, rather than having all of them available as an option. And then when a new raid came out, you wouldn't even be able to use all those traits, and you had to go grind out more Azerite power. And to top it all off, it took just as much time to get one Azerite piece as a piece of tier gear. Azerite gear is just a really good example of how not to add a borrowed power system, because everything was there for it to be a better replacement to tier gear, but instead they had to make it incredibly tedious for no reason. And because it was added in so badly, you were just mad they had to deal with this new system instead of just getting tier set bonuses like normal. When it comes to corruptions, a system that was added at the very end of Battle for Azeroth, which probably had one of the biggest power climbs in player power in the game's history, personally, I was a big fan of the overall idea of corruptions. They were basically enchants for gear that gave you procs that could do more damage in your baseline abilities or vastly increase the power level of your base class. Some of them would give you ridiculous amounts of haste, others would lower the cooldowns of your abilities by 200%, and others which spawned giant laser beams from the sky that would scale based on how much health you had. And being able to customize how you wanted your character to be broken was such an interesting idea in theory, that I implemented a system of this into one of my Dungeons & Dragons games. However, I can assure you that I did not implement how you obtained corruptions into the game, because it, just like Azerite, was terrible. Most corruptions had 3 different tiers to them, and each piece of gear could have a chance to have a random piece of corruption on it. And if you managed to get the one you wanted, you kind of hoped you had the highest available tier of that corruption, otherwise you're kind of just wasting a piece of equipment with that corruption on it. And when they finally added a vendor that allowed you to target specific pieces of corruptions, they didn't let you pick from all the corruption pieces on the vendor, and instead had a random rotation that changed out a few times a week. You had to wait around for a chance to buy the corruption that you wanted, and also that made the corruptions that were good incredibly expensive. So you couldn't buy everything you needed the first time the vendor had the stuff you wanted, and still had to wait a couple of weeks. And if you want to talk about poorly implemented borrowed power systems, we have to look at Legion for the absolute worst. Legion was the first expansion that started with a more in-your-face borrowed power system, with the artifacts and Legion legendaries. The artifacts were fine in my opinion. They had a system of endless grinding that could increase your power level further, but there wasn't really inherent randomness to it, because you just kinda got what you got. But the Legion legendaries were awful. The Legion legendaries were modeled very heavily based on Diablo 3's legendary system, where sometimes a legendary can completely change your playstyle or is necessary in order to complete a build. Whereas Diablo has a seasonal gameplay mode and allows you to gain these legendaries much quicker, you can pretty much get all legendaries needed within your first day of playing a season. Whereas for World of Warcraft, legendaries didn't have the same gracious drop chance. The first 4 legendaries you got had a much higher chance to drop than everything else, but could still take about a month of casual playtime before you saw your first 4 legendaries. And World First Raiders would create multiple copies of their class of choice to farm out the first 4 legendaries, just to get a higher chance of obtaining the ones that they were targeting, as some of the legendaries were so ridiculously powerful and broken that it could almost double the amount of damage you do, or allow you to one-shot groups of enemy players in the open world. So you really wanted to target specific legendaries. In Diablo, they don't really allow you to target specific legendaries either, but there's plenty of different ways in order to increase the chances that you get a specific one, and unless you're terribly unlucky, you'll have all the legendaries you need within the first couple of days. In World of Warcraft, it was possible to go to the end of the raid tier without getting the one legendary you needed, because the drop chance was just so low, and there was absolutely no way to target the legendaries you wanted. The powers tied to the legendaries were amazing. The acquisition of it was probably the worst one we've ever seen, and it kinda puts corruption to shame. If there was an award for the worst implemented acquisition system of a borrowed power, I can't think of anything that beats Legion legendaries. At the end of the expansion, they finally added a vendor to buy them, but at that point it was a little bit too late because most people who played the whole expansion had already gotten all the legendaries by that point. So you may be thinking at this point, YouTuber person, everything you're talking about makes it seem as if borrowed power is terrible. If Blizzard messes it up every time they try to put one in, doesn't that mean it's actually just a bad design system overall? And to that, I say, maybe. Maybe Blizzard really just doesn't know how to actually add fun borrowed power systems to the game. And maybe they should just leave it on gear only. Although, if we look at one of the expansions with 2 of the worst implemented borrowed power systems, we also randomly have one of the best as well. And of course, what I'm talking about is Battle for Azeroth with its Essence system. With Essences, you got around 10 different abilities you could pick from in order to use as your active ability, and then you also had 3 slots in order to use the passives of other abilities, so you got to pick and choose which active abilities you were using and which passive abilities you were using, and you got to change that out whenever you wanted in any kind of rest area. And acquiring all the abilities in your Heart of Azeroth could be done within the first week or 2 of the system dropping. And if you want to grind out even further in order to increase the power level of them, you could, which was definitely necessary in order to reach rank 3. But if you wanted to go even further beyond, you got a nice cosmetic upgrade that just made the abilities look cooler without adding any kind of actual power increase. And as we've seen by the success of the Mage Tower, adding a hard grind that only has a cosmetic reward is definitely the way to go. There were a lot of people who tried to get the rank 4 of their essences, even though it wasn't necessary in the slightest. If we contrast that to the Shadowlands Covenants, they only allowed you to pick from 1 of 4 abilities, and you were heavily disincentivized from changing your choice, whereas the Essence system allows you to pick from 1 of 10 abilities and was designed with the intention that you'd be changing them out all the time. Now, there were some problems with the Essence system as well, but for the most part, it's one of the best modern power systems they've ever added to the game. And it's a shame they just kind of ignored it and its lessons when going into the new expansion. So, if we go back and look at all of the borrowed power systems that players enjoyed, or had the least amount of pushback by the community as a whole, nearly all of them share the common sentimentality, where they are easy to grind out, or gave you lots of customization, and the best had both of them. With only one exception in the artifact weapon, which was actually very well liked despite being a big grind and having no power customizations, but was chock full of cosmetic customizations. And nearly all of the ones that are universally hated either required too much grinding in order to acquire, took months in order to unlock, or heavily restricted how you could customize your abilities, i.e. Covenant locks and conduit energy. Now, you may be thinking, Mr. YouTuber person, since Blizzard rarely gets it right with modern power systems, shouldn't they just go back to pre-Legion days where there were no temporary power systems added to the game, when the game was actually good? Blizzard has actually been adding temporary powers to the game for a long time. They just used to go about it differently. At the start of every new expansion, Blizzard would add a couple of new abilities to every class, and sometimes give them brand new talents. Then, with the new expansion, they would quietly just remove some of the abilities they didn't like anymore. And since there was a whole bunch of new stuff added every expansion, there wasn't too much fuss about it. Well, kind of. People complained forever about Eyes of the Beast being removed at the start of Cataclysm, and a whole bunch of other minor abilities. But, when it came to Blizzard wanting to give people new abilities, they would just kind of do it without any fuss about how you obtain those things, and since you got them all by default while just leveling in the new expansion, people were just happy to get new stuff to play around with. In fact, that was one of the biggest appeals of a new expansion, getting new abilities to play with. With the Shadowlands Borrowed Power system, all players got 4 new abilities to play around with, which is way more than was added in older expansions, where they randomly would give players 2 or 3 new things total, where you'd be lucky if even one of them was actually usable ability in your rotation. Which is why I'm pretty confident that if Blizzard added 4 new Covenant abilities to the classes and let you change them out interchangeably whenever you wanted, people would have been pretty happy about it, because they've been historically happy about getting worse things in previous expansions. Some people might not remember this, but Symbiosis was a really game-changing ability that was added to Druids for one expansion, and then quickly removed after that expansion because it was too much of a headache to balance. And that was during Mists of Pandaria, before we had the modern borrow power systems that only exist for an expansion. So for all intents and purposes, Symbiosis was basically like a Covenant ability, which they let Druids play around with for one expansion before removing after that borrowed power time limit was over. So, why does the WoW community hate borrowed power so much nowadays? For the last 3 expansions, Blizzard has had systems of borrowed power that required you to put a lot more time and effort into the game than in previous expansions. And a lot of those new systems were added in incredibly poorly, almost in a way that was specifically designed just to waste your time, or reward players that had nothing but free time on their hands. And when Blizzard added a new talent to the game in previous expansions, there wasn't really an advantage you can get over someone else with those new talents, as you just kind of got them by default. But it also meant there wasn't really anything for you to do once you got those abilities, and Blizzard definitely wants to keep or add small power increases to the game, because gradually increasing the power level of your character is kind of fun. RuneScape, another popular MMO, one of the originals even, was built around the entire premise of constant progression. Literally every single thing you do grows your character, from fishing the weakest fish to gathering the most rare herbs, which makes a game that lets you do whatever you want at the moment, however you wish to do it, and get stronger by doing that activity of choice. While there is no borrowed power within the game, it does add new abilities once in a while, and these abilities takes tens of thousands of hours to max out. And this is one of the main appeals of the game, just constant power progression past leveling to max level. And the only real way to do it in WoW in previous expansions was through gear and gear alone. So Blizzard tried to add this near infinite progression system to the new borrowed powers of the expansion. It kind of failed, and definitely soured the name of the borrowed powers in the process, because a lot of the actual borrowed powers themselves were a lot of fun to play around with. If they had the system to buy Legion legendaries at the start of the expansion, if they had a corruption vendor with all of the corruptions on it for non-exorbitant prices at the start of the patch, if they had Azerite pieces of equipment that gave you an option to choose all of the Azerite traits instead of just 2, if the artifact weapon had an AP cap at the start of the expansion rather than a pseudo-unobtainable one, if they allowed you to change out your 4 Covenant abilities at will, then all of these systems would have been much more well-liked without them having to change anything about the actual powers themselves. The borrowed power is not the problem, it's how you obtain those powers that is.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
After a culminating battle in which the best forces of Azeroth faced off against the Lich King Arthas, we get this final scene after his Runeblade Frostmourne is shattered, and all of the souls he's captured over the years are released, and he's talking to the soul of his dead father, simply asking him if his nightmare is finally over. Generally, when a bad guy is killed at the end of his expansion, they don't have remorse over what they've done. They usually go down kicking and screaming, or out with a whimper, but not asking if they can finally stop and rest. You see, Arthas is one of the most popular villains in the Warcraft series, and it's generally because his story is a tragic one, of a guy who just wanted to do the right thing, and was willing to do anything to do the right thing, only to fail anyway and become a villain. You see, Arthas as a boy, and even a young adult, was a very nice and kind-hearted man. The death of his horse Invincible greatly ate him up inside, since he died in an accident that entirely could have been avoided if Arthas wasn't being an idiot. Arthas was trying to race back home in a snowstorm on his favorite horse Invincible, and he wanted to do a really cool trick of jumping over a short ravine that he'd done a million times before. But the back hoof of Invincible slipped on some ice while they were going for the jump and caused them both to crash. And this crash completely tore up 2 of Invincible's legs to the point where it was either going to bleed to death before they could possibly get help, or freeze to death. Either way, Invincible was done for. There was really only one option for him. Despite the fact that he broke some of his ribs in the fall, and his face and limbs were numb from the cold, he somehow managed to move himself closer to his dying horse. "This is all my fault. I deserve this," Arthas said as he removed his sword from his hilt. Invincible regarded him very calmly, almost as if he knew what had to be done and accepted his fate. That caused Arthas' eyes to tear up, but he blinked them away, pulled out his sword, and then pierced his heart with a single blow. Then he collapsed. Sometime later, some people found him and helped him bury his horse, and it's at this point where he thought to himself, should anyone else ever need protection, or if sacrifices had to be made for the welfare of others, he would do whatever it takes. And it's this mantra that led him down the dark path which would be his ruin. As sometime later, when the Cult of the Damned started spreading the plague throughout his kingdom, Arthas was chasing down Kel'Thuzad and had gone through dozens of villages which had been infected by the plague. So he knew exactly what was going to happen, and how almost impossible it was to change anything. So when he came to a city which had already been infected by the plague, he made the tough decision to cull the entire city before it could spread any further. When Uther came, he didn't know much about the plague yet. He wasn't an expert on what it did to people or how fast it spread like Arthas was. And he knew what he was asking didn't seem reasonable to people who didn't have the same information he had. It wasn't possible to explain to him and then convince him of what was going on. So instead, he ordered his men to work with him and dismissed Uther, who was doing nothing but slowing him down. So he went into the city with his men and started purging the city. He knew it had to be done. He was killing people now who were already doomed to be turned into the undead anyway, and he was going to save countless others by stopping the spread of the infection. But a part of him just couldn't handle it. He was a nice person, so having to exterminate an entire city of people just wouldn't sit well with him no matter how justified it was in his mind. And that's why he lost the ability to control the light during the Purge of Stratholme. You see, the light in World of Warcraft doesn't necessarily belong to people who are good and do the right thing. The light can be used by people who strongly believe in whatever it is they're doing. That's why the Scarlet Crusade can use the light, even though they're all a bunch of crazy lunatics who kill people because they think they might turn into the undead in the future, or they might be an undead in disguise. The light doesn't abandon the Scarlet Crusade members. In fact, some of them are so well versed in the light that there's one who's able to canonically bring people back to life, and another who was able to use the light even when they were undead and turned into a Death Knight. So, if Arthas truly believed in what he was doing, he wouldn't have lost the ability to use the light during the culling of Stratholme, but he just couldn't help doubting himself, even if he had convinced himself to do it anyway. That's why he was desperate for power when chasing down Mal'Ganis in Northrend afterwards. Mal'Ganis was taunting Arthas to go into Northrend in order to pick up the Frostmourne. And since Arthas had already gone so far anyway, and he thought Mal'Ganis was behind everything, he was easily tricked into finding the blade and picking it up, where he then immediately struck down the Dreadlord. You see, I like to think of Arthas as two separate people. The one before he took up the Frostmourne, and the one afterwards. The one before was someone who just wanted to save his people, so he was doing lots of morally gray things because in his mind, the ends justify the means. And after he picked up the sword, his personality got twisted and turned, and he was a much different person who had goals that no longer aligned with his past self, but still had all of the memories from the previous Arthas. The post-Frostmourne Arthas had goals of freeing the Lich King from the Legion's control, and then afterwards its goals were a little bit more self-oriented, of freeing himself from Ner'zhul's control and getting the world ready for an eventual Legion invasion. Since both the Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination were very powerful artifacts that belonged to the Legion, and they were very much going to want them back someday. This new Arthas knew he could basically end all life on Azeroth whenever he wanted, since he had an unstoppable undead army who only grew in strength every time he clashed with the new kingdom. If he wanted to, he could just let loose all of his undead hordes in order to turn everyone else undead, and then he would have his whole army set in stone, and he would simply just prepare for the eventual Legion invasion, although he never did let his undead loose to turn the entire world undead. He could have at basically any point. There were undead basically everywhere, and they replenished their own forces, but he just never did for some reason. And it's later on that we learn it's because a part of Arthas from before the Frostmourne was holding him back the entire time. There was a small part of him which had the personality of the original Arthas, and it kinda just put some mental blocks on him to act in certain ways, which didn't end the world immediately. When you do eventually kill Arthas, you find that he kept Jaina's locket on him the entire time. and Jaina even says herself that there was probably a small part of Arthas inside the monster he turned into. And I think these two things are some of the best examples of a theory that Arthas was kind of trapped inside the Lich King in some way after he took up the Frostmourne. And I have two possible explanations for how this might have happened. For one, it could have been more literal in that the original Arthas was trapped inside, and he just watched as the monster did everything using his memories and body. And the second one is that Arthas himself was doing everything, the Frostmourne did corrupt him and didn't create a second personality, but that his old personality simply conflicted with his new one, which made him act in odd ways momentarily, like keeping Jaina's locket and not immediately ending all life on Azeroth. I mean, he did plan on doing it eventually, but the fact that he didn't do it immediately was heavily hinted because of a small part of him that was trying to keep himself in control, as his plan during the Wrath of Lich King expansion was to train up the strongest unstoppable fighters and then have them come to a citadel where he would test them, and then kill them and raise them as his personal bodyguard, the vetted, best possible warriors for his new undead army that he would use to fight the Legion. And I think this second theory is a little bit more likely, because it doesn't seem like there was an original Arthas trapped inside his body, since the Lich King did cut out his own heart in order to rid himself of his human side, which is found by players through a quest chain in Icecrown, which culminates with Tyrion destroying the heart and weakening the Lich King. So if there was a part of Arthas trapped inside of him, his heart would have definitely been it, and he got rid of that. Which is why it's more likely that the curse of the Frostmourne corrupted his mind, made him want to do all of these things, and was kind of like a forced magical mind control type situation. Or, a standard personality curse. And that's why when the Frostmourne was destroyed, and his forced personality curse was lifted, he was able to show remorse, and realize the nightmare he had just lived through, which he willingly did himself, and then was glad that it was finally all over. But unfortunately, only darkness waited before him, because even if he was finally free from his living nightmare, he was the one who ultimately made all the decisions that led him to getting tricked into becoming the Lich King in the first place. He didn't have to chase Mal'Ganis down to Northrend. Chasing Mal'Ganis in Northrend was more of an obsession than it was something he needed to do, as he never actually went back to Lordaeron to talk to his dad and better prepare them for the plague. He thought he could end everything on his own if he just stopped Mal'Ganis in Northrend. He could have taken time to explain the calling of Stratholme to Uther better, or even come up with a more reasonable plan for dealing with it. And he could not have been so efficient at killing things after becoming the Lich King. The only thing he really held back on was the not literally killing everybody thing. But even with his mistakes, it's not really fair to blame what eventually happened to him, having his personality twisted and corrupted, when he had good intentions the entire time. There's this old saying, we judge ourselves based on our intentions, and others based on their actions. Arthas' intentions were always good, even if he was a little bit too obsessed with Mal'Ganis. He was only obsessed because he thought killing him would fix the problem quickly. But he was also very pissed at what Mal'Ganis had made him do with Stratholme, that his obsession is kind of reasonable if you really think about it. He had someone who he knew was responsible for the death of an entire city, plus a whole bunch of small neighboring towns. And since he cared about his people greatly, and since he had a mantra to protect people no matter what it took, it was kind of inevitable. When Arthas found the Runeblade and he was told that it was cursed, he had the mantra that he was willing to sacrifice anything for the welfare of others, and he'd be selfish not to sacrifice himself after what he'd done to Stratholme. So he picked up the blade and made the worst decision of his life, because it all made sense for him to do that, and there was almost no way he wouldn't based on his intentions and personal mantra. It's almost tragic in a sense. His actions ultimately ended up being so evil to the point where no one considers Arthas a good person in lore. Everyone knows that he took up the cursed blade and killed a whole bunch of people, but everything in his life kind of led to that, as well as forces outside of his control directly manipulating him into that decision. Ultimately, he did make the decision himself, but it was always from a place of good. He wanted to do the right thing. He was willing to sacrifice himself in order to do the right thing. He just didn't know he was being tricked. He didn't know he'd be mind controlled and cursed to willingly end his kingdom himself, as he marched into Lordaeron and killed his own father with the cursed blade. He then went on to kill many, many more people, including 90% of the High Elves, and had planned on killing everyone else eventually, so that he could prepare himself to fight the Legion. Not because he thought defeating the Legion would be a good thing, but because as the Lich King Arthas, the Legion was also a threat to him, as the person in charge of the Legion could cleave his planet in half, and there's not much an unstoppable army of undead can do about your planet literally being destroyed. So, did Arthas actually do anything wrong? You might say his actions point to yes, but in context and taking his intentions into account, he was never trying to do the wrong thing, and his intentions absolutely matter in these kinds of situations, and you can't really blame Arthas for something a cursed blade forced him to do. So, of the Lich King, the whole of it, the Helm of Domination, the Rune Blade, Ner'zhul, they were absolutely bad dudes who did bad things for selfish reasons, and Arthas was just kind of caught up in all of it because he was tricked. And it really all depends on how much one can blame a person who was tricked into doing bad things. So if we go based off purely intentions, excluding cursed mind control shenanigans, no, I don't think Arthas was in the wrong. But if you look at his actions and what he accomplished, ignoring all of the context, then he is without a doubt one of the most evil people in lore. So it's all up to you to draw your own conclusions, because Arthas did nothing wrong. Legion was the last modern expansion which received a lot of positive feedback. But what was so different from Legion when compared to other modern expansions, from Warlords of Draenor all the way to Shadowlands? To start off, let's go over Old WoW. For the purposes of this video, everything from Mist of Pandaria and before will be considered the Old WoW, because Warlords of Draenor is when we got updated models and a lot of systems and gears that we have today. So, modern WoW comprises of 4 expansions: Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, and Shadowlands. And of these 4 expansions, the only one with widespread love was Legion, and 2 of them were considered some of the worst expansions in the game's history. Shadowlands is definitely not on the same level as Warlords of Draenor or Battle for Azeroth, but it's not on the same level as Legion either in reverence. Its biggest praise could be that it's probably average. In Warlords of Draenor, the biggest problem with the expansion was just a lack of content. It had 2 of the best raids in WoW's history, it was probably one of the best leveling experiences in any modern expansion, and included a lot of features that more casual players really enjoyed. The biggest problem with the garrisons was that they were too useful, so that there was never a reason to actually leave them. And with missing a full raid tier, while also having one of the longest content droughts at the end of the expansion, it definitely deserves some of its infamy. Another thing people probably forget about Warlords of Draenor is that it was the expansion which pruned a lot of the old WoW. Warlords of Draenor was when a ton of classes lost abilities. It's also when socket bonuses were just straight up removed from the game, and instead it was added as a tertiary stat. Warforging became more common before they added Titan Forging, and they removed a lot of power from professions and enchants. No longer could you enchant half your gear. They instead restricted it to just a handful of slots. All the professions stopped providing little bonuses to incentivize you being able to pick whatever you wanted, and with the removal of socket bonuses and less enchanting slots, jewel crafting and enchanting were no longer the biggest moneymakers. Warlords of Draenor completely gutted customizations of characters, and it's also when they removed reforging from the game, so they went really hard on not wanting people to mess with their gear that they got from dungeons or raids at all, as they had a philosophy that they wanted you to be able to equip a piece of gear that you just got without having to sim it, or add a whole bunch of extra stuff to it later, like gems, enchants, or profession-specific things, like a tinkering from an engineer, for example. Which is funny because that never actually stopped. And in fact, simming has gotten even more advanced since Mist of Pandaria. But they went a little bit too hard at removing everything and people were dropping the game left and right. So they did something drastic for Legion, really taking a playbook out of Mist of Pandaria's playbook of just going bombastic with everything. In Legion, they just straight up completely redesigned some specs and classes. The Discipline Priest was changed into a completely unique style of healer, combat rogues were removed from the game and replaced with the Outlaw Rogue, Survival Hunters were converted into a melee spec, removing the Explosive Shot Hunter from the game, and I'm sure there's many more, but those are the biggest drastic changes I can remember. In addition, they added the first ever infinite power progression. Before Legion, it was technically possible to hit a point where you couldn't really increase the power level of your character anymore. You could get the best gear in the game and then you were just kind of done, until the next round of expansion content came out. One of the reasons RPG mobile games can be so addicting is because a lot of them don't have power ceilings. I remember one of the browser-based games I used to play, there literally wasn't a max level, but you were restricted in how much you could farm each day due to a stamina bar. So the highest level character was whoever could pay the most money to reset that stamina bar, and it was basically just a whale-off on who could spend the most amount of money. But there is a certain appeal in always being able to progress the power level of your character, or your character in just certain ways that don't always have to be massive jumps, like maybe getting a huge upgrade from a raid drop. So the artifact weapons were kind of this. The artifact weapons did have a cap, but it was so hard to reach that it was almost an infinite power climb. It also provided a lot of really strong bonuses to your class, which we'll go over a little bit later, and they also had a lot of really cool lore things, which really resonated with people. But the biggest gameplay feature of them was the fact that it added a new thing you could farm in-game. In a normal RPG, you're done leveling once you hit max level, so the artifact weapon system essentially added more levels to grind, just replacing the word experience points with artifact power. And someone with a stronger artifact weapon was just stronger than someone else who had a lower level artifact weapon. And while artifact power wasn't very well liked, it does kind of lead into why Legion was so incredibly well liked. And the reasons are pretty simple, and almost directly related to the artifact weapon. Legion is when they release the shackles on players' power, and also when they release the shackles on lore. Warlords of Draenor was the training arc, where you have a whole bunch of weighted clothing and had to lift weights for 2 whole years, and Legion was the moment where Rock Lee drops his weights. Adding too much power to gear with gems, enchants, and profession bonuses? How about we add incredibly overpowered legendary effects to equipment? Being too conservative with lore, to the point where you have to go back in time just to experience past events? How about we just bring everyone in the past to the forefront? All at once! The Death Knight campaign directly contributed to Shadowlands' entire plot. One of the first random followers you get in the Priest Order Hall is now looking to be the new leader of the Forsaken. The dagger that Shadow Priests use was a major plot point in BFA. One of the artifact weapons just straight up destroyed a planet. Another one was a fan favorite rumor for years, and was used in all of the promotional materials as one of the weapons you'd be able to wield. And they were powerful too. I made a video on some of the hardest hitting abilities in WoW's history, and a couple of them were just straight up artifact weapon abilities. That's not even mentioning the legendaries. You had stuff like the Mantle of the Master Assassin, which could just straight up give you a 100% crit chance for 6 seconds. Legendaries that gave you extra talents, allowing you to spam use abilities that have cooldowns, or just adding extra buttons or charges to spells and abilities you already had, changing rotation completely. And some of the artifact abilities themselves were so good they were added to the base class after the expansion. In addition to the lore for the weapons and campaigns just being packed full of major, important past characters, we got to go fight the biggest bad guys in the Warcraft universe itself on their home turf, thanks to the help of the Titans, who are some of the biggest, most important good guys we've constantly been hearing about throughout the history of Warcraft lore. You can't really have something that goes more over the top than that. Super powerful weapons, crazy impactful legendaries, lore that was completely over the top, in addition to still having tier set bonuses, the introduction of the Mythic Plus system, and even the widespread love of hard solo content that was the Mage Tower. It was the biggest and brightest expansion we've had in modern WoW, and then it all came crashing to a halt in BFA. Artifact weapons were too strong, so they introduced Azerite, which was like a baby version of it. You could still infinitely grind it out, but the bonuses were minor in comparison to what the artifact weapon provided, and simply just allowed you to use your gear, rather than providing a whole bunch of neat extra benefits. The lore was a lot more small scale too. We went from hanging out with some of the most important people in Warcraft history, to hanging out with some random pirates or trolls that we've never heard of before. There was also no tier set bonuses, no bombastic legendaries. All you were left with was the empty feeling from losing the temporary power-up that was Legion. Although, they can't really have a Legion-like extravaganza every expansion. Wrath of the Lich King was like the Legion of the Classic era. They finally released the restraints they'd been playing under since Classic and TBC, and just went all out with the classes. The first patch of Wrath of the Lich King was probably the most unbalanced the game has ever been, with just how powerful some classes were, including the new Death Knights, who had abilities like a dot which would passively consume hots while they did damage to their target, an AoE which passively feared you if you tried to get out of it, and of course the ability to come back to life if you actually managed to kill them, on top of their 1 minute cooldown 50% damage reduction, or their 5-second immunity to spells. Healing in Wrath of the Lich King was so over the top that they still use it as a benchmark of what they don't want healers to be able to do in the modern era, where the best way to heal was to literally spam your highest mana using abilities non-stop, because your mana was essentially infinite, and mechanics were designed around you having an infinite amount of mana. That's why in Cataclysm, when they gutted all of the Wrath over-the-topness, it wasn't very well received as the previous expansion, because they went a little bit too hard in the other direction. Mist of Pandaria was them going back to that. Mists is when pretty much every class could do everything. It was the culmination of classes getting new abilities with every expansion for 5 expansions, without them ever removing abilities from the previous expansions. There were so many new abilities that classes had that just accumulated over time, that everyone could do pretty much everything. Every class had some kind of major DPS cooldown, some kind of form of crowd control, some gap closer, some snare, a raid cooldown, and if by chance you were missing something, a druid could just symbiosis you to gain whatever you might be lacking, as the tables for what symbiosis could do was more in-depth and probably designed than the entire conduit system. Mists of Pandaria wasn't very well liked at the time, but it is definitely another over-the-top expansion when it comes to player power, which is why they had to remove so much of it in Warlords of Draenor. So World of Warcraft kind of has a system where they go all out with one expansion and then completely reel it back in with the very next expansion for the long-term health of the game. If they never had the ability pruning in WoD and just kept adding new baseline abilities with every new expansion, then every class would be completely homogenized by now. You could basically play whatever you wanted and be good at everything. Now, that style of gameplay definitely has its own appeal, but it does make things kind of hard to balance when every class has 100 different abilities. So, after having a bombastic expansion in Legion, they then reined things in hard with BFA. It seems like they were ready to have another overpowered expansion afterwards. Since, here's how it seems like it was going. Wrath was the overpowered expansion to culminate early Classic WoW, to then have the cooldown in Cataclysm, with it ramping back up again in Mists of Pandaria, then a cooldown in Warlords of Draenor, and then going full throttle in Legion. So, going by that pattern, Shadowlands should have been the bombastic new expansion, going all out, except they didn't really go far enough. Shadowlands definitely tried to go for big lore moments, but they definitely did not attempt to go for big player power moments. And even the lore isn't as grand as it was in Wrath of the Lich King, Mists of Pandaria, or Legion. Wrath of the Lich King is probably #1 favorite when it comes to players' final boss. Mists of Pandaria added so much lore to the game, it's probably the most influential lore expansion ever added. As well as, we still deal with things that happened in Mists of Pandaria in the modern era. And Legion, of course, had us fighting the Legion and Titans with planet-destroying weapons and spaceships. BFA was a nice breather of an expansion. Shadowlands should have been even crazier than Legion, with everyone going to the afterlife. Instead, it's a lot more tame, and they're trying to play things a little bit too safe. Although it's still only the first half of the expansion, so who knows, it could go off the rails later, probably not though. But that does allow us to go straight back into the original point of the video. Why was Legion the best expansion of modern WoW? Because it was the last expansion where players got to be overpowered, and the lore was completely off the rails. The next 2 expansions afterwards were too balanced and too on the rails, even though current WoW is literally in the afterlife. However, because they've had 2 expansions in a row where players were kind of on the rails, that leads them to easily allowing another Legion-like expansion afterwards. Although we really should have been in it right now with Shadowlands. In this video, we'll be discussing the negativity in the WoW community. What is it? Why are people doing it? Is it even justified? Yes, of course it is. And to start this off, let's discuss negativity bias. Negativity bias is a psychological phenomena where we treat negative events as more important than positive ones. For example, you're having a great day at work. Things are going well, you listen to an excellent radio show or podcast on the commute to work, but then a coworker makes an offhanded remark that you just find irritating. Then you find yourself stewing over those words for the rest of the day. And then when you eventually get home and someone asks how your day was, your reply is that it was terrible, even though it was overall pretty good, except for that one negative incident. This is a pretty common occurrence with people, and research shows that it's most likely just rooted in basic evolution. The tendency to pay attention to bad things and overlook the good things could have been literally a matter of life and death. And those who are more attuned to danger and paid more attention to bad things were just more likely to survive. And the basics of negativity bias is that when presented with 2 equally important pieces of information, you'll treat the negative one as more important, even if by an objective measure, they're exactly the same in importance. This is why bad things tend to grab our attention. Studies show that negative news is more likely to be perceived as truthful, since negative information draws greater attention. It's seen as having more validity. If you've ever seen someone say they're just giving their honest opinions, or they're just a very truthful person, it's almost always followed by a negative opinion or a negative statement. Because in most colloquial English language, the term being real is synonymous with pointing out negative flaws. Now, let's go over a fun little statistical analysis. You see, I, the person creating this video about negativity, actually puts out a lot of negative videos, so I have a great set of data by just looking over the numbers of the videos on my other channel. I have two main types of videos over there, the top 10 best of and the top 10 worst of. And if I take the numbers of those videos, average it out, remove the outliers in the top and bottom 5% for some of the best possible data we can get, the premium stuff, the kind of numbers that would make your statistics teacher proud, the worst of videos perform 3 times better on average. And in statistical terms, that's ridiculously significant. It's not something as low as like a 5% difference, or even a more moderate 25% difference. It's a 200% difference in views. Negative videos just get more attention because people are more likely to click on them. And then YouTube rewards those videos by recommending them more because people are clicking on them. And the attractive topics will just keep drawing in more views thanks to being recommended to more people, which just kind of repeats the cycle. The YouTube algorithm has a system of where the rich get richer, and you can't get much richer than making a negative topic video. Although I will say, there are diminishing returns negativity, but for the most part that doesn't matter, and the benefits outweigh the negatives to the point that you could legitimately just make a channel dedicated to only covering negative topics and perform pretty well. Now, I'm sure many of you can think of a couple of channels or WoW fan sites that are very negative with their opinions on the game, and they get lots of views because of psychology and the YouTube algorithm rewarding those opinions more than the more moderate, neutral opinions. And to an extent, I have no problem with this. Criticism itself is not bad, and making negative videos isn't inherently bad either. If it was, I wouldn't make so many of them myself. Really, it kind of just goes into the specific kinds of criticisms. Some kinds of criticism is just inherently better than others, and some of it can even be downright toxic. Let's take a look at a post from a developer from another video game community, Paradox. Before closing, I'd like to note a few things on the subject of giving feedback. When I first started at Paradox, the direct line between community and developers was a major plus for me, because I like the idea of talking to the community without having to run every post past 3 different marketing departments first. However, this kind of direct community access comes at a heavy cost for us. As many of you have noticed, we have gotten a little sparse in these forums in the last few months, or even years. The reason for this is that often we do face a debate culture that is not enjoyable to take part in, where it is taken as a given that the devs are either lazy or incompetent, and where everything we do is viewed through that lens. Not only is it incredibly demoralizing to spend months of your life creating something, only to see the people you made it for tear it to shreds, it is also a debate that gives no one anything. We aren't paid to wade through pages of abuse to find a few nuggets of useful feedback, and so the feedback is not acted on. A lot of you have access to sources and languages we don't speak or have studied some detail that we aren't aware of. Such feedback is very useful. Just a few weeks ago, someone sent me a plan of the Turkish Railway in 1936 taken from an old Turkish book, so I was able to use that update to the Turkish Railway setup at GameStart. We're not looking for fawning adoration, although we will certainly accept it, or a forum in which our decisions can't be discussed with a critical eye. We want to have your feedback, but there is no point to it if it can't be delivered with a minimum of respect for each other. If you want to have a forum where developers are willing to go answer your questions, then it is also your responsibility to build a place where we feel welcome, and where we can disagree in a productive and professional manner. It costs you nothing to assume that we are acting in good faith. None of us wake up in the morning to go to work in order to do a bad job. Now, on an unrelated note, let's play a fun little game. Let's go over to the WoW forums and type in one little phrase, followed by pretty much anything. And that phrase is, why does Blizzard hate blank? The fun thing about this game is that no matter what you type in for that blank, you'll find something in the WoW forums. Let's start with an easy one. Why does Blizzard hate the Alliance? Now let's try, why does Blizzard hate the Horde? Now let's try, why does Blizzard hate Night Elves? Why does Blizzard hate battle pets? Why does Blizzard hate trains? Each time you're bound to find a thread or two about even the most niche topics, and there's a good chance someone is 100% convinced that Blizzard just hates that particular thing. Now, this is just a fun little game that was mentioned to me by another YouTuber who doesn't make WoW videos, and definitely has nothing to do with the current topic. So, getting back on topic, constructive criticism in the negativity. There's this assumption I see a lot whenever I'm reading negative posts about the game online, either on forums, Reddit threads, or just YouTube comment sections, since people will like to complain about the game on just random videos of mine that have nothing to do with their complaints. And a lot of the time, I see this underlying assumption that the developers themselves are purposefully trying to do a bad job. Like, for example, the Covenant campaign. The Covenant campaign, for basically all 4 of them, is mostly required in order to max out your renown, and you get some neat rewards for doing it. So it's something that pretty much everyone has to do. And in that vein, the questing is ridiculously easy, and it's basically there just to show you the story. So I've seen complaints about it, which basically go along the lines of, why is required content so ridiculously mind-numbingly easy when Blizzard has proven that they can make solo content fun? And because the content is so easy for an experience, which is basically the culmination of the storyline of fighting off against the big bad evil guy, why is it that it's so easy you could AFK through half of it and still succeed? And you know what? Very fair criticism. I didn't even think of that as a problem, but now that's been pointed out, why do they make it so easy? Well, it's because the developers are literally brain dead and couldn't make a good game if they tried. And the only reason they force you to do it is to increase engagement numbers, because they don't care about you having fun, and actively work against the players whenever possible. Oh, and also, they're out of touch. Now, the premise of this complaint is entirely reasonable. The conclusion is not. This is an excellent example of unproductive criticism. The flaw pointed out is a pretty minor complaint, all things considered, but it is pointing out something which could be perceived as a legitimate flaw. Although the conclusion drawn from that is just to assume the developers did it on purpose because they're being malicious. Now, here's the thing with the developers. I'm sure many of you have seen the articles about how not well paid most of them are in comparison to other gaming studios or tech companies that require the same skill sets, and yet developers are clamoring to get jobs at Blizzard, and they post very excitedly on Twitter whenever they land a job there, because there's tons of passionate, talented people who want to work on the game. If anything, I would assume the complete opposite from the developers. You can make more money by just making videos about World of Warcraft than being a developer on the game. But they do it because they're very passionate about it, or at least the game design itself. And game design is very complicated, and you don't always want to give players exactly what they want. That was one of the main arguments as to why people wanted Classic WoW, to remove all the conveniences that Blizzard gave players because they asked for them. So the underlying assumption that all negative traits in the game are done because the developers are malicious just seems wrong, and it's more likely they're just trying new things and just not really hitting the mark. That's where the quote comes in, with everyone assuming the worst intentions of all game designs. I will say though, that bad feedback like this is thankfully not very prevalent in popular YouTubers at least. I think Asmongold, for example, does a great job with giving constructive criticism. He's one of the biggest WoW critics and is very vocal about his dislikes of certain parts of the game, but does so in a constructive manner without assuming ill intention by the developers, whether you agree with or like the guy or not. I personally disagree with some of his opinions on the game, but that's because everybody plays and cares about different things in the game, which is a good thing to keep note of when getting all of your criticism from only one source. So, let's take 2 statements. One of them is that the developers only designed the game in a way to increase engagement metrics. The other, that the developers designed the game in a way so that players will have fun. The statement on the left is a negative opinion, and the statement on the right is a positive one. At first glance, the statement on the left seems more true because it's negative, whereas information about the subject is pretty equal. It's about just as much information that players have access to, which would suggest either one being the case, with probably a little bit more information pointing towards the second opinion. However, if you state the first opinion, no one will question your sources, and in fact, you'll be hailed for telling it like it is. If you quote the second opinion, people will immediately respond with hesitance, and probably ask how you know this, or at the very least question the validity of that statement. Even though, objectively speaking, we have about as much information on both of them being true. Although, having one of the opinions will have you being called a truth teller, and the other will be met with less favorable comments, generally in the variety of being a paid Blizzard shill. You have to justify your opinion more if it's a positive one, and you don't have to explain anything if it's a negative one. Now, one last point. Every year on April Fools, I make a video on my channel where I argue an unconventional point, like on how Garrosh did nothing wrong, or how Warlords of Draenor wasn't that bad of an expansion. And these videos are written in a way where I'm not telling any lies, and in fact, use nothing but facts. And the videos are presented in a way that makes the points come across as kind of reasonable. And pretty much every year the videos are a big success, and change a lot of people's minds on those topics. Just remember that a lot of news videos and scathing criticisms written on public forums present their information in the same way as my April Fool's videos. They're not telling any lies. They're bringing up good points even. It's just the conclusions are about as ridiculous as saying Garrosh is a good guy. And that's the real problem of the negativity in the World of Warcraft community. Constructive criticism is great and healthy for the game. It's just the criticism that's on the same level as my April Fool's Day videos are a little bit toxic. And to end off, here's a quote from the WoW Diary, a journal of computer game development, to kind of put it into perspective. That people have been complaining about the game since before it came out. And there isn't any more bad things about the game today than there were in the early days. We just have a lot more people on social media that can make their opinions heard louder than before. This quote is in relation to when Blizzard added the rested experience system we have today. In addition to designing the class mechanics, Rob Pardo can take much of the credit for making WoW accessible to casual users. He came up with an elegant corpse retrieval system that ameliorated the post-death anguish previous MMOs embraced. He made leveling much faster and implemented a rest system that rubber-banded the rate at which hardcore and casual players leveled. Instead of punishing players who played the game non-stop, Rob rewarded casual players for taking sensible breaks. As per usual, the fans on the forums went berserk about Blizzard turning WoW into a Care Bear game, and that we were forcing customers to limit their time. But after a week, the hysteria blew over. The public reaction was annoying, but Rob and the designers held their ground. The rest state bonus system remained after tweaking only a couple of its values. To preface this video, I should say that I'm personally a big fan of Saurfang. He's one of the few Horde leaders in game that both Alliance and Horde members like, both in lore and with the general WoW player base. But therein lies his problem to an extent. Saurfang believes in his orcish honor and will never do anything to forsake it. Which sure, that's a great character trait for him to have. But because of this character trait of his, Blizzard is kind of forcing this ideal that anything he does is right, even though his idea of honor is vapid at best. Now, before I get into the point with Saurfang, let me take a moment to talk a little bit about Sylvanas, and how she relates directly to Saurfang's story. Many people disagree with her actions for obvious reasons. She's a no-nonsense Forsaken willing to do dirty things to win. And when she does, she's probably one of the most successful leaders when it comes to battles won or victories denied, and has a history of doing anything possible, even underhanded methods, to win. A little backstory for Sylvanas' military victories and accomplishments. When Arthas attacked with his unstoppable undead army, she was so good at pushing him back that when Arthas finally did break through their defenses, because one of their elves betrayed them, he went out of his way to raise Sylvanas as one of his personal servants. When she broke free of Arthas' control, she nearly succeeded in killing him, and only failed because she tried to kill him slowly, and wanted him to suffer, which gave Kel'Thuzad enough time to save him. After being stuck in the middle of enemy territory with only a handful of undead under her control, she used her banshees to possess the bodies of strong monsters in the forest to stage a surprise attack on Varimathras and his men, quickly defeating him and getting the Dreadlord on her side. She then staged another surprise attack on a second Dreadlord in the area, where she used her banshees to mind control his men and successfully assassinated him, freeing the humans under his control, and then forging an alliance with those human soldiers. Then she used her new human soldiers as kind of a meat shield to successfully siege Lordaeron and defeat the third Dreadlord. When Garrosh orders her to take Gilneas, she successfully captures the city despite them receiving aid at the last second. She staged a successful surprise attack on Tedrassil and took it out, where Garrosh failed in Ashenvale before ever getting close. She successfully defended Lordaeron when the Alliance attacked, and the only reason they broke through was because Jaina came in and saved them at the last second. Afterwards, she successfully trapped all of the major Alliance leaders in a room and would have killed them if, again, it wasn't for Jaina teleporting them out of there and then saving them at the last second. She may have done a lot of morally questionable things to achieve her victories, but her results are there to see. There's a reason she's a fan-favorite character. She's interesting, gets results, and is proactive in her story rather than reactive. That's why a compelling villain is interesting to watch. A villain, by their very nature, is trying to bring change to the world and requires a very proactive effort in order to bring about that change, which opens up a lot of character moments as they go out into the world and try to get things done. Whereas a hero can only ever react to bad things happening and is more limited in scope. Not to say Sylvanas is entirely a villain though. she's pretty justified in her distrust of the Alliance, a point even Sourfang had to agree with her on. The Alliance has proved on multiple occasions that they act with aggression without provocation. They're not the beacons of peace and tranquility Alliance players like to make them out to be. Both the times the Blood Elves tried to rejoin the Alliance, they were betrayed or pushed aside. The Goblins were gunned down and left stranded on an island while trying to flee their homeland that was destroyed during the Cataclysm. The Alliance attacked a Tauren town full of innocent civilians merely to get a foothold in Horde territory. Gen Greymane defied orders and started a war with the Forsaken in Stormheim by attacking them. And of course, after first becoming a Forsaken, Sylvanas, along with her people, were hunted down and killed by the Alliance. All this to say, Sylvanas is entirely justified in her war against the Alliance. There are countries and cultures in the real world that still hold grudges over things that happened to them hundreds or sometimes thousands of years ago by a group of people. And the bad things the Alliance have done to the Forsaken aren't even that long ago. And one of the go-to arguments I hear against Sylvanas is that the Alliance is willing to make peace now. So she's just being a warmonger for the sake of it. Which brings up the old case of intentions versus actions. People judge themselves based on their intentions, and others based on their actions. We all know that Anduin's intentions about making peace with the Horde were real, but the past actions of the Alliance tell a different tale. Sylvanas isn't judging Anduin and the Alliance based on their intentions, she's doing it based on their past actions. She's entirely justified in her reasoning, a fact that even Sourfang agreed with. So, how does this all relate to Sourfang? Well, Sourfang went along with Sylvanas' plan until she decided to burn the tree. He was fine with killing Malfurion to destroy the hope of the Night Elves, and in fact, he's the one who came up with the plan to use a whole bunch of rogues to assassinate all of the Sentinels in Ashenvale. Within a day, Sourfang began to reveal the true plan, but only to those who would execute the first strike. It took a long time to brief large numbers of rogues in any plan. These were not individuals who liked crowds or lectures, so he had to do it 2 at a time. And he planned most of the invasion that led up to Teldrassil, but then pulled out at the last second because he did a dishonorable blow. This was a dishonorable blow? Now, this is where his sense of honor starts to be a little shaky. Remember that Sourfang is the one who came up with the plan to hire rogues to attack the Night Elves' towns before they had a chance to defend themselves or retaliate. None of those attacks really involved facing the opponent in open battle, since 99% of those were surprise attacks. Sourfang attacking Malfurion in the middle of battle while facing off against his commander? Well, there's nothing dishonorable about that. Even when Tyrande came to save Malfurion, she asked why Sourfang spared his life, to which he replied that he struck without honor and didn't deserve to kill him. Tyrande then chastised Sourfang about this, and told him he was stupid, but thankful for not killing her husband. And since one of the big reasons they were even invading Teldrassil was to kill Malfurion, Sylvanas ordered the burning of the tree, something she wouldn't have done if Malfurion had died. And it's not like the Alliance are shy about invading a city to kill a major leader either. Just look at Dazara lore. To quote the passage by Sylvanas in the short story A Good War, "This battle was not about a piece of land. Even Sourfang knew that. Taking the World Tree was a way to inflict a wound that could never heal. Losing their homes and their leaders would have ended the Kaldorei as a nation, if not a people. Even the loss of one leader would have been enough to create a tide of despair. The wounds of this battle would have bled, festered, decayed, and rotted the Alliance from the inside out. Anduin Wrynn would have lashed out in a final, desperate war, looking for a miracle because only a miracle would have saved them. But a miracle already had. A miracle granted by the honorable hand of a foolish old orc, and an overconfident war chief, best to lay blame where it belonged. This was her mistake as much as Sourfang's. This conquest of Darnassus would have rattled the Kaldorei people. They would have grieved for their lost, feared for their imprisoned, and trembled at the thought of the Horde ransacking their homes. But they would not fall to despair. Not anymore. Malfurion's impossible survival would give them hope. Their wound would heal. What Sourfang did here kind of made no sense, and that's because Orcish honor doesn't really make any sense. So let's talk about Orcish honor. What even is it? Orcish honor could be best described by their war cry, Loktar Ogar, which roughly translates to victory or death. The main mantra of the Horde is blood and honor, with honor being the thing they hold above everything else. to honor one's clan, to honor yourself, two things drilled into every orc since birth. And since honor places such a large role in orcish society, it's kind of a surprise that there is no consistent definition of it amongst orcs' clans. What honor is to an orc changes depending on what clan you're in, or at what point you existed in the Horde, as ever since the Horde changed hands from different clans, they also changed the definition of what honor meant. To the Frostwolf clan, honor is pretty consistent with some real-world definitions of honor, where they would respect their elders and fellow clan members, and treat other people with decency in the same way that they would want to be treated, and to also protect their clan while not forsaking their code of conduct, which is generally to be decent people. The Warsong clan has a more Spartan definition of honor, where strength is king and whatever is honorable is decided by whoever is the strongest. The weakest of one contaminates the strength of the all in their eyes, and to this end, they exile people that forsake their honor and drown their infants who aren't born strong enough. The Blackrock clan, the one Sourfang's from, has a code of honor very similar to the Warsong clan, except they also valued blacksmithing and mining in addition to military strength. The Blackrock clan was the most prominent clan in the original wars on Azeroth, as both the first and second war chiefs of the Horde were Blackrock orc members, and they were the first clan to learn how to use fel magic by the Legion. So for most of the orcish clans, besides the Frostwolf clan, honor to them was basically blood and glory. To win was honorable, and to lose was dishonorable. That is to say, there is no real definition of what it is. Honor basically is just whatever each orc thinks it is. When Thrall reformed the Horde, his definition of honor was pretty in line with the Frostwolf clan, except he extended his value of honor to include all races and not just orcs. It was basically his only difference. So exactly which of these codes of honor does Sourfang subscribe to? Luckily, we don't need to guess, as thanks to Sourfang's extensive involvement in WoW lore throughout the years, we have a quote from him directly. An orc, a true orc warrior, wishes for one thing: to die in the glory of battle against a hated enemy. His other quotes basically just talk about how you should never forsake your honor, but the quote I just read is a pretty good summation of what ideals Sourfang has. His idea of honor is a more battle-oriented one that wishes for death on the battlefield, something that Sourfang thinks a lot about in the Good War short story. He's been through so many wars and has always come out alive, where many other people have died, and he's kind of envious that they got to die in battle. As a young orc, he had expected a quick, honorable death in battle. These days, he wondered if he was cursed to outlive everyone. Sourfang is obsessed with his honorable death, and before the battle for Lordaeron begins, he decides to basically commit suicide by walking into the Alliance army by himself. Because in his mind, it would be an honorable death, as he would, technically, die on the battlefield. To which point, good old Zappy Boy comes in and basically talks some sense into him. That, no, dying pointlessly isn't honorable, it's just selfish, and you need to do something to earn an honorable death. So later on, Sourfang compromises, and decides to get his honorable death by buying time for the Horde to retreat, and faces the Alliance army on his own. Sylvanas tells him this is stupid, but lets him do it anyway because she is very aware of his suicidal tendencies and even mocks him for it. But it doesn't stop there. Sourfang's sense of honor does extend to other things besides dying in battle. He also decides that something is honorable randomly when he feels like it. Take this quote from A Good War. He stood and brushed the dirt off his armor, shrugging away his aches and pains. Malfurion would recover, and when he returned to battle, he would make the Horde pay in blood. Sourfang was certain of it. Still, a great burden had been lifted from his soul. It felt right that Malfurion had survived. It felt honorable. Since Sourfang's sense of honor is arbitrary, and something he makes up on the spot, that means Sourfang basically just does whatever he wants, and whatever he wants to do is honorable. Whatever he doesn't like is dishonorable, which means his sense of honor literally means nothing. It's just using the word honor to justify his feelings. You know who else had a huge sense of orcish honor? Let me show you this little scene from the Siege of Orgrimmar.
Ha! Do you remember nothing of honor, of glory on a battlefield? You who would parley with the humans, who allowed warlocks to practice their dark magics right under our feet. You are weak. We are the Orcish Horde, the true Horde. We die bloody and thrashing on the field of battle, like true orcs should. You are an orc no longer, and speak for none but yourself. You betrayed our people to forge your fragile alliances, and I will take great pleasure in tearing them apart.
Garrosh did everything under his own assumption of what orcish honor meant. In his mind, everything he did was honorable, and he had every right to try to take over the world and force orc supremacy, because it was the honorable thing to do by his standards. Garrosh even chastised Thrall for not having enough honor. What Garrosh is acting on and assessing as being honorable is almost no different from what Sourfang does. They both arbitrarily decide what honor means to them, and then push this belief on everyone else. If Sourfang is considered honorable, then so is Garrosh. And if Garrosh is considered honorable, then honor means nothing. Or does it? You might be thinking I'm just harping on the technical definition of the word honor, and there is a point for that. What honor really means to an orc is their personal ideology. An ideology is a collection of beliefs and values that a person holds purely for reasons that make sense to them. Garrosh's ideology was orc supremacy and to crush his enemies beneath his feet. So he attributed this to his orcish honor, and anyone who didn't agree with his ideology didn't have honor. Sourfang's ideology is to die in battle against a hated enemy. So anyone who doesn't subscribe to these ideologies doesn't have honor. Except Sourfang will randomly add stuff to a sense of honor, or not randomly. Generally, if something is morally on the good side, that can be attributed to his honor. But it's not so cut and dry. It's more complicated than that, and I think that's kind of what makes Sourfang an interesting character. He's not simple. He is not fully morally good. He has flaws and makes mistakes, which makes for interesting character stories. Nobody likes a character who's a goody two-shoes and perfect in every way and never does anything wrong, and that's definitely not Sourfang. But I see a lot of people who are on Sourfang's side against Sylvanas' horde that champion his sense of honor as if it means something, and like to say things like, Sourfang will bring honor back to the horde, which to me is such a nonsense statement. But I do understand what they're getting at. They mean it in a way that they agree with Sourfang's ideology over Sylvanas'. So let's go over Sylvanas and Sourfang's ideology when it comes to the horde. For one, they both care about the horde, if for different reasons. They both agree that the Alliance are not perfect beacons of peace. They both agree on waging war against Teldrassil. Now, the point in which they disagree is how far they're willing to go for these ends. Sourfang was fine with marching through Ashenvale and Darkshore and killing all of the enemy soldiers in his path, and was even thought of the idea of using rogues to kill a large portion of those soldiers before the war even officially started. Sourfang was fine with fighting the Alliance's army in defense of Lordaeron, but wasn't okay with Sylvanas' plague. And that's where Sylvanas and Sourfang have this little exchange.
I had to see it for myself. Was this your plan all along? Is this how you meant to achieve victory? This honorless travesty?
Honor means nothing to a corpse, Sourfang. You have the luxury of underestimating death, but it is something with which I am intimately familiar. Maybe you don't care if your people die so long as it's honorable, but to me, this horde is worth saving. Anyone who disagrees does not deserve to stand among us.
By Sourfang's ideology, he would rather let the horde die if it meant being honorable, and Sylvanas is willing to do anything to win. And this is the crux of their differences. They both agree on the same goals, but disagree with the methods used to accomplish those goals. And Sylvanas did try to do things Sourfang's way, but he ruined things for himself. If you want your enemies to bleed to death, you inflict a wound that cannot heal. That is why I need you to make the plan, High Overlord, Sylvanas said. The moment our strike begins, there will be no turning back. We can divide the Alliance only if the war to conquer Darnassus does not unite them against us. That only happens if the Horde wins an honorable victory. And I am not blind. The Horde does not trust me to wage war that way. When Sourfang failed Sylvanas by sparing Malfurion because of his vapid sense of honor, She had no choice but to take things into her own hands, which did not sit well with Sourfang at all. If Sourfang just stuck to his plan, Sylvanas never would have burned the tree down. And Sourfang knows this, and that's why he tried to kill himself. Sourfang isn't honorable, he's selfish. He does things to feel good about himself, and to have a chance at dying in battle. And I think it's these character traits that make him an interesting character, and a good foil to Sylvanas' no-nonsense attitude. And considering Blizzard's 2 full cinematics centered around Sourfang, it's a pretty good indication of which side of this ideological battle will win out in the end. But also with the way Blizzard is allowing Horde players to make a choice to side with Sylvanas or Sourfang, does kind of throw that prediction into the air a little bit. Sourfang is not honorable, and that's okay. 10-man raiding had its first start in Karazhan back in the Burning Crusade. It was incredibly popular amount of people to bring to a raid, and it made Karazhan very accessible. Later on, they went with a 25-man as a default, and then a Wrath of the Lich King created 10 and 25-man versions of all raids. However, the 25-man mode was always the real version, and 10-man was just kinda playing second fiddle to the actual raiding. In TOC, Blizzard added heroic 10-man modes, which they carried over to ICC, and they were pretty popular. People liked the 10-man version was actually difficult rather than the easy mode. And since Blizzard was adding different difficulties of raids in Cataclysm, they tried something new. They made it so the 10-man heroic and 25-man heroic would drop equal item level gear. The 25-man mode would just drop more of it. And this essentially meant that the 10-man version was legitimate endgame content now, and you could completely ignore the 25-man mode if you wanted, because you can get just as geared as higher player count mode, while also completing difficult bosses. The 25-man version was always thought of as more difficult than the 10-man version, so that's usually the version which would be counted for World First races, but they would still also report on the 10-man heroic first kills as well. At the end of Cataclysm, they added LFR, and in Mist of Pandaria, they added the Flex mode, as well as changing heroic to mythic and swapping the names of all the modes around. And at the very end of the expansion with the launch of Warlords of Draenor, Blizzard decided to end 10-man heroics, now called mythics, and instead just made the hardest difficulty be 20-man only, but the new normal and heroic modes could now field 10 to 30 players, and the boss encounters would scale based on how many players you had in your raid group. So with all of this changing around of the modes, what they essentially did was just remove 10-man mythics from the game, and then lowered 25-man mythics down to 20. And ever since then, this has kind of been the end of small raid groups being able to complete competitive content. Now, if you want to do cutting-end raids, you have no choice but to get 20 people together in order to get any kind of attempts in. You see, at the end of Mist of Pandaria, people were really taking advantage of just how gimmicky you could do fights with only 10 people. The world first mythic 10-man version of Garrosh was healed by a single holy priest, and in fact a lot of fights were healed with just one healer, because they would min-max their characters in a way where they didn't really need more healers. Generally, 10-man modes were balanced around having 3 of them, but you'd regularly go down to 2 healers on non-healing intensive fights, and healing them with 1 healer was not supposed to be possible, especially not on the end boss of the hardest raid of the current difficulty. So it was really hard for Blizzard to balance the encounters around only 10 people, because of how different so many classes are and what they can bring to a raid. And this was in Mist of Pandaria when classes were the most homogenized they've ever been in the game's history. Although that probably also contributed to them being able to do stuff like only bringing 1 healer or 5 mages as all their DPS. At the BlizzCon panel for Warlords of Draenor, about 1/4 of the questions asked in their Q&As were just to revert the change of 20-man mythic so they could keep doing it with 10 people.
My question goes on to 10-man raiding.
So I'm in a 10-man guild that does heroic content on 2 nights a week, and I'm in for some big changes.
Features like normal and heroic mode raiding will be available cross-realm. That being said...
Hi, I'm Palthus from Mal'Ganis. Right now there are 7 times as many guilds that have killed Garrosh on 10-man as opposed to 25. Behind every one of those guilds is a unique culture, leadership, and style. By going to a 20-man raid, you're completely changing that. And what are you gonna do to provide content for people that want to raid hardcore as a 10-man, as a small group?
I mean,
This is something that we've addressed. The reality is that moving forward, we have to make the decision. Do we want to support multiple different difficulties separately, only at this highest level, or do we want to streamline the system going forward? And our answer is that we have settled on 20-player content. And I completely understand that it is a difficult challenge and it's going to be a difficult adjustment to make, and that many people may be unable to make that adjustment, and that is unfortunate. But there is awesome content waiting for you at the end of the tunnel, and we ask that you bear with us and come with us on that trip, because we think it's going to be awesome when we get there. But I do apologize.
You could also get really slow computers and just play heroic.
But Blizzard just brushed off all their concerns and just told them it's easier for them to balance it around 20 people, so they're just gonna go with this, and it will be better for the long-term health of the game. Here's the thing though, 10-man mythic raiding was infinitely more popular than 25-man. The participation rate in 10-man was so high that it was incredibly common for many servers to not have a single 25-man mythic raid team that would clear the current content before the next patch came out, as even the most dead servers could field a 10-man mythic raid team. And there was lots of competition at that more casual level, where the vast majority of WoW players occupy. So if 10-man raiding was so much more popular than 25-man, why did they decide to go 20-man as a default? Well, it's a combination of balance and encounter design. The 10-man mythic modes were just straight up easier than 25-mans. No one at the top level who competed for world first races took the 10-man race seriously, even if they were reported on rather seriously at the time. Everyone knew that the real race was in the 25-man modes, and that's where they would dedicate most of their time and effort. Although some of the top guilds did take 10-man seriously to an extent, and would do them almost exclusively, with Paragon being one of the most notable, as their guild got a ton of world first kills under their belt, and converted completely to 10-mans in Mist of Pandaria. Although even they admitted that they would rather do 25-man, but they didn't have a roster in order to support that. So they were kind of forced into doing 10-man onlys, and they kind of disbanded once they could no longer do that. Because part of the popularity of the 10-man mode was that it was way easier to get a roster of 10 good people and keep them together than it was to keep a roster of 25. Jeff Bezos is said to have a philosophy where work teams should not be bigger than what could be supported with 2 boxes of pizza at a party. And the average pizza has about 8 slices, which means less than 16 people. He says small groups just work together much better and it's harder to manage bigger ones, which is definitely true when it comes to World of Warcraft raiding as well. Although encounter difficulty was even more ridiculous once you got hyper-competitive players min-maxing every single little thing of a 10-man encounter, which were usually balanced after they did the 25-man modes, since they would usually just scale down encounters rather than design something for 10-man, except for 1 or 2 fights per raid where they would design those around 10-man exclusively and then scale them up, and they were actually balanced appropriately for World First Raiders. So a lot of people who took 10-man Mythic seriously would have really sacky comps, like only running and stacking whatever the best class or utility was during that expansion, like maybe just bringing 5 hunters or 5 mages, and bringing the least amount of healers possible so they can have more DPS. In fact, there were some competitive 10-man teams that tried to bring no healers, and some of those teams actually had some success. That's just the level of craziness people were trying in the 10-man modes, where Blizzard really wants people to bring a mix of everything to a fight. That's why they give a whole bunch of buffs to different classes in order to encourage you to bring a priest for fortitude, a demon hunter for debuffs, a warrior for their shouts, a warlock for their further utility, and etc, etc. And since Blizzard was just designing their fights for the 25-man modes anyway, and then just scaling them down afterwards, it obviously made sense for them to pick 20-man as their new default hardest difficulty, rather than the mode that they bounced around as an afterthought. Because it was just more fun for them to throw everything at the wall because they knew a 20-man roster could realistically bring something that was needed for a particular fight. Like if they absolutely needed a warlock to have gateway in order to avoid the spikes in Painsmith, for example. So because Blizzard was designing them for the 25-mans anyway, and they didn't like how many shenanigans the world's first 10-player mythic groups were getting into, it was kind of a no-brainer for them just to remove that mode and go into 25-man, like they all wanted to design for anyway. And that's pretty much why 10-man raiding died. No one at the competitive level took it seriously, and it was just the fun mode full of jank. However, that doesn't really disregard the fact that 10-man raiding was very popular, since it was mostly popular because it was just easier to do than the 25-man. But that doesn't mean you should throw it out either. If Blizzard were to convert the 20-man mythics today into 10-mans, they would be horribly unbalanced because the game is just not designed around that. But they could attempt to fix a lot of those problems by just removing class-specific buffs. A priest doesn't need to give fortitude, they can just give everyone 5% more health baseline, You don't need a monk or demon hunter to give debuffs to a boss, just lower the boss's health by 10%. The Warlock's portals are definitely a lot harder to just fix easily, but so was Bloodlust for the longest time. The way they fixed that was just by giving it to other classes and having it on a consumable. If they just made an item that you can place down and it would simulate the portal, well, there you go. Create items which can just simulate the buffs if you really want them to stay in the game, like they used to have anyway before they removed them for some reason. If they really wanted mechanics to require certain classes with immunities, just give more immunities to more characters. I remember in Legion they took away the 90% damage reduction of dispersion from Shadow Priests because they didn't feel like they should have a quasi-immunity while also being able to do lots of damage. If a fight is so easy that you can heal it with one player, maybe they could design the fights around 10 people instead of scaling it down from 20 from the get-go. What I'm trying to say is there are fixes to all the problems that they had, they just don't want to fix them. For the combined reason that they prefer the bigger raid sizes to design around anyway, and also the community of World First Raiders didn't take it seriously. Which really reminds me of Heroes of the Storm, Blizzard's MOBA game which ultimately failed and is now maintenance mode. When it first launched, it was trying to compete with two pre-established, very popular MOBAs, and Heroes of the Storm was able to stand out a bit by having incredibly unique characters that just could not exist in the other two games, like Murky, Cho'Gall, or Abathur. Cho'Gall literally requires two players working together in order to control a single character, and Abathur is only slightly stronger than a minion, and basically contributes to the fight by sitting in base all game and just providing buffs, while his slugs slowly push every 15 seconds. And these three characters were incredibly popular in the game and very well loved. So what Blizzard did was just never try anything like this ever again, because they wanted it to become an esport, and these kinds of characters cause problems in competitive environments. After Cho'Gall, I believe, Blizzard only ever released heroes that could compete in the meta without any jank, before putting the game in maintenance mode. They could have easily just made Heroes of the Storm the fun MOBA to play, but I don't think they want that. I think one of the core philosophies of some of the developers there is for their games to have a competitive scene. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, as Nintendo does the complete opposite with Super Smash Bros. They hate that people take that game seriously and try to make it as casual as possible. It's just on the pendulum scale of where Blizzard leans, I think they would rather if all their games had a competitive scene, and definitely make that a priority as well. And since 10-man raiding is kind of on the scale of casual, it makes sense why they would drop it based on their philosophies. Even if I think they really should not have and should bring it back. In the same way, I wish they would make more creative characters like Cho'Gall or Abathur in Heroes of the Storm. And here's the funny thing about WoW when it comes to catering to the casual player base. They actually stood out in vanilla WoW because they were the only MMO to cater to the casual player. In fact, MMO players at the time thought of WoW as the baby game because it didn't even de-level your player if you died too many times. And current WoW is still incredibly casually friendly. In fact, all of the other difficulties of raids are very friendly towards casual guilds. They just want there to be a hard mode to exist only for the most hardcore players. Which is a nice carrot on the stick for people playing the game, as they know they can always just join a Mythic guild if they want to do the hardest content, but they don't have to. And if the current system works, and has been the one they've been using for the past 4 expansions, doesn't that mean there's no reason to try to make a 10-man mode Mythic now? Personally, I don't think so. For them to implement 10-man Mythics, that would require more work on their part to try to make the mode not a cakewalk for competitive players. But currently, Mythics are already a cakewalk for competitive players after the first month, as Blizzard regularly nerfs encounters after World Firsts are achieved anyway. Take the current Mythic Sylvanas for example. He was incredibly difficult in a finely tuned fight within the first week or two. However, the version that guilds are working on today is just straight up an easier encounter than what existed during that first week. For just a multitude of reasons, including just the availability of gear and buffs to certain classes and specs and equipment that were put out over time. Current Mythics are only hard for the first few weeks, then it's kind of a joke to the competitive community. So, if the current version is already a cakewalk to competitive players after only a few weeks, and many non-first world raids have a lot of fun progressing on those fights anyway, even though they're vastly easier than they were in the first 2 weeks, what exactly is wrong with 10-man versions being the exact same? They'll basically be easier than the 20-mans from the get-go, sure, but I'm failing to see how that's exactly a problem. It would require them to balance the game around them again, but just because that's difficult doesn't mean it shouldn't be tried. If Blizzard wants to create fights with knowing they can realistically have one of every spec in there, then they just need to go the Bloodlust route and just give more options to more classes. I think Blizzard cares about class homogenization more than the players actually do, as how many shamans are really upset that the mage can use Bloodlust instead of them? And as a priest main, I don't even like giving powered fortitude to people. I would be 100% fine if they just removed it from the game, or just turned it into ability which wasn't a buff you used once before a fight. So, in conclusion, 10-man mythic raiding is currently not possible at all with the way the game is designed, and would take some real work on the developer's part in order to make it ready. But seeing as Blizzard and the competitive community prefer the bigger raid sizes, this is probably not going to happen, even though 10-man mythics were the more popular version back when they existed for 2 expansions. How did Sylvanas wipe out the Lich King and his army? In this video, we'll explain the lore you may have missed leading up to this cinematic, and why Sylvanas was seemingly able to pull off these feats of strength out of nowhere. You see, throughout all of BFA, and even Legion to an extent, one of the biggest criticisms about Sylvanas was that we didn't actually know what she was doing the entire time. She became the War Chief in Legion and then kind of only did stuff in one of the leveling zones, and then wasn't really seen again. And in BFA, we constantly have to report to her, especially if you're a Sylvanas loyalist, and she's very cryptic about what her ultimate plan is, but very obviously has a plan. She just never told anyone what it was. And so far, with the reveal of the Shadowlands cinematic, we still don't know what her ultimate plan is, but we have a much better idea what it could possibly be, based on all the little nuggets of information we've been given throughout the last 2 expansions. Or this could even go as far back as Wrath of the Lich King. Probably not. Blizzard said this story has ties all the way back to the end of Wrath, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's more likely that they retconned things to fit in with this new narrative that they thought up in Legion. So at the end of Wrath of the Lich King, Sylvanas killed herself by jumping off the top of Icecrown Citadel, impaling herself into the Serenite spikes below, which I thought during the Shadowlands cinematic, when Bolvar psychically picked up Serenite spikes and threw them at Sylvanas, was a really nice nod to Sylvanas' suicide. And after she killed herself, she found herself in hell and thought it was a terrible place. And the Valkyrie found her there and she made a bargain with them, and she came back to life. That was basically the end of the story. However, they retconned that to the point where she probably met the jailer during this time as well, and then made the deal with him there. But we don't know exactly what kind of deal she made, because she obviously didn't get her power yet at this point. Because you see, immediately following this, the next time we have Sylvanas' lore is in the Silverpine Forest quest chain, and at the end of the quest chain, she gets shot in the back of the head by Vincent Godfrey. And if she was the super powerful version that was fighting Bolvar in the cinematic, this would have never happened to her. Because this did kill her, and she had to be raised by the Valkyrie, who gave their lives in the process to bring her back. And this event was never really too suspicious, because most of the faction leaders in Warcraft could be killed if they got shot in the back of the head with a pistol. Now, Sylvanas is involved in the story here and there before Legion. During Mists of Pandaria, she helped in the rebellion with Garrosh, and even planned with her sister Varisa to kill Garrosh in prison, before her sister abandoned the plan at the last second. Then in Legion, she gets turned into the War Chief after Vol'jin dies at the Broken Shore, and then goes to Stormheim to look for some magical lamp. And during the Stormheim adventures, players have to run around and kind of find Sylvanas, and they only ever catch glimpses of her until the very end, where you basically watch her try to subjugate the Prime Valkyrie, and then Genn Greymane comes in and ruins her time. And you're led to believe that her entire plan throughout Stormheim was just finding that lamp and finding the location of the Valkyrie with the perfect opportunity to enslave her. That way they would have an unlimited amount of reses for the Forsaken, instead of the limited amount they had with the few Valkyrie that served Sylvanas. And during the fight, Genn Greymane doesn't exactly win, but he is putting up a very good fight against Sylvanas. And Genn Greymane in lore isn't that much stronger than the average Worgen. However, Worgen are supposed to be pretty darn strong, as they themselves are a forbidden druid form that was said to be one of the strongest. And as a feat of strength, in the short story Elegy, Genn Greymane is looking for his wife in the burning city of Darnassus, and finds her under a heavy stone that a couple of Night Elves were trying to free her from. Genn sprang toward them, fear and fury whirling together in a maelstrom of strength, unlike any he had felt. He lifted the huge chunk of stone as if it were a piece of furniture, no heavier than one of those hideous end tables Mia loved so much, the ones they'd left to rot in Gilneas. Being able to lift that stone as effortlessly as he did proves that Genn is a pretty strong character, much stronger than average, and he knew he couldn't kill Sylvanas. Also, in this same novel, an Alliance character mentions a fact about her strength. One of the druids in Ashenvale had this to say about Sylvanas after seeing the Horde army marching into Ashenvale from the sky while he was in his druid bird form. He amended the thought to a certainty. Of course, she would be there. Her arrogance would not permit anyone else to take the glory. Besides, Sylvanas Windrunner was arguably the most powerful member of the Horde. And then in the novels leading up to Legion, particularly with A Good War, and with the Battle for Azeroth opening cinematic, we see Sylvanas being a tier higher in power than she's been shown in game before. In the cinematic, she destroys a siege machine and then kills a group of aligned soldiers with a Banshee scream, reminiscent of her Warcraft 3 days. During the Before the Storm book, when Sylvanas and Anduin meet up face to face before the exchange in the Arathi Highlands, Anduin notes in an internal monologue that Sylvanas could kill him with a single scream. Anduin did not need Charlemagne or even the more familiar mace, Fearbreaker. His weapon was the light. And of course, Sylvanas was deadly enough without a bow. All she needed to do was open her mouth and utter a wail, and he would perish. So he was in danger meeting her face to face like this. During A Good War, Sylvanas and Saurfang have a plan to invade Teldrassil and kill Malfurion. And the plan was always to have Sylvanas be the person to kill Malfurion, since they knew they wouldn't be able to do it basically any other way, as he's too strong for a normal soldier to fight him, or even a small squadron to fight him, and he's too smart to try to fight an entire army by himself. So he would just run away. And during the entire short story, Sylvanas is flying through the trees basically chasing after Malfurion. There's a particular scene in the book in which Malfurion is able to successfully set up a trap and hide in the middle of a town that the Horde had just occupied in order to attempt to kill Saurfang. And I'll read you out that section from the book to give you a really good indication of how strong Malfurion is, especially in comparison to Saurfang. He turned and flung himself back into the inn. An instant later, the ground shook as Malfurion's Stormrage landed where he had been standing. This is the end, Saurfang thought. As the sounds of chaos rose outside, the inn darkened. Malfurion's Stormrage stepped through the doorway, eyes fixed on Saurfang. 3 of the High Overlord's advisors charged him. "Stop!" Saurfang shouted. Malfurion moved, and the metallic claws strapped to his wrist made short work of the 2 orcs and the Blood Elf. He stepped forward, over their bodies. Morka grabbed Saurfang by the shoulder. "Run, High Overlord," she said. "We will give you time." No, they wouldn't. No more than a heartbeat. It was time to die with honor. "Take the maps," he whispered. "Get them to the War Chief." Malfurion Stormrage, I challenge you to Mak'gora. The word sounded bizarre to his own ears. What use did a Night Elf have for an orcish duel to the death? It didn't matter. Malfurion was here for Saurfang. He would not pursue a bunch of advisors. Malfurion's eyes did not leave Saurfang's. "A duel, Saurfang?" he asked in a soft voice, soft like the eye of a storm, like the freshly dug soil of a grave. The Archdruid stepped forward calmly to where Saurfang waited. "Do you think I care in the slightest for a duel?" "You can run, if you're afraid," Saurfang said. He was buying time, that was all. The only victory Saurfang could hope for was for the latest Horde troop movements to be delivered to Sylvanas' hand so the battle might continue. "Or fight me, and see if I will fall." Malfurion said nothing. He raised his arms, the inn trembled. The wooden floors and ceilings creaked and groaned. When pieces of the inn started to fall around the orc's head, he accepted his death. Against a creature like Stormrage, there was no dishonor and failure. Saurfang simply had to meet his end without surrender. A sudden blast knocked him from his feet, dazing him. Saurfang closed his eyes. "It is done." His hands went numb, tingling from the dark power that roared through the ruins of the inn. Dark power? Saurfang opened his eyes. Malfurion was not looking at him. His arms were crossed in front of his face as an arrow, wreathed in the shade of a violet smoke, exploded just before him. Emerald light rose against the darkness, and Malfurion charged to fight Sylvanas Windrunner, who had another arrow knocked and drawn at point-blank range. Saurfang would have leapt to his feet, but his legs wouldn't obey his commands. The inn collapsed on top of him, and he was surrounded by darkness and pain. But he wasn't dead. Not yet. Then, later on, Nathanos digs Saurfang out of the collapsed inn, and says this little bit of dialogue before that. If nothing else, the ungrateful masses of the Horde will finally give the War Chief the respect she has earned. Over and over again, Malfurion had come to crush groups of Horde, and she had intervened. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives had been saved because of her. This little passage does a good job of showing just how strong Malfurion is, where Saurfang thought he was so outmatched that he didn't even entertain the possibility that he could possibly win. and Malfurion killed 3 soldiers in an instant while staring at Saurfang the entire time. And Malfurion was constantly running away from Sylvanas whenever she showed up to fight him. And she also showed up to save Saurfang at the last second, which gives a really good indication of how strong Sylvanas is if she was chasing Malfurion away the entire time during the war. And when Malfurion and Sylvanas have a final battle, she is on the losing side of it, but only barely. And only because she was fighting Malfurion in his home field advantage in the middle of a forest. Nothing is more powerful than an Archdruid in the forest. And alone with seemingly no backup, as she had to chase him down to even get the fight. With everything stacked against her in the fight, it was close enough to the point where Saurfang was able to intervene and help by throwing his axe into Malfurion's back. It only took minor intervention from an above-average soldier like Saurfang to turn the tides in Sylvanas' favor. Even in-game, they show little nuggets of her power, as during the War of the Thorns pre-expansion quest, when Malfurion summons the Wisp Wall to kill anyone who tries to cross through it, Sylvanas is able to single-handedly open up a small pocket using only her innate power, to allow a small squadron of soldiers to pass through. So when Saurfang challenged Sylvanas to Mak'gara, you can understand why Thrall immediately told Saurfang that he would die in the battle, and why Saurfang did not disagree with him. So during the battle, when Sylvanas easily beats him and taunts him the entire time, it wasn't really a surprise to anyone who had read the stories. Someone who was flying around the forest chasing down someone like Malfurion could obviously very easily defeat Saurfang in a one-on-one combat. But then at the end of the fight, she blasts Saurfang with basically a Kamehameha of shadow energy, something that she hadn't done before, and something that Lorthamar mentioned he'd never seen her do before, and wasn't even sure what kind of magic it was, which is a pretty big deal for the leader of the Blood Elves, who are all about magic. So when she faces off against Bolvar, we find out that she had gotten even stronger since her time before Teldrassil, and Bolvar himself is no pushover. He's no Arthas the Lich King, mind you. Arthas was way stronger than Bolvar, particularly because he had the Frostmourne, and Bolvar kind of gave away the last fragments of Frostmourne to Frost Death Knights and Legion, as they used those to create their artifact weapon. And the power of the Lich King was always in how strong their army was, and not really the power level of the Lich King himself. I forget where it was said, but it was in an interview or some kind of Q&A, where Blizzard basically said that individually, the Thunder King was stronger than the Lich King Arthas, but that if the two of their armies would fight each other, Arthas would come out on top. And Bolvar did have his undead army with him, it's just Sylvanas kind of took them all out off screen, and then had a one-on-one fight with Bolvar himself. And even then, she didn't really kill him, she just kind of constrained him with her new dark magic. And they did foreshadow this new power level beforehand. They showed her making dark deals in Stormhigh, the details of which were never told. They showed her making deals throughout BFA, stuff with Xal'atath, Ashara, Ashvane, and we never learned the exact details of any of those things. All of those deals were made off screen, and we were simply made aware that there was something going on. We saw her flying through the trees chasing down Malfurion and fighting him as an equal. And we saw Malfurion killing groups of Horde soldiers by himself, which establishes a pretty decent baseline power level, as there were many more moments of Malfurion just killing groups of Horde soldiers by himself that I didn't read in this video. We saw her blast Saurfang with a stream of dark energy, and then we had important magic people comment on how powerful she had grown. And all of this was laid out before the Shadowlands cinematic came out, so it should be very obvious to anyone who had been following Bolvar and Sylvanas' story that it's not a surprise for Sylvanas to come out on top in that battle. But the average WoW player barely reads quest texts in-game, so of course all of this would have come as a shock. People assume Bolvar is literally as strong as Arthas the Lich King, who was sought out to be the champion by Ner'zhul because of his gifts in combat, and he still had Frostmourne with him. So, of course, if you assumed Bolvar had the exact same levels of power as Arthas at full power, and you assume Sylvanas was still as strong as she was when she got shot in the back of the head at the start of Cataclysm, then I can totally see why you'd be upset by the cinematic. Blizzard has actually done a pretty good job of setting everything up. It's just you kind of have to seek this stuff out in order to learn all this background information. So unless Blizzard is super obvious about their lore, and basically yells their characters' main motivations and power levels at the top of their lungs during a main cinematic, most people won't know what's going on. But that would be a symptom of bad writing, and it's a good thing Blizzard doesn't do that very much. They're a little bit more subtle than that. Occasionally they'll do just that though, because they know who their player base is. And with things we've learned at BlizzCon and during developer interviews, we basically learned that they soft retconned the Helm of Domination in Frostmourne to be more powerful than they were originally. You see, in the original lore, Kil'jaeden basically created the Helm of Domination in Frostmourne and just gave it to the Dreadlords to prime Azeroth for a Legion invasion. And the Scourge was kind of like an appetizer for the main dish, which was the Legion coming in. So what they did was change it so those two things were actually artifacts that were recovered from the Shadowlands by the Legion. It doesn't really change established lore, as these two things were never really given too much lore in the first place about their origins. It just kind of retroactively makes them more important, and people already thought they were super important to begin with anyway, so it's a pretty good retcon. And Sylvanas has been growing stronger due to all the deaths during the Fourth War. So after she burned down Tedrassil, after the wars in Zandalar and Kulturas, the people who died to Azshara, and the many more who died to Inzoth, if Sylvanas gains a portion of power based on the amount of people who've died in this timeline, then it's really easy to see why she's gotten as strong as she has. So many people died during the Fourth War that it's now known as the Blood War in-game. But we don't know the exact details to this, or what her ultimate plan is. But then again, she's been doing all kinds of things for the past 2 expansions without us knowing what's going on. So I'm really excited to see, finally, what she's been doing for the past 2 expansions. They've been setting her up very heavily, and seeing the Shadowlands cinematic was a big reveal moment to lore nerds, because the number one complaint about Sylvanas is that we don't know what her plan is, and she's been doing all of this 4D chess stuff for some kind of super secret plan that they gave no indication of what that plan might be. So it was nice to see why she kept everything secret, and it really put a lot of things into perspective, and I thought it was handled pretty well. Let's talk about the big problem with Covenants. Back in Legion, all 12 of the classes in the game had their own order halls, which all provided their own unique stories and experiences, which ultimately provided the same rewards to everyone, besides the artifact weapon itself being different for every single spec. However, the artifact weapon itself was not optional. If you played a Retribution Paladin, you were getting the Ashbringer, and there was no choice to be made. In this system, the order halls and artifacts were basically default class features that you had no choice in, and were just pure additions on top of normal gameplay. The Covenant system is pretty similar, except you actually have choices to make. There's 4 to choose from instead of 12, and you also get to pick the perks you want in addition to picking which story or aesthetic you like the most. Or, that's what most people kind of wish was the case. Herein lies the big problem with the Covenants. The idea of picking which of the 4 you like is based on a whole bunch of factors, of aesthetics, cosmetic items you want to obtain, and what kind of player power you want. With the Order Hall campaigns, you didn't really have a choice in the matter with anything, and some of the Order Halls definitely had way better stories than the other, and some of the artifact abilities were just straight up broken compared to some of the others, which were easily forgettable. For my Disc Priest, I lucked out and got an excellent artifact ability, although the Order Hall campaign kinda sucked. The Priest campaign was one of the weakest of all of them. It definitely wasn't as strong as the Rogue or Death Knight Order Hall campaigns, which were some of the best. And Shadowlands itself is almost an extension of the Death Knight Order Hall campaign. They really lucked out in both of those expansions. However, let's go over the player power. Each of the 12 classes has 4 different abilities they can pick depending on which Covenant they choose, which means there is a grand total of 48 brand new abilities added to the game, a near similar number to the amount of abilities added with artifact abilities. Plus there's the 4 Covenant-specific universal abilities, like the Venthyr Teleport or the Nightface Soul Shape. And with a massive amount of new abilities added to the game, it's pretty reasonable that they're not all equally balanced between each other. Hell, the talent rows are rarely balanced between each other. Although changing frequently between them based on what kind of content you're doing is kind of the point of how different the talents are, which is kind of weird that you're locked into picking a single talent when picking a Covenant. When you pick one of the 4 Covenants, in addition to the universal ability you also get one specific ability that is shared between all of your specs. And then you're locked into that one ability unless you go through the long process that is changing Covenants. It's such a chore to change Covenants that you might do it once or twice a patch, if at all, rather than maybe changing your talents a couple of times a day, depending what kind of content you're doing. So they really want to incentivize never changing your Covenant ability. But just like talents, the usefulness in certain types of content varies greatly. For my Priest, for example, during the first patch of the game, the best Covenant to pick for disc rating was easily the Venthyr Mind Games ability, which is simply a big single target nuke that also prevents a little bit of damage. It combos incredibly well with Spirit Shell and fits so well into the Priest rotation that the class feels like it's missing something if it doesn't have it for raiding. However, it's not the best ability in all types of content. If I were to do high-end Mythic Plus dungeons in an organized group, then you're better off with the Night Fae ability because it allows you to lower the cooldown of your Fire Mage's Combust ability. If I wanted to solo stuff in Torghast, then I would definitely want the Kyrian ability to actually gain some decent AoE damage. And if I want to go Holy Priest and have some extra heals, then I'd probably want to go Necrolord for their AoE heal ability, because the other 3 types don't really mesh well with Holy's playstyle. However, constantly swapping between the 4 abilities isn't really possible, so I had to pick whichever one was best suited to the type of content I cared about the most, which was raid content. So I picked Venthyr for mind games. However, it was a little bit too good, and after some balanced tunings and this newest patch, it's no longer the best pick, so I might have to change my Covenant. Now, I'm no Mythic Raider. Technically, I can just pick any Covenant I want and I'll be fine. But the Venthyr ability was just so much better than everything else at the start of Shadowlands that it just felt silly to pick anything else. It could just be part of my min-max culture from playing World of Warcraft. Kind of a tangent, but I used to run a lot of one-shot D&D games for my Discord, which is a mix of World of Warcraft and Yu-Gi-Oh players, and I can always tell which ones came from the World of Warcraft side of my community based on how much they would min-max their characters in D&D. I don't go absolutely hardcore into min-maxing, but I want to be effective in the type of content that I like the most. And if I were to pick the Covenant based purely on aesthetic, I would have 100% went Night Fae. Ori and the Blind Forest is one of my favorite games of all time, and Ardenwald looks like it takes heavy inspiration from Ori and the Blind Forest, as well as having similar elements to the Feywild from D&D, which I also quite enjoy. In fact, I was 100% ready to just pick Night Fae when Shadowlands launched, until I played with the ability long enough while leveling through the zone that I was thoroughly convinced it wasn't for me. I just straight up don't like the ability at all, and while I do understand it's good for certain types of gameplay, I don't participate in those types of gameplay, and I also just really don't like the ability besides that. I do like the Mind Games ability quite a bit though, so I begrudgingly went Venthyr because it had the ability I wanted to use for my class. And that's one of the biggest problems with Covenants. Like, none of the other arguments even come close. Picking my Covenant of choice came down to a gameplay reason, and I really wish it hadn't. The thing is, I would have been fine if the Night Fae ability was just decent. I would have taken the slight loss of healing or whatever to play my Covenant of choice, but it was so much worse for my type of content that it felt like I'd be missing out just to have a button I would begrudgingly push occasionally. Mind Games is like fresh pizza that you just ordered. The Night Fae ability is like the soggy leftover pizza you forgot was in your fridge for a week. It's probably still good, it might technically nourish you, but one is definitely better than the other. Although it's not just having to pick a choice between gameplay and aesthetics. There is also the whole soulbind system. Now, the system itself is fine. It's basically like an extra talent tree, and a lot of the abilities are kind of worse than what you would get from a talent, so it's not as impactful for classes as the actual ability of the Covenant itself. But that's not true for all classes. There are some classes who will pick a Covenant specifically for its soulbind tree, because they really want one of those exclusive traits. I'm not sure how common that is in comparison to picking the actual ability of the Covenant, but it's definitely a thing. If anything, I think the soulbinds are just a fun little extra feature that does directly relate to the power level of your class, but not in such a major way that it's influencing your decision that much from which Covenant you want. There is one part of the whole system that has a little bit of a head scratcher, and that's the whole system of conduit energy. Hello, I'm going out into the WoW community in order to ask people how they feel about conduit energy. You there, citizen, what do you think of conduit energy? What do I think about garbage? No, conduit energy, you must have misheard me. Oh, that's worse. You see, part of the soulbind tree is a series of traits you can pick up from the game called conduits. They're different for every class, and they're actually customized to fit different specs. So basically, you get to choose which of these conduits you want to improve your class with, and some of these conduits are incredibly good, others incredibly mediocre, but they do impact the power level of your class, and they have an item level associated to it, which means you have to go into the world in order to get stronger versions of them. The conduits are the same no matter which covenant you pick, which I think is a really good thing. However, because the system has a gearing component to it, Blizzard heavily restricts how often you can change them out. Every time you want to change one out, it takes up one of your conduit energy slots, of which you recover one of them every 12 hours or so. And this is to prevent players from changing them out too often. And the reason conduits do have a cooldown in place is because of the item level associated to them. If you luck out and get a high item level conduit for an ability you actually use, then it will feel good to always have that in place. Although if you have to constantly change them out to one of your lesser ones, because say you want to run a Mythic Plus dungeon or PvP, then you have to pay a price. which incentivizes you to just pick your highest item level one and stick with it, or whatever one is just your best. Or I guess that's the idea behind it. Honestly, the whole system seems kind of unnecessary. Changing out your talents is a breeze, and arguably impacts your power level more than changing out a conduit. However, you don't have to grind resources to obtain your talents, you just have them baseline. So being able to change around your baseline abilities whenever you want, or in a rested area, is okay, but once it comes to item levels attached to it, then I guess it becomes something that needs restricting. It could also be like the Master Loot change, where the system is limited so you can't change it up for every new boss pull. That way you're not told by your raid to go back to your Covenant to change it all the time. You have the excuse that you can't change it because you're out of conduit energy. So basically, using a system in order to solve a social problem. However, you can already change out talents, which are just as impactful, if not more so, and during the raid, so why not just let them change conduits in the exact same way? This makes me think Blizzard just really doesn't like you changing your talents that way either, which they have talked about a couple of times in interviews, and they probably wish they could restrict them in the same way they do conduits. So it's probably not a good parallel to draw. Blizzard really wants you to make a meaningful choice and stick with it, which gives those choices more value. The only problem is it's so similar to another feature we can change out easily that it just kind of stands out as unnecessary. However, I should also note, conduit energy, while feeling like a completely unnecessary system that restricts you for reasons you might not agree with, is incredibly minor and doesn't affect more than 90% of players. I don't think I've ran out of conduit energy, even though it has that really dumb system where it consumes an energy when you first unlock a slot. The conduits are usually so polarizing to which one is better than the other that there's no point in changing them half the time for my class. If they didn't have conduit energy, I don't think I would have changed my conduits out any more than I already do. So the system of conduit energy is nowhere near on the same level of importance as attaching the Covenant ability to an aesthetic choice. If we were to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, Covenant abilities being tied to an aesthetic choice is like an 8 out of 10 when it comes to problems with the Covenants. Probably the biggest problem. Conduit energy would be lucky to be a 3 out of 10. It's so incredibly minor that it's almost not worth talking about, but it is a head scratcher of a restriction nonetheless. Now, some good things about Covenant. If you pick the Covenant you like, then there's lots to do within the Covenant itself that makes them miles better than anything the Order Halls were. Mainly because of all the custom upgrades you can add to it, which give you teleports, a special minigame, and then of course all the special cosmetics that are tied to the Covenant. And some of those minigames associated to them are pretty legit. I think Kyrian and Necrolords definitely have some of the best. The Kyrian basically get a Brawlers Guild light. Necrolords get an awesome companion they get to customize and helps them in the open world content. The tea parties you can throw at Venthyr are actually not half bad. It's a neat little system that I wish was open to everyone. And the Queen's Conservatory with Night Fae is just a more hardcore version of the Half-Heal farm. And a lot of the cosmetics you can unlock, which are tied exclusively to the Covenants, are pretty good. The only problem is they cost a ton of anima. And it also costs a ton of anima to unlock all of your buildings. I've been playing pretty much every day since the start of Shadowlands, and I still don't have all of my buildings maxed out. The anima grind for the cosmetics is tough, but gives the players who like playing the game purely for cosmetics something hardcore to do in order to flex on everyone else who can't play anywhere near as much. So the cosmetic side of the Covenant seems to be pretty decent. Biggest problem I have is probably just how expensive everything is, as there's not really anything to spend your anima on outside of Covenant cosmetics or upgrades. So if it was purely a cosmetic choice, I think more people would pick whatever Covenant they actually wanted to be in, rather than whichever one gave them the best power-ups. Although I'm sure a lot of casual players do pick the Covenant based on cosmetics alone, or because there was an ability they thought was just neat, even if it wasn't the BIS choice. So enough about going over all the problems with Covenants. What could be done to fix them? Over on my Yu-Gi-Oh channel, I have this segment where I talk about specific cards that are too broken to be played in the game, of just what could be done to fix those cards without completely changing the essence of what they're about. So, under that guise, here's my thought experiments on what could be done to help alleviate some of the Covenant problems. Number 1, the Covenant class-specific abilities themselves. I'm fine with the utility Covenant abilities being locked to Covenants. I don't really care if I have the teleport or any other 3 things. Those can stay locked to a Covenant. However, the actual class abilities themselves, Blizzard really wants people to make a meaningful choice when it comes to the abilities. But the problem is that they're tied to a cosmetic choice as well. So, I would suggest allowing players to make 2 choices. One choice for which Covenant you like to hang out in, and a second choice for which Covenant ability you actually want to use. During the storyline, when questing through all the zones, your character gets to know all the people and try all the Covenant abilities anyway. So, being able to just go back and ask to borrow their power while hanging out in your Covenant of choice seems like it would fit in the lore pretty well. It fits in with the theme of Blizzard wanting you to make a meaningful choice. And in this thought experiment, we still make changing your Covenant ability just as difficult as changing the Covenant itself. But at least you don't have to tie player power to the aesthetic choice. And hell, change over the soulbinds too, because it's not like you actually see the people who are associated to the soulbinds anyway. Option number 2, same as the previous suggestions, except instead of making 2 choices, you're given all of the Covenant abilities in a glyph panel window that you can just change whenever you want. Or I guess like how the Essence system used to work. Or even just an extra talent row, which has 4 abilities you can swap between in the same way you would swap talents. This version completely removes the choice from the ability, and just lets you pick whatever you want. This would also fit in with the lore, since again, you got to try all the abilities when you're leveling through the zones anyway, and Blizzard has hand-waved more egregious stuff than this when it comes to lore and plot contrivances. This is the version that I'm sure a lot of people are asking for when they decry the Covenant system. I'm all for this change as well, mainly because it would allow me to play Night Fae without having to take the garbage Night Fae ability. Also, I'm a sucker for constantly changing things out. Whenever I play Yu-Gi-Oh, I never stick to a single deck. In fact, if playing any of the Yu-Gi-Oh games forced me to stick to a single deck, I probably would have quit the game a long time ago. Anyways, those are the 2 suggestions I have for the biggest problem with Covenants. So, what about Conduit Energy? Well, in my thought experiment for how to fix Conduit Energy, I'd probably just remove it, or instead just tie it to some kind of tome, like what you need in order to change talents outside of a rested area. Similar to how the glyph system used to work. In order to remove a glyph, you needed an item in order to take it out so that you could apply another. That way you're disincentivized from changing them out all the time, but you can at a price. Alternatively, just remove it and change nothing else. But Blizzard really wants to add restrictions to it, and these thought experiments are about trying to fit into the theme of what Blizzard is trying to do. Lastly, the cosmetics. They cost too much anima, and the buildings themselves also cost too much anima to fully unlock, and you're incentivized to unlocking the buildings first because they're just so much more useful. A way to fix this would be to just lower the cost of everything. But that's a little bit too simple. Instead, what they could do is just increase the ways you gain anima as a reward, as currently it's incredibly limited where you can actually get anima from. One of the reasons it takes so long to unlock everything is because it doesn't drop like candy like previous similar systems did. Granted, it's meant to be purely cosmetic only, but it's too much of a grind. And Blizzard has already added one way to gain more anima in their 0.5 patch. They know that anima acquisition is too slow, and they're slowly working on ways of giving you more. Alternatively, they could split the resource into something else. That way anima is only used on buildings and mission tables, and you have a different resource that allows you to buy the cosmetics. I'm sure a lot of people don't like the idea of having yet another currency to farm, but World of Warcraft already has 1 million currencies, so what's one more? And one other thing that I saw in a video from another YouTube creator that could possibly be added, that once you unlock everything, the actual cosmetics you can buy are pretty sparse. They need to add some kind of vendor that has just way more things available to buy with anima that are also purely cosmetic. Alteric Valley. Alliance players know it well. Horde players know to add it to their exclusion tab when queuing for random battlegrounds. Why is it remembered so fondly? What was so great about it? AV was added to the game in patch 1.5 along with Warsong Gulch, as the first 2 battlegrounds added to the game. Alteric Valley was a huge battleground that was supposed to be PvPvE, or player versus player and also player versus environment. The original AV had tons and tons of NPCs in it, and in order to win, you had to fight your way through an army of players and non-player characters in order to take out the enemy general, all while having an army of your fellow players and friendly non-player characters at your side. Because there were so many NPCs, you pretty much had to do the bonus objectives to win. Or, as they were called back then, just normal objectives. Korok the Blood Rager. This was a troll who guarded the Snowfall Graveyard. He was essentially a mini-boss in AV that attacked both Horde and Alliance players, and was part of a quest to get some sweet weapons, and, of course, to take the graveyard. When first introduced, he wasn't all that much of a threat, and patrolled in the middle of the field of strife. until the next patch where Blizzard buffed all his stats and moved him to the graveyard, making him a true mini-boss in the middle of a PvP battleground that could require up to 10 or even 15 players to take out. The captains, Belinda Stonehearth and Gal Vanagar. Just like Korok the Troll, essentially mini-bosses inside a battleground, except these ones are faction-specific, meaning you can help them out. Having either of them up meant constant buffs for anyone near them to the tune of 20% extra health and a slight size increase. For some reason, these two captains are some of the few things to survive all of the AV prunes. The Cavalry Riders. Apparently, this was the objective added to allow low-level players to help with the battleground. You see, in vanilla, you could queue for AV at level 51 and be paired with level 60 players. In order to call the cavalry, you needed to complete a series of quests that involved taming the wolves, and then going out to the other side and killing the rams. Once you and your team got enough turn-ins, you could then call in a cavalry charge, where a group of riders would patrol around your base. If you had enough rep, you could then talk to the leader of the cavalry and tell them when to charge in. Deciding when to use your cavalry charge could be a game changer, as they went straight to the enemy base and did real damage. The upgraded guards and patrols. Just like in RTS games where you can spend resources to upgrade your units, you can turn in armor scraps to your blacksmith to upgrade your guards and patrols. In fact, guards can be upgraded up to 3 times with enough scraps, which just generally makes them stronger. The airstrikes. In order to use airstrikes, you have to first save all of your airstrike commanders from the enemy towers. You simply talk to them and then escort them back to base. But if they died, they do not respawn. And just like the upgraded guards, you need to loot players to get special items to turn in order to use them. Once your team has enough, you can then take a beak into the Field of Strife and protect it for 1 minute, and then you'll be able to tell your Bat or Griffin riders which areas to attack. Just like with the cavalry, since you can tell it when to attack a location, it was best to save it for a planned attack and to not just use it all willy-nilly. The Elemental Lords. These things were like summoning raid bosses to help you push into enemy territory. In order to summon either the Ice Guy for the Horde or the Tree Guy for Alliance, you needed to loot corpses of players for bloods or crystals. Then, after turning in a metric ass ton of them to your base, probably around 500 or so, you then had to escort your shamans to the middle of the field and then have 10 players present to perform the ritual of summoning. Then, after summoning the Elemental Lord, you had to wait 20 minutes for it to stop standing still in the Field of Strife and finally take off towards the enemy base. As long as you had a group of people protecting the Elemental Lords, you could probably push all the way into the enemy base with one, as it was pretty unstoppable by players and NPCs, if properly guarded, before getting destroyed by the enemy general, that is. The Infantry Attack. An infantry attack is similar to the cavalry charge, in that you can send in an attack of NPCs to the enemy base. In order to do this, you need to control one of the 2 mines on the map, or both of them to speed up the process. In order to capture a mine, you just need to kill the mini-boss of the mine, who is a neutral NPC. Once you control a mine, you can then start to collect a resource the mine generates that you can turn in. Once enough of the special resource is turned in, you can then get attack plans from your base and give them to an NPC in the Field of Strife to send out an infantry attack. The Tower and Bunker Commanders. Inside each tower was a commander who was a much tougher to kill elite mob, and who gave nearby friendly players a buff periodically. In order to capture a tower, you generally needed to kill this mob, which also caused other guard mobs in the area to stop spawning. So it was a huge tactical advantage to take one out, or defend your own, in addition to the normal benefits of taking a tower, which gave you an extra war master in your boss's room to defend your general. Most matches went pretty similar to how AV is done today. One large group of players would run around and rush objectives, while small groups of players would go out and do the objectives I listed. And then the match would devolve from there based on how things went. until your team managed to make a successful push into the enemy base and destroy the general. With so much to do and such a huge space to do it all in, reaching the win condition could take anywhere from 3 to 20 hours, or about 5 to 8 hours on average. AV was not something you could do without a huge time sink. Now, let's talk about the Alliance advantage. For those of you who probably don't know, Alliance have an advantage in this battleground over the Horde. In Vanilla WoW, Blizzard put out a list of the most deadly NPCs who killed the most amount of players in the game. And at the top of that list was Drekthar, the Horde general in AV. You know why Drekthar was the #1 killer of players in Vanilla WoW? Because Alliance actually got to him more often than the Horde did the enemy general, and therefore died more often. In fact, the Alliance general was only number 15 on that very same list. The two guards who defended Drekthar both had more kills than the Alliance general as well, appearing at numbers 4th and 6th on the list of deadly NPCs. But what gave Alliance an advantage? Well, for starters, the bunkers. It was easier for an Alliance player to capture a Horde tower than it was for a Horde player to capture an Alliance bunker. Once an Alliance player got to the top of a tower, they could just go inside a little room and be out of line of sight of all the Archer NPCs. And until very recently, in an Alliance bunker, you had to kill at least 2 Archers and then maybe capture the flag at a weird angle if you wanted to be able to capture it without having to kill all of the Archers first, since the flag is just out in the open instead of inside a small room. This little thing just gave Alliance players a straight up easier time to capture an objective that is worth the same amount of points to both sides. It was fixed somewhat though. Horde players can now capture bunkers without killing a single Archer now, but that is a very recent change, like changed in Legion recent. The Alliance mine is located in a more out of the way location, so it's easier to defend or just ignore and no one will touch it, and capture, in relation to the Horde mine, which is literally on the main road and on the way to the Horde base. The Alliance home base is easier to defend than the Horde's. You see, the Horde's base only has a wooden wall as its natural defense, while the Alliance have a wide open bridge as the only way to get to their base. A bridge with Archers at the top of the bunkers, who used to have an incredibly long firing range and attacked you the whole time you were on the bridge. In fact, these Archers near the bridge appear higher on the list of the most dangerous NPCs than the Alliance general as well, taking the 7th spot on the list, right after one of Drekthar's guards. If it ever came down to a turtle, Alliance have a much easier time defending a bridge than the Horde can defend their home base. Stormpike Graveyard. The Alliance graveyard right in front of the bridge is the most fortified objective in the game. It's near the Alliance respawn points, and has a ridge next to the bridge that has a free pass to attack anyone trying to capture the flag, and another higher ridge in which players can snipe down Horde players with impunity, and not to mention an easy bottleneck to defend a little further out of the graveyard, where the Horde players have to go both uphill and in between 2 mountains. This graveyard just has all kinds of natural geographical advantages. The Horde equivalent graveyard has 0 such advantages, and is probably one of the easiest places to take in the whole game, as it's just out in the open. Same goes for the graveyards inside the bases. The Alliance one is right in front of the General's building, surrounded by elite guards, while the Horde graveyard is off to the side, isolated from everything. And with it being so isolated in comparison to the Alliance counterpart, a single Alliance player can easily just run through the entire Horde base and go straight to the graveyard and take it with little problems. The neutral Stonefall graveyard is just straight up closer to the Alliance starting point, and it's on the way to Galv, so Alliance get an offensive graveyard to spawn at before Horde can capture Stonehearth graveyard, which is their offensive graveyard point, and usually the next point taken after killing Belinda. But, to be fair, this is not a good graveyard to have during late game. It's pretty much exclusively an early game only advantage. There were a few more things to mention, but I'll stop there since I mentioned most of the important ones. Just to give a meaningless anecdotal account of the battleground today, I ran AV 7 times in a row on my Horde Rogue to get footage for this video, and lost all 7 matches. Then the instant I hopped on my Alliance character to get Alliance footage, I finally won a match, and then my next 3. Now, these all might seem like minor things, but you have to think of it in the context of 40 random people getting together and just staying in a huge zerg all the way down to the enemy base. The Alliance advantages just help out a mindless group of people more than the Horde one does. And since pretty much all PvP Horde players know about the Alliance's small advantages, it is one of the most widely blacklisted battlegrounds on Horde side, along with the Isle of Conquest, which only further gives Alliance an even bigger advantage, because no seasoned Horde players are queuing up for AV, while almost all Alliance players do it. Also, a lot of these advantages weren't really noticeable in vanilla WoW when PvP lasted a lot longer. The Alliance only gained a noticeable advantage after the changes were made to make it quicker. But funny enough, there was a short time in the Burning Crusade in which Alliance players called for a boycott of the battleground because Horde was winning all the time when they introduced the reinforcements mechanic, which is a great segue into, so what happened to the battleground? Marks of Honor happened. Added in patch 1.8, Marks of Honor were simple. You got 3 for a win and 1 for a loss. At this time, they were simply turned in for extra honor, but with Marks of Honor being a valuable reward from Battlegrounds, Blizzard thought it would be nice if people could actually finish Battlegrounds in a timely manner. So they also removed a lot of NPCs from the BG, and closed off the eastern and western segments, completely removing 3 types of NPCs from the map, and making the battleground a little smaller. Also, all the NPCs left had their stats reduced by about 15 to 30%. Patch 1.10. Korok the Blood Rager and his band of trolls have picked up their bags and left Alteric Valley for greener pastures. The hostile troll mini-boss at the Snowfall Graveyard was removed, giving Alliance an extra advantage as it was basically a free cap for them now. Patch 1.11, Blizzard removed NPC guards and reduced the hit points of all the NPCs in AV again. I think you can see the trend. Blizzard over time kept slowly taking away the PvE aspects of the battleground in favor of a more PvP focused experience, by removing the amount of NPCs on the map and making the ones who remained weaker and weaker. Now we go into the Burning Crusade, and the Marks of Honor become even more of a hot topic item. When they were first introduced, they gave good rewards, extra honor and rep, and Blizzard kept making changes to make AV not last so long. But with the Burning Crusade method of using Marks of Honor, they were in much higher demand than ever before. You see, Blizzard made it so you needed to use Honor and Marks of Honor to buy certain pieces a year, which forced players to have to do all the battlegrounds to get fully geared. The only problem was that AV still lasted a hell of a long time, and it was possible to spend hours in AV and not get a single Mark of Honor, because you just had to leave early. So instead of just removing AV Marks of Honor from gear, or just removing AV Marks of Honor in general, they made 2 big changes to the battleground instead. The first being more nerfs to the NPCs in the battleground. A lot of the NPCs in the home bases of both the Alliance and Horde side got turned into normal NPCs, down from elites, so they were a lot easier to deal with. Lieutenants, the 6 tougher than average elites who provided buffs to nearby players, were just removed from the game entirely. The 4 commanders, who, like lieutenants, were tougher than normal and provided buffs to nearby players, who also occupied towers and patrolled graveyards, making them tougher to cap, were just removed from the game. No replacements. Lieutenants and commanders were just poof, gone. In fact, the in-game AV book called Peeling the Onion still mentions the commanders and gives advice on how to deal with them, despite them no longer being in the game. War Masters were no longer spawned by destroying an enemy tower, but they could still be despawned if one of your towers got taken. So before, it was possible to have up to 8 War Masters at a time defending your general. Now you always only have 4, and that number can only ever go down. But removing all of the elite NPCs from the enemy bases was only the minor change made this patch. The real big change was the addition of the reinforcements mechanic. Reinforcements essentially added a timer to the battleground, so it couldn't ever last as long as it did back in the day. Both sides started out with 600 reinforcements, and once the other side reached 0, you won. You lost reinforcements for each player death, captain deaths, tower losses, and you lose all of them if your general is killed. These two changes, coupled together, destroyed any remains of the original AV, and are still how the battleground plays to this day. And with these two changes, the AV Zerg was born. Players would just ignore everything and rush to the enemy base as fast as possible and just pull the general with the whole 40-man raid. There was no longer any PvP, and BGs were won by whoever got to the enemy general first. Or by the Horde, if they decided to defend at the Iceblood Graveyard. Remember how I said there was a time in which Horde actually had an advantage in the battleground? Well, this was the time. With the reinforcements mechanic, Horde actually had a geographical advantage if they decided to turtle at the Iceblood Graveyard. This graveyard is the first graveyard Alliance can get that is Horde controlled, but has a small hill that you have to go around in order to access, which Horde players could bottleneck and defend with only like 20 people indefinitely. Since the graveyard was so close to the choke point, they could respawn and be back to defending quickly. And since Horde could get to this bottleneck first and very quickly, it was almost impossible for a Pug Alliance group to actually break this turtle and cap any towers, while all Horde needed to do was capture 2 towers to win, as they'd have a reinforcements advantage. Alliance players complained so hard about this strat that a few battle groups organized a boycott for AV. So Blizzard made a few changes to the battleground, with moving the Horde spawn point further back so they couldn't set up an unbreakable turtle before the Alliance had a chance to stop it. Blizzard also added buffs to the 4 War Masters that increased each other's damage and health by 25% for each one, which also applied to the general. With this, players actually had to cap a tower or 2 before pulling the enemy general if they wanted to Zerg. In Wrath of the Lich King, during one of the final patches of the expansion, Blizzard removed Marks of Honor from the game. And with the removal of Marks of Honor, well, nothing changed. AV stayed the same. Later on in WoW's history, Blizzard would buff the bonus damage and health the War Masters gave each other, and their general, since people were able to just outgear the extra damage, and very recently, Blizzard moved the archers and bunkers behind pillars, so you no longer need to kill all of them in order to capture a bunker as Horde. In Blizzard's attempt to make AV more accessible, and to be able to be finished in a timely manner, they had to strip down and gut what AV used to be. AV started out as a PvP mixed with tons of PvE and bonus objective turn-ins for a truly PvPvE experience, and over time got turned into a capture towers and then pull the boss battleground with very little variation. With Blizzard's successful attempts at shortening the battleground, it's literally a waste of time to do bonus side objectives that used to turn the tides of the battle. But with how long it takes to tame 25 wolves, or to turn in massive amounts of bloods to summon an elemental lord, you're wasting precious time and resources that could be spent sitting in a tower, or waiting in front of the enemy general's throne room. They take too long and are unnecessary, since getting into the opponent's base is no longer an issue. But is that really a bad thing? Is making the battleground quicker such a terrible thing? Would today's WoW player base be able to even put up with a slow battleground that takes ages to complete? I'm pretty sure people would still complain endlessly about it like they do today with everything else. I can't see too many people queuing up for it willingly. I mean, look at how many people complained about Ashran, which was the closest thing Blizzard had to old AV. I know it's not the same and it's not a totally fair comparison, but would you really queue up for AV more than just once? If it still lasted upwards of 6 hours to do, would you put up with it more than a few times just out of being curious what it was like? Unless it had really good rewards? I know I probably would, and past me, who used to queue up for Wintergrass and Tolbarad every chance he got, would. So I know the market for it is still there, and it would be cool if they just converted it back into its old form and brought it back as like a special event or something. After all Horde players just block AV when they queue for random battlegrounds anyway, so nothing of value would be lost if it was just removed from the random queue and made into a single queue battleground only. That might be a good way to add it back to today's modern game.
Was Battle for Azeroth really as bad as people remember? This is one of the few expansions that was universally hated for a ton of reasons. However, I think most of these reasons might be a little bit overblown, and I can kind of explain why people hated Battle for Azeroth so much in one short, simple term. Azerite armor. Azerite armor, as a mechanic, was so bad, it pretty much shaped the terrible first impressions of the expansion from the get-go.
And in the aftermath of the Legion's attack, our world is actually direly wounded. And Magni, speaker for Azeroth, speaker for her world soul, will reach out to us as some of her greatest champions and summon us, where we will commune with the world soul at the very beginning of our journey, and we will receive a gift from Azeroth herself. An artifact-quality medallion called the Heart of Azeroth. Now, unlike the artifact weapons that you wielded in Legion, this artifact isn't something you're going to customize, doesn't have a huge trait tree to it, but what it does do is it serves as an incredibly potent power source that will unlock latent properties in many of the pieces of armor that you're going to come across and acquire throughout your journeys. So this is some early UI concept art for how this might play out. Here you see a helmet, and these concentric circles each reflect tiers of powers, where you can choose one tier from each ring, one power from each ring. And your ability to access these tiers, to unlock them, will depend on how strong your amulet is. A stronger helmet will require more levels in your amulet to equip, to access. But basically, when we looked at the artifact system, there were a lot of elements of progression that worked very well. There were others, such as making hard choices between empowering one specs weapon versus another, that weren't so great. Or lots of the inventory clutter, things like that. We're looking to improve a lot of the aspects of the system. We also want to give ongoing options for choice and customization, rather than the artifact weapon system where you made tons of choices back in September when you were first filling out the tree, but it's been largely linear progression since then. In this world, each piece of armor, in a handful of slots that we select, we currently have 3 in mind, will offer a potential for customization and choice in a handcrafted way. These are not random traits, unlike the Nether, like Crucible. A helm is a helm is a helm, and you can pick what you want to suit your playstyle, to suit your needs as you progress through the world.
Azerite armor was supposed to replace pretty much all of the fun new gear progression systems we had in the past. It was a series of 3 pieces of armor that you would have 2 rings, which would give you bonuses to your main spec, depending on its traits that you could find on these pieces of armor. And if you had a proper level in your necklace, which was just a pure stat stick, you'd be able to unlock all the rows in order to fully be able to use your armor. And being able to actually farm out all these rows actually required a pretty high neck level. So you had to do a lot of grinding in game in order to be able to use your pieces of equipment. Now, on surface level, this doesn't really seem like that big of a deal. The only reason this was controversial was because of the drastic level of power differences it had from the previous expansion. In the previous expansion, you had artifact weapons, 2 legendaries, and tier set bonuses. And the artifact weapon had more traits on it by itself than all 3 of your Azerite pieces combined, especially when you counted the upgrades you got throughout the expansion, like the Netherlight Crucible. On top of that, you also had the legendaries, which provided additional huge power increases, where many classes and specs were balanced around their strongest legendary. And you also had tier set bonuses, which everybody who plays the game should know adds an extra layer of power to your character. In comparison, the Azerite armor was like being able to pick what your tier set bonuses were. However, it was kind of worse in a respect, because sometimes the tier set bonuses were really good, and most of the time the 4 set bonus could be absolutely amazing for certain classes. But the way the Azerite armor worked made it so they couldn't really make any of the traits as good as a proper tier set bonus, because all the traits had to be made with the intention that they could be stacked. It was possible to have 3 of the same traits amongst all your 3 pieces of equipment, so you couldn't really do something that changed your spec too drastically, because it had to do something that could be stacked on top of itself. Now, despite this, there were a couple of Azerite traits where you only took it once because there was a specific trait that did not stack, like increasing the duration of atonement by 2 seconds, but for the most part they were made with the intention of getting to stack with each other, so they generally just provided some kind of number increase to one of your abilities. And because of this design choice, a lot of them were kind of boring. Some of the best tier set bonuses could drastically change how you played your class. Legendaries from Legion could completely warp your rotation around them. And the artifact weapons themselves give you brand new abilities to push, with a couple of other extra abilities that would grant you sometimes, and a ton of passives that just made you stronger in other areas. So in comparison of having Azerite armor, which gave you boring abilities, replacing all this fun stuff you used to have, and was meant to be the only thing you had for the entire expansion, it's no wonder the system was pretty much panned from the very beginning. There was massive amounts of feedback to change Azerite armor to just really anything else. And Blizzard's response was just to basically ignore most of that feedback. When the expansion launched and the entire player base finally got to try out Azerite armor for themselves that all the streamers were complaining about in the beta, they too got to see firsthand just how much of a mess it was. What Azerite armor could have been was a system of picking your own tier set bonuses. It was actually kind of hard to get Azerite pieces in the first place. And the Azerite armor you got would only give you an option of 2, maybe 3 traits to pick for your major abilities. Because each Azerite piece shared all of its traits amongst all of your specs, so you basically got to choose if you wanted the generic trait for the Azerite piece, or your spec-specific trait. And if the piece of gear you had didn't have your particular spec-specific trait, then you had to find a completely new piece of gear that might have it. However, Azerite armor gets even worse, because if you did have a piece of gear that had the trait you wanted, and you got a higher item level piece of that Azerite gear, there's a good chance you wouldn't be able to use it because of your Azerite necklace level system. The higher the item level of the Azerite gear, the more levels you need on your Azerite necklace in order to use all of those traits. Even if it was the exact same piece of equipment, just a higher item level, you wouldn't be able to use all the traits on that piece of equipment that you previously had been using with no problem, because there's just an arbitrary lock in having to grind out your necklace levels in order to use your gear. So it was an entirely common scenario for people to not be able to use their new pieces of equipment, using lower level pieces of Azerite armor, simply because they couldn't use the actual traits on their new armor yet. And it gets even worse, because the traits would not reset if you change your spec. So you needed different Azerite armor for all of your different specs. And resetting the traits in order to change them to a different spec was not free. And in fact, incredibly expensive if you did it too often within a short amount of time. Which was just a mind-boggling decision by most players, as why would they gate it so hard when you only had 2 options to pick from anyway? It's almost like Blizzard was just incredibly afraid of the power they gave players in the previous expansion that they dialed it back way too much with Azerite armor, and were completely shocked when they found that people didn't like how weak they were, and how many arbitrary restrictions they had for seemingly no reason. And as further proof of how bad this was, Blizzard basically abandoned the mechanic entirely after the first major patch, where you still had Azerite armor for the rest of the expansion, but they made it so much easier to deal with, you could basically ignore it to an extent. They made Azerite armor a lot easier to obtain, they created a currency that allowed you to actually target specific pieces you needed, they gave you an extra row of traits, and made it so it was almost impossible to not have the highest level necklace to use all of your pieces of Azerite armor immediately, but still made it expensive to reforge for no reason. However, even though Blizzard made it a lot easier to deal with Azerite armor, it was still in the game and still wasn't all that fun, which was a major problem because World of Warcraft players love their gear more than anything. There are some players who don't even care about raids or dungeons, and simply do them because they just want gear. There are whole secondary markets of people paying massive amounts of gold to get carry through the highest level of content just so they can get better gear. So if Blizzard is going to mess up a feature, they definitely don't want to mess up the gear. And if anything, Battle for Azeroth proves why you should never make that mistake again. Because if it wasn't for the massive failure of Azerite armor, people probably would have liked BFA a lot more. Because in this same expansion we got Azerite armor, we also had one of the best additions to the game in the form of the Essence system, which was created as a direct response to how bad Azerite armor was, and created a whole system of extra abilities you could choose from that could meaningfully change your gameplay, with extra passives you could pick, which could also be changed in any rest area without having to pay a whole bunch of money, and without taking away from your other pre-established pieces of armor, as it was just built inside your necklace, which wasn't doing anything anyway. You could pick an active ability that gave you an extra AoE, extra single target, extra raid healing cooldown, extra defensives, or just big damage against mobs in the open world. There were a lot of different active abilities you could choose from that you could change depending on what kind of content you were doing. I know I loved the Breath of the Dying Essence, since it could let you chain one-shot mobs while doing dailies if the damage was high enough to kill the target. And also I loved the Well of Existence passive, since it stored all of my overhealing and turned it into extra healing when needed, which was nice on a class that was built towards massive amounts of overhealing. And then there was Essence of the Focusing Iris, which I don't think was really BIS for any class, but was easily one of the coolest looking actives they've added to the game, since it's basically just a giant Kamehameha. Not only was all this a great response to Azerite armor being bad, it was one of the best borrowed power systems ever added. If we were to compare all of the borrowed power mechanics added in modern WoW, I can't think of anything that could topple the Essences. It's almost crazy how overshadowed they were, but to be fair, they weren't perfect either. Blizzard was hell-bent on giving people random grinds during this time period. It made getting the tier 3 abilities require a bit of legwork to accomplish, and did not make them account-wide, so it made grinding them out on alt an unnecessary pain. Although, to add on to that, they did have this unique mechanic where you can grind even further to get a cosmetic upgrade tier 4 of the abilities, which did not increase its power but did make them look a lot cooler. If anything, it'd be great if they had more grinds to get cooler looking versions of your default spells. This particular extra grind for cosmetic spells is one I'm sure everyone can get behind. This was just an excellent mechanic the BFA had, which isn't the only thing that BFA excelled in, because BFA also had one of the best raids the game ever introduced, the Battle for Dazara lore. BFA was a full expansion with 4 raid tiers, across 5 different raids. You had Old Deer as the intro raid, Battle for Dazara lore and Crucible Storms for tier 2, Eternal Palace for tier 3, and finally Ny'alotha for the final raid of the expansion. And while the other raids were fine, Battle for Dazara lore was easily the best of all of them. In fact, I'd say Battle for Dazara lore is a top 5 raid. Out of the 29 different raid tiers, I think it's up there alongside Old War or ICC. Let's set the stage for Battle for Dazara lore. The entire expansion was sold as a faction conflict, and there were a ton of quests on both sides in order to set up this eventual raid. As the Horde, you hear the Alliance is attacking far in the north, and they sent a huge army there that you have to go stop. So you help fight with the Zandalare forces through the Alliance forces, cutting your way through these desperate soldiers until you finally meet the gigantic navy at the shore, only to find out that it was all an illusion. The soldiers you were fighting were just sent there to die in order to sell the fact that they might have a giant army there waiting. But actually, they were in the middle of sieging the capital that very moment, so you had to run all the way back as quickly as possible only to find the city already being attacked. Then when you get inside, you find that King Rashtakan has already been killed. And the only thing you can do is learn about how it happened through someone retelling the story, and then chase after Jaina out in the open seas. And it had an amazing mechanic of actually changing your race to the opposite faction so you could be better immersed in the story, while also changing the dialogues that the NPC said for both sides in order to better sell how some sides tell the stories differently. The Horde would change into Alliance in order to play the story of attacking the capital, and the Alliance would turn into the Horde in order to play the part of the Horde going after Jaina afterwards. And then it all culminates in a final battle out in the open sea. You chase Jaina out into the sea where she turns around and just freezes everything in place. And what happens next is just an amazing boss fight. I still remember when I heard about Dragonsoul back in Cataclysm, and how it was a very thematic raid with all of its boss fights. You would go to the top of a tower, jump on a gunship to chase after Deathwing, parachute onto his back, and then finally beat him into the middle of the Maelstrom. And while all of this sounded cool in theory, when you actually did it, you had some of the worst fights ever made. The gunship battle, which you were chasing after Deathwing on, was one of the most bug-filled fights I've ever had the displeasure of doing. The spine of Deathwing is just one of the most hated fights ever made, and the final fight is one of the most disappointing final bosses ever, which is still kind of used as a benchmark to compare other disappointing final bosses to. They just really did not nail the thematic nature of the bosses, because they tried too much to make them thematic, and not enough to make them an actual good boss fight. So, when I first heard about the Jaina fight being another thematic boss fight, I was kind of skeptical, which probably made me like the fight even more when I felt that they totally nailed it. The fight starts off on a boat where you're fighting Jaina and her marines. You can DPS down the marines like normal, or you can have your priest mind control them and have them jump off the boat, which I thought was a really neat mechanic to add to a boss fight, because generally they don't let you do things like that in boss fights, even though it totally makes sense from a thematic point of view. At any point that you're fighting Jaina, if your group tries to bloodless, Jaina will actually ice block for the duration of it, like a smart character would do that knows their enemy's tactics. So you'd have to wait for the opportune moment of the fight in order to pop bloodless in order to fight other things that were in Jaina or to interrupt mechanics. When Jaina freezes the boat in the ocean and runs to the middle, and you have to chase after her, you're constantly getting stacks of a frostbite debuff, which makes sense because you're fighting on a gigantic slab of ice created by an enemy. And you have to warm yourself by going to flame barrels, which also makes sense because you were just on a boat earlier that would realistically have those nearby. When Jaina gets too much to handle and tries to freeze everyone, you have to run back to the boat in order to free a major NPC who can help you deal with Jaina's insta-kill attacks. And in the final phase of the fight, you're just trying to burn her down before everybody freezes to death, where she ice blocks and teleports away at the end. I'm still not really sure how they nailed it, but I can't remember the last time I've had so much fun progressing on a boss fight, because it was full of a whole bunch of multiple layers that had you moving all over the place, and doing a lot of unique things where you were basically just fighting an ice mate. And also it helped that it wasn't overly long, which is usually the case for mid-expansion final boss fights, and not the final ones. So if anything, the fact that it was the second raid of the expansion probably worked in its favor of not making the fight too long to overstay its welcome, and be exactly the right length to be a masterpiece of a boss fight. And in fact, to this day, the Jaina final fight is my personal favorite boss fight. The rest of the raid was also excellent, with a mini final boss in the middle where you're fighting King Rashtakan, who's obviously not as hard as Jaina, but fitting for a major lore character when you're defeating it. Now, obviously, one raid doesn't make an entire expansion, but it's really hard to state just how good Battle for Dazara lore was. After the raid, we had Mechagon and Nazjatar, two brand new max level zones to explore, full of treasures and rares and certain mechanics. On Mechagon, you had a really good trinket that you could modify by putting gems inside of it in order to have the effects that you wanted. The best effect was a laser that did so much damage that it was nerfed multiple times, and for a while was one of the best legacy trinkets you could use in time-walking content. The laser beam is easily one of the most overpowered trinket effects ever made. Over in Nazjatar, you had a gigantic zone full of all kinds of hidden treasures to find, like a secret quest chain where you could go around and trade all kinds of different items to different NPCs in order to unlock a mount. Plus, they had scheduled PvP events in the zone and just a ton of things to grind out if you wanted 100% all the achievements and collectibles. And back in Mechagon, there were these little workstations around the zone which could give you a zone buff that could help you kill things quicker or just get around faster, as well as unlocking the collectibles from all the hidden quests, rares, and events. And yes, there were hidden quests in the zone, which was a really unique thing for modern WoW because they don't really make hidden quests anymore. In order to 100% the zone, you had to find out how to get these hidden quests, which could actually take a while because you did need to do a bunch of specific things in order to unlock them. And if you weren't a collector and didn't care about all this hidden stuff, the actual power upgrades you got from the zone were pretty straightforward and required minimal effort to get the full benefits of them. If anything, I'm kind of sad they don't do this more often. In fact, I don't think they've ever done this again. In Shadowlands, they had a max level zone for all three major patches. You had the Maw, Korthia, and Zerath Mortis. In Legion, they did have Argus as a gigantic zone you unlocked at the end of the expansion. But, to be honest, it was just a glorified world quest zone. The fact that Nazjatar and Mechagon were unique in their mechanics and very separate from each other just made the max level zones so much more fun to play in during the expansion. If you got bored of Mechagon, you could just hop over to Nazjatar and start doing dailies there. And it was just a completely different feel because of how differently the mechanics of the zones functioned. In Argus, even though you did have 3 different zones, they all had the exact same zone mechanic, so it was basically like 3 different sceneries on top of the same thing. They tried something new with Mechagon and Nazjatar, and the community largely loved it. It's kind of hard to explain just how negative the community perception of the game was at the time. However, even in this incredibly hostile environment of BFA hate, people agreed that these 2 new zones were fun and they really liked the idea of having both of them to play at the same time. If they only just added one or the other at a time, probably people wouldn't like them very much, but the fact they added them both at the same time was what made it a huge W for Battle for Azeroth. Which is a shame that all of these great things are just overshadowed by Azerite armor. Azerite armor is just the black stain on the expansion. It was only really terrible for the very beginning, but has kind of painted the legacy, the branding of Battle for Azeroth. Or is it really fair to just blame everything on a failed gearing system? I'd argue the gearing system is just as important as I said it was earlier in the video, but there also was a lot of other incredibly mediocre things about the expansion, which definitely added fuel to the arguments against it. While the Battle for Dazara lore, essences, the dual inclusion of Mechagon and Nazjatar were well liked, there were plenty of other things added to expansion that were deservedly also just bad and not well liked. Namely, the island expeditions and the war fronts. Island expeditions were sold as an exploratory thing where you go to an island, search for treasures, and fight enemy faction who's trying to stop you from doing this. What ended up being was an AoE grindfest, where you just go around and gather as many mobs as possible and then AoE them down, in order to finish as quickly as you could. Because island expeditions were one of the best ways to grind out your necklace level, and many hardcore players hated them by the end of the expansion for just how many they had to do. Warfronts were sold as a Warcraft 3 style mode, where you could collectively choose which minions and bases to build in order to eventually push into the enemy keep. What it actually ended up being was an AFK simulator, where it was so hard to lose that there wasn't really a big incentive to try, other than maybe winning a little bit earlier. Because even if you did try as hard as you couldn't actually win that quickly because there was built-in timers restricting you from how fast you could accomplish things. And these 2 features were some of the main selling points of the expansion. Island expeditions were supposed to be a brand new mode that would have you exploring all these new locations and getting treasures, and while it was full of collectibles, they were not fun at all to do. And warfronts were just kinda boring, where the best way to do them was just to put on a good Netflix show on your second monitor and just kinda mindlessly kill things and collect wood and minerals for when the game would eventually let you push the enemy keep. It was so bad that they never added the Barons or Silvermoon warfronts they had in the game files, and never tried a PvP mode like they said they might. And on the flip side, the only good thing that BFA had were its raiding content, Mythic Plus, Essence system, the dual inclusion of Mechagon and Nazjatar, and the allied races. Although let me rewind a little bit on this. During BFA, Blizzard tried to iterate on the Mythic Plus system they'd introduced in the previous expansion, where they introduced seasonal affixes that would be applied to Mythic Plus dungeons of levels 10 and higher, and they were actually a big success. The affix of the final tier BFA had this mechanic where you would fight these minions of the old gods at points throughout the dungeon, and where they died in the other realm would spawn a portal that would take you back to the dungeon. And you could use these portals in the other realm in order to skip mobs, which was an amazing design choice because, at the time, a key meta in Mythic Plus dungeons was how to properly skip mob packs. because a lot of the times in high-level Mythic Plus dungeons, the trash mobs were more dangerous than the actual bosses themselves, and you would strategically skip ones that were too hard or just not worth the effort, and only deal with the weakest ones that could fill the meter in order to complete the dungeon. And the meta at the time was just to have a bunch of rogues in order to skip those packs, to the point where there was a lot of contention in the pugging Mythic Plus dungeon community, where it almost felt like you were required to have at least one rogue so you could skip certain mob packs. And this entire thing was completely solved with this affix that just lets you skip whatever you wanted, just as long as you position the portals where you thought they would be best. It was such a successful mechanic that I'm sure many people are sad they didn't bring it back further for any other seasonal affixes, or just added it as a default mechanic in Mythic Plus dungeons. However, modern Mythic Plus dungeons make it a lot easier to skip mob packs you don't want to do, or just make it so skipping isn't really possible anymore. So I guess they solved it in one way or another. But the addition of these seasonal affixes were an absolute W for the expansion, and were tied to an incredibly important mode for the expansion as one of the 3 pillars of endgame content. And we still have these seasonal affixes to this day. And then of course we have the allied races, where Blizzard just kinda doubled the available races that players could use during this expansion. They had to create a whole new tab just to hold all the new races they gave you, where they didn't give you another new race until Dragonflight, where you just got a single new race. Now, a lot of the races were basically just slightly different colored versions of previous races we had before, but it doesn't really matter when it comes to getting brand new racials to pick from. My current main is one of these allied races that was added in BFA, and it's because a lot of the new racials were just so much more interesting than the older ones. I love that Zandalari trolls get to pick which minor bonus you have, and you get to change it out once a week to be something else. So really, BFA seems kind of stacked with really good things. It had a masterpiece of a raid, it introduced a long-lasting mechanic to the Mythic Plus system that players actually liked, it had a whole bunch of new races to play with, which had the unintended side effects of filling the old world with people leveling these new races, it had excellent max level zone ideas, it did have an excellent endgame system with the essences. So why exactly does Azerite armor, boring islands, and warfronts overshadow all this other stuff? Well, because the gear problems don't end with Azerite. I didn't even talk about Titan Forging or Corruptions yet. Titan Forging was a mechanic not added in BFA, but it was definitely ended in BFA, where whenever you got a new piece of equipment, there was a chance that it would just be a higher item level than normal. And there was a chance it would be an incredibly higher item level than normal if it Titan Forged. The very possibility that an item could Titan Forge meant that there was always the incentive to do max level content, because you never could have a full set of Titan Forge gear. So you never could have the best possible gear in the game at the time. It literally just added a random layer of gambling to your gearing system, where if your gear didn't have some kind of Warforged or Titan Forge proc on it, it was kind of a disappointment to just get a normal piece of gear. And while it was fun to get a Titan Forge piece of gear, it caused all kinds of contempt in the community because people did not like the fact that their gear progression was tied behind a random mechanic they had no control over. So eventually Blizzard did remove it, but it was in the expansion for at least half of its lifetime. And then it was replaced with Corruptions. Now, Corruptions were a mechanic that would have a piece of gear with a huge benefit attached to them, where they could do things like increase your haste, lower the cooldowns in your abilities, or just have a proc that simply did extra damage to whatever you're attacking. And pieces of equipment could have random corruption on it whenever you got it, and corruptions had 3 different levels to them based on the kind of corruptions there were. So if you got a new pair of gloves, for example, there was a chance it could have a corruption on that piece of equipment. And there was a chance the corruption could be one of the corruptions you wanted, and then there was another chance the corruption could have a tier 3 corruption, which was the strongest of all of them and the most useful most of the time. So they removed Titan Forging, a mechanic that people hated because it added an unnecessary level of RNG to your gear, in order to introduce an even bigger source of RNG on top of your gear. However, they did have ways to get specific corruptions, where you could just go to a vendor and just buy the corruption you wanted and just enchant them to your non-corrupted piece of gear like you would an enchant. And this totally would have solved all of the major problems with the corruption system, if it wasn't for the fact that the corruptions were on a rotating vendor, where you would have to wait a couple of weeks to be able to buy the corruption you actually needed. And the system was not introduced at the launch of the patch that introduced corruptions, so by the time you could buy the ones you wanted, you were probably done with progression if you were a hardcore player. And the corruptions also worked in PvP, so it created a balancing nightmare. However, even with all of these negative things about corruptions, the corruptions themselves were really strong. Like, insanely strong. Like, a full set of your best corruptions made you stronger than you were in Legion strong. You could lower your cooldowns on major abilities to be able to spam them. You could also have so much haste that you were melting people in less than 10 seconds in PvP. You could have so many layers of Twilight Devastation with stamina gear on that you could literally one-shot your enemy team as a tank in arena matches. The corruptions were absolutely bonkers, and that's what I loved about them. They were not balanced at all. Hardcore players hated corruptions because of how bad they made the game for them. But for us average players, being able to one-shot groups of enemies with a perfectly timed proc of Twilight Devastation was awesome. Being able to go out and collect a whole bunch of different kinds of equipments with different corruptions in order to just try out different builds was tons of fun. And also the amount of grinding that was required to get a hold of all these new pieces of gear with different corruptions definitely tickled all the parts of my brain that loves to play MMOs and grind for power increases. I loved corruptions. I loved how unbalanced they were. I loved how much grinding was required to get the ones you wanted. I loved how they worked in all types of content you did. I loved how they made getting Keystone Master a breeze during the final tier of the expansion. And I also loved they were only in the game for that one tier and did not carry over to any other expansions. If anything, I think corruptions succeeded specifically because they were temporary. They were an excellent power imbalance created specifically because they wanted to cause a power imbalance, and because it would be the final raid of the expansion that nobody liked. So it was the perfect time to try something stupid like corruptions, and it was a masterpiece in being broken. I applaud Blizzard for trying corruptions. They were so bad. None of the streamers or YouTubers praised them for being good, and if anyone did, they'd be rightly mocked for it because they weren't good. And that's what was so great about them. Sometimes it's fun to just have an imbalanced mess, and it's another aspect of this expansion that kinda gets overlooked because of just how bad they were on paper. Objectively speaking, corruptions were not good for the game. They were absolutely terrible. But they were so much fun nonetheless. And if anything, I wanted to see Blizzard try something like this again in different expansions. Although most of the time they never go as far as they do with corruptions and power level, and are too conservative with what kinds of crazy powers they let you get from a borrowed power mechanic. So, BFA in review. It had one of the worst gear and issues of any expansion, but also had great leveling incentives, one of the best raids, fun mechanics, although unbalanced. Part of their fun was their unbalanced nature, and tons of content to do in comparison to many other expansions. After all, we weren't missing an entire raid tier like in Worlds Draenor or Shadowlands, and even had a mini raid after Battle for Dazara lore. Was BFA as bad as people remember? In some ways, yes, because it was so bad Blizzard was free to try stupid things, and it led to tons of fun, making it a blast for people who got to enjoy it. If you go out and farm herbs or ore for an hour, and then sell those mats on the auction house, that does not mean you got free gold. This is the most common misconception I hear when people talk about how they make gold, or the best ways to make gold. But first, let me get into a little background information to set this point up. You see, my first ever foray into creating content for the WoW community was not in making videos for YouTube like I do now. It was actually a gold making blog. I was obsessed with gold making blogs and seeing all the new and unique ways you could make gold in WoW, and I thought I had some techniques I could add to the community. I used to make gold in WoW like it was my second job. In fact, I remember one day skipping classes in college because I wanted to get home quicker on Tuesday so I could repost my auctions. Because Tuesdays are by far the best days to make gold on. All this to say, I'm very well informed when it comes to gold making, and in being well informed, I also know all of the rookie mistakes that people make, and the most common one, in fact it was a meme in the gold making community, was the "I farmed it so it's free." Now let me actually get into why this statement might not be correct. You see, unless you don't value your time, then farming is still not free. Because I know some people would counter this point with, I just do it in my free time, so it's not like I'm wasting my time. Which is not a very good defense. Even if you don't value your time, that doesn't mean all of a sudden you get more time than everyone else. Because you see, the time you spent farming could have been spent on other high gold making ventures. If you farmed ore for 3 hours and get enough to sell for like 45k, that's great. But what if you only have 10 minutes of free time tomorrow? What if instead of farming ore for 3 hours, you leveled up jewel crafting, enchanting, or alchemy instead? What if you spent those 3 hours learning how to set up auction groups and trade skill master? What if those 3 hours were spent prospecting ore and crafting rings and necklaces to disenchant? What if those 3 hours were spent leveling up an alt to have another alchemy cooldown set up? And so on and so on. You can see that even people who don't value their time could still use that time in more productive gold making ways. So those 3 hours you spent farming ore to make 45,000 gold was 3 hours that could have been spent doing something else that could contribute to higher gold yields down the line. Which means you didn't get it for free, and instead chose to farm with your time. It seems like I'm splitting hairs on that distinction, but you'd be surprised. I've seen many people justify posting items well below market value
because they farm the mats themselves and consider those mats free. No, they weren't free. You used valuable time to get those mats and are underselling your items under an incorrect assumption and just straight up making less gold than you could be. Sure, you might make more in one day if you do nothing but farm when compared to setting up professions and auction house add-ons. But after all the initial setup is done, you can make more gold for less time put into the game, with setup rather than pure farming. Let's use jewel crafting as an example. To first get started in jewel crafting, you want to first max out the profession and learn all the high value crafts. This requires market research, which takes time. Then after doing market research, you have to do the groundwork. Finishing the Legion jewel crafting questline, get the rank 3 recipes for your crafts, which thankfully for jewel crafting isn't as important as other professions. Then you need to get your gems to craft, which requires buying and prospecting ore, but make sure you only buy ore if it's around market value, which again requires market research. Then after making the gems, you need to set up your auction house add-on, which will automatically search the auction house for the lowest price and undercut it by 1 copper. Which Intel requires learning how to set up the add-on Trade Skill Master, which is not user-friendly, I might add, so you're going to need to look up guides on it and tutorials. Then, after you get your auction sorted out, you want to sort out your crafting options in the add-on, which will automatically check the auction house in your bags for the gems you want to sell, and tell you how many you need to craft, and even just do it for you, as long as you're on your jewel crafter and have the materials. And lastly, set up the add-on to automatically send all your gems to your banking alt, who sits in major cities and does nothing but sell stuff on the auction house. And then, once you have all the initial setup done, you're pretty much on easy street now. You just log onto your bank tune once a day and run an auto cancel scan to cancel all your auctions that have been undercut. Then do a post scan to repost them to undercut the competition. Then you do a crafting queue, which will tell you which gems you need to craft, and then check the auction house for ore that might be cheap. Then you log onto your tune, who is your jewel crafter, and just do the crafts and mail them to your banking alt and post them. This whole process takes less than 10 minutes and allows you to make more gold in less time than farming ore for 10 minutes a day. And if you never bothered to do this initial setup and only farmed ore non-stop, you won't make any gold on the days that you can't spend farming, since you only get out of it what you put into it. While with the auction house method I described earlier, even if you miss a day of posting, you'll still be making gold with auction selling. And then you can just repeat the above JC example for enchanting, alchemy, and inscription to make even more gold. But you might ask, what if you already have all your professions set up? Isn't it then more valuable to go out and farm? And the answer to that is yes, actually. But that's the whole part of the value your time thing. You did value your time, and spent the time needed to set up your auction house venues. Now you get to decide what to do with your time next. Will you make more gold going out into the world and farming mats? Or maybe try to farm a rare recipe, pet, or mount that you can sell? After all, farming doesn't mean just going out and mining, herbing, or skinning. But then there are other things you can do with that time, like look into other passive gold making ventures, crafting necklaces and rings and disenchant for enchanting materials, doing Blood of Sargeras world quests on your crafting alts, because a lot of the high gold yielding crafts require them, and you can't just buy them on the auction house. Maybe trying to find a personal farmer who sells you ore and herbs directly, sniping the auction house for items that sell for a lot but people post for very little, basic buying low and reselling high. There are still so many other things you could do with your time that farming is still not considered free, and instead is a conscious choice of, I'm going to farm today instead of doing other stuff because I want to turn off my brain and make gold for a bit. That all being said, there are times in which farming is actually more valuable than messing with all the other stuff I mentioned. At the start of new expansions, new crafting mats like ore, herbs, and skins, and other enchanting materials sell for the most that they ever will in that expansion's life cycle. So it's actually a better use of your time to just farm mats and sell them wholesale for a few weeks to a month. Also after patches that include new mats and crafts, like Argus did. So while I do rail against farming and how it's not free, there are points in time when farming is just straight up the best option for making gold. In which case, I still don't think it's free and more like you're taking advantage of market trends. Of course, there is one more thing I'd like to mention. Sometimes, people will use the farming means I got it for free argument when selling crafted materials. Say for example, the cheap to make enchant gloves Legion Herbalism, which just allows you to enchant gloves to pick herbs faster. The enchant only requires one Leylight shard to make, and the enchant is in decently high demand as it sells well. One Leylight shard usually sells for around 75 gold, so the enchant can sell for only 80 gold to make a profit. A small profit, but a profit nonetheless. If you happen to get a blue item from a quest and disenchant it for one Leylight shard, don't then craft a glove enchant and sell it for 50 gold, because you got it for free. Instead, post it at normal market price for around 80 gold. Just because you didn't have to pay anything to get it, that doesn't mean it's somehow worth less to the rest of the world now. And you should still treat it as if it's worth 75 gold, and post it for a profit based on that. I've seen people in the past just hoard their mats all expansion and then dump them on the auction house for well below market value just because they want to get rid of them all. Which, I mean, is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Not everyone is interested in making the most from what they've got. Just because you don't value the mats doesn't mean they have no value though. In which case, just dumping mats below market price should be more of a conscious decision of, I don't mind losing money on these as it saves me time of not trying to maximize my profits. And not, oh look at all this free gold I just got. And I think that's it. Those are usually the only instances in which people use the argument of, I farmed it so it's free. When people go out and farm mats for gold, and when people come into materials and sell them well below market value. And I hope you learned a little today about valuing your time. You only have so many hours in the day to do stuff, so even if you don't value that time, that doesn't diminish the value of the time itself. Oglethorpe Obnauticus is one of the few friendly gnomes to horde players. Located in Booty Bay, this gnome is a gnomish engineer trainer. If you talk to him as an alliance member, he appears as neutral and tells you, if you're representing Gnomergon, that he has nothing to say to you. If you talk to him as a horde character, he gives you the same dialogue but will train you in gnomish engineering. Now, this NPC does have a little bit of lore behind him and a couple of secret interactions. Oglethorpe was the inventor of the Crowd Pummeler 960, a boss in Gnomergon. According to the Dungeon Journal, Oglethorpe built the robot as part of a contest to compete with other high tinkers, and his was unbeatable. It was such a great robot that Thermalplug stole his plans and created one for himself, and then let loose his robot on the city. Thermalplug is the guy who is responsible for the destruction of Gnomergon basically, and is the final boss of Gnomergon. But before they found out it was Thermalplug, everyone blamed Oglethorpe for the rampaging robot, and he was banished from the city. And this is why he holds such resentment for gnomes, and therefore Alliance players. He was framed for a crime he didn't commit, and has no interest in talking to the people who banished him. Kind of. He does have some interactions with Alliance players, as you'll see when we go on with the rest of this video. If you're questing around the old world, in 3 zones you can come across a mechanical chicken roaming around. Usually the quest for these chickens involves escorting them somewhere and helping them out. And then you'll be given a turn-in quest which requires you to go to Booty Bay and talk to Oglethorpe Obnauticus, where he'll thank you for returning his chicken and give you a reward. If you get the achievement Heirloom Hoarder, Oglethorpe is the one who sends you the chauffeured choppered heirloom mount, and he'll send you a letter saying, "Adventurer, your wondrous deeds have been celebrated all around the world. In gratuity for your great services in preventing the world's destruction several times over, I, Oglethorpe Obnauticus, on behalf of the citizens of Azeroth, do hereby present you with the ability to relax no matter where you're traveling." And funny enough, this letter is sent to both factions. Which makes me wonder why he's also sending a letter like this to Alliance players. But whatever. If they were to choose a neutral engineering NPC to send a letter like this to both factions, Oglethorpe kinda seems like an okay choice for that. Oglethorpe is also part of obtaining the secret pet, the Vengeful Chicken. In order to get this pet, you have to wait for the world quest, Waycrest Manor Witchy Kitchen to pop up, and then pull the 3 mobs for this world quest into one location and just let them use all of their abilities on a chicken they put on the floor. After all 3 mobs use their special abilities on the same thing, a quest will appear on the roasted chicken on the floor. The chicken will have a description that says, it looks a little lively for a dead cooked chicken, and that maybe Oglethorpe could help. And when you take the chicken to Oglethorpe, he'll give it a mechanical body and then give it to you as a pet, with a warning that it might go crazy and try killing everyone. But if it does, he's never talked to you. What's interesting to note about the Vengeful Chicken secret quest and the mechanical chicken quests and the Heirloom Hoarder achievement is they are available to both factions with no differences if you turn them in as Alliance or Horde, which leads me to believe he's not as mad at the Alliance as he used to be, or they probably forgot he's supposed to not like them. Knowing Blizzard, it could be either or. Oglethorpe is also most likely a reference to the character Oglethorpe in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. In the show, there is an orange dumb alien named Oglethorpe who also has a disco ball that he thinks is all-knowing, and he calls it the Orb Nauticus. Oglethorpe in the show also thinks he's really smart. So with Oglethorpe in WoW being named Oglethorpe Obnauticus, and Oglethorpe in the show having an Orb Nauticus, it's a very, almost direct reference. Except for the fact that Oglethorpe in WoW is actually smart. Did you know the first ever in-game holiday was Wintervale, which was added alongside Moradin Dungeon in patch 1.2? All they added was some quest lines and some snowballs and stuff, but every year they kept adding new things to Wintervale as they do for most of the holidays. And in 2007, Blizzard added something which caused a little bit of a controversy, which had to do with the winter clothes. The winter clothes are pretty skimpy outfits for female players, so a lot of the WoW player base enjoyed the transmog, before transmog was added to the game, so that wasn't really what was the problem with them. It's just that when they tried to hand out the pattern for the winter clothes, it didn't go out to everyone. It was supposed to be mailed to players and they would just get in their mailbox as a Christmas present, but only like half the players got it for some reason. So, in a hotfix, Blizzard added the patterns to vendors so that people who weren't gifted the patterns could just buy it. And not only that, the winter clothes themselves were kind of bugged for the tailors trying to craft them. You see, the winter clothes would give you skill ups like normal, and usually when an item goes gray in the skill up window, it no longer gives you skill ups in that profession. Except for the winter clothes, which kept giving skill ups all the way to max level, even when it was grayed out. So, mass producing these easy to craft winter clothes for a short while became the best way to level up your tailoring to max level. And since this was when professions still kind of mattered in the game, this was kind of a big deal, as usually professions were very expensive to max out. So Blizzard immediately hotfixed this problem, and it now works like any other recipe, where it no longer gives you skill ups when crafting it while it's grayed out. Occasionally, Blizzard will have oversights that allow people to level professions very quickly, but this one was just a straight up bug, and there weren't any reports that Blizzard banned anyone for taking advantage of it. But I guess this was because it was the Burning Crusade, information wasn't spread as fast as it is nowadays, so it probably only affected a handful of people. Because how many people would keep crafting an item that's grayed out? Well, except for the people who are crafting it as a transmog item, I guess they would have noticed they got a skill up for it if they weren't already maxed out. Blizzard had planned for wall climbing mounts to play a part of Wrath of the Lich King, which was probably scrapped somewhere in mid-development, but there are some hints to this in the game. There exist in the game files some untextured Nerubian models, which were probably going to be those mounts that could climb on walls. And if you ever go out of bounds in the Ankahet dungeon, you'll notice that it's gigantic, as big as any zone in Wrath of the Lich King, and could easily have been a zone since the dungeon takes place in a small part of it. And that was kind of the intention with it. Blizzard had much more plans for the Nerubians than delegating them to minor villains that get dealt with in dungeons, and then randomly at the end of a tournament. In an interview with Ghostcrawler, one of the devs who worked on the game at the time, someone asked him which piece of scrap content he liked the most, and Ghostcrawler said that he was the most sad that they had to scrap the Nerubian leveling zones. So why was the Nerubian leveling zone and wall climbing mount scrapped from the game, considering they obviously had a much more expansive plot planned for an underground zone beneath Northrend? Well, the answer to that was actually pretty simple, as most of these mysteries ended up being. According to an interview with another WoW developer, the zone and the wall climbing stuff was just simply too ambitious, and was out of the scope for the team at the time with their hardware during Wrath of the Lich King. So they had to scrap it in order to actually get the game finished. So as a compromise, they kinda just took what they had and turned it into a dungeon. Quite literally, as pretty much the entire zone is just inside that dungeon, even if you can't actually access it legitimately. On screen, you should be seeing my exploration footage going around the dungeon, and it's so big that I can't possibly show all of it in this short little video, but you could easily fit an entire leveling zone in here, and this was just the scrapped version. There were earlier versions with actual architecture and doodads placed in it, which they removed most of that stuff when they converted it into a dungeon. And as for the wall climbing mounts, well, they weren't really needed if there wasn't going to be an underground zone, as players can already fly in Wrath of the Lich King. So, it's a shame they didn't have those, as it seemed like a fun little gimmick to mounts. I guess they could always do it in the future with mount equipment or something. Was World of Warcraft going to have more than two factions, the Alliance and Horde? Well, yes, actually, but only in like the really early development stages. You see, in other MMOs at the time, they did have factions as well, but they weren't as stringent as the two-faction system in WoW, and they worked more like reputations, where you could willingly choose them and then change them later on at the cost of losing everything. So there was many different factions you could join instead of being stuck to a faction as soon as you created a character. In this screenshot from the WoW diary, you can see a whole bunch of things written up on the whiteboard, which is basically just brainstorming for early WoW ideas, including what some of the classes people would be allowed to play, two of which didn't actually make it into the game, and a whole section called Factions, with a long list of potential factions listed under what their possible enemies could be. As at the top row, you have the Scarlet Crusade versus the Unseen Crown, and the Argent Dawn versus the Shadow Council, and further down you have something called the Dragonflights versus the Dragon Slavers, which is definitely not a faction that made it into the game. And there's a bunch of other factions that I can't actually read from the image. So it looks like they had planned on having a whole bunch of the different factions fighting each other. In the game files for Vanilla WoW, there's a couple of unused faction reputations, such as the Silvermoon Revenant, the Wildhammer Clan, the Reventus Trolls, a faction called Test Faction, not a real faction, which all existed in the game files but were never actually made available to players. Now, it's not very likely these were meant as factions that players could join in place of the Horde or Alliance, and are more likely going to be used as reputations, which all got deleted from the game files when Burning Crusade came out. They even removed a couple reputations that were in Vanilla WoW later on in WoW's lifetime. And there was also a lot of debate internally about whether or not the Horde would be an evil faction or not. And after a lot of debate, they went with the idea to make neither faction evil, even if the Forsaken occasionally did evil-ish things. And I know it might seem like they had always planned for a two-faction system, since we have Warcraft 3, which came out before WoW, and kind of had pieces of lore suggesting Horde and Alliance stuff, but taking a quote from the WoW Diary book, one of the major design considerations for character design was the silhouette, because players could then identify enemies and allies quickly by their overall shape and size. In games, the player's eye is usually overloaded with text, interface elements, spell effects, and targets, so it was crucial that players could quickly identify friendly or enemy races. This was especially important after it was decided to create a split between the player populations into two opposing factions, a concept pioneered by Dark Age of Camelot. As you can see by this little excerpt, the two-faction system was not there from the start, and in fact was inspired by Dark Age of Camelot. In the MMO Dark Age of Camelot, which came out about 4 years before WoW, it was an MMO marketed as a PvP-focused game, which would have 3 separate factions that could constantly fight each other for resources and objectives in the open world, and if one faction ever got stronger than the others, then the 2 other factions could team up to take them down, which was supposed to be the game's balancing act. And this 3-faction system was Dark Age of Camelot's selling point, to kind of make it stand out from the other more PvE-focused MMOs at the time. And since the WoW team liked this system, and kind of had lore in place to incorporate this into their own game, the 2-faction system we have today was born, and it kind of accomplishes the same goals as Dark Age of Camelot had, of allowing players to have an infinite amount of content in the form of world PvP, where you can always have an enemy faction to fight. Although the faction imbalances are a lot more noticeable when there's only 2 of them, as a lot of classic realms will show you, as some of them have a balance of about 99-1, something a 3-faction system tried to circumvent. And some people want Blizzard to just remove the faction system altogether, but that's a topic for a different video. So WoW originally was going to have more than 2 factions. Then they liked the more restrictive faction system in a different MMO and decided they had the lore available to adapt a 2-faction system themselves. So we could have gotten a game where everyone was basically on the same side, and they would just pick one of the many factions out in the world to join for certain benefits. Kind of like what the Covenant system is trying to be in Shadowlands. And eventually they decided that was a bad idea, and just turned all those factions into reputations you can grind out for kind of the same rewards. Only there was no need to worry about competing factions to an extent. There are some factions that you grind out which will lower the reputations of others, but they're not super important ones anyway. World of Warcraft lore is something that originates from a place of a cartoonish nature mixed with a serious backstory. Stories like this allow for so much freedom and fun with them, because if something is fun, and does not take itself too seriously, who cares if maybe it does not make perfect sense, or has a little hole or inconsistency. This is what Hearthstone does, World of Warcraft spin-off card game, and in this video we'll be discussing why this free approach to lore has stirred up some great ideas that should probably be adopted to the main game. First up, let's take a look at the mean streets of Gadgetzan. This expansion is probably the best example of this, as it turns what was once a small desert town into a noir 1930s New York-style crime land, with large, spiraling streets and 3 gangs vying for control of the city. None of this is even close to being hinted at the original lore, but it makes perfect sense since the city is run by goblins, and goblins are never afraid of doing a little bit of crime to accomplish their goals. Plus, with the city being turned into a port city after the Cataclysm, it makes sense why it could take a shift in this direction, which has already been made canon as they describe Gadgetzan as more similar to its Hearthstone version in the second Traveler novel, The Spiral Path, just without the crime lord parts. And pretty much the entire sentimentality when it was first announced was, man, I wish the Hearthstone version of Gadgetzan was in WoW, from both communities. Let's take a look at an alternate timeline. A timeline much like our own. Arthas approaches the city of Stratholme, and upon seeing its people infected with the plague, soon to turn to undead, demands to his followers that they must purge the city. And while Uther turns him away as normal, this time, Jaina does not. And with this single altercation, the world turns on its head. Jaina joins Arthas along his journey for vengeance, her too becoming corrupted, for the forces that be of Northrend, and together they are a force no one may stand against. And so we get a whole bunch of cool Death Knight versions of the playable heroes for each class, as this one change altered the timeline enough where they almost win, until the player stops the Death Knights in the raid solo adventure. Blizzard did another alt-timeline expansion with Outland. In this timeline, the Legion defeat has left them scattered and crumbling to bits, much like the very world they reside on. That is, till a new leader emerges, Jaraxxus. That is, Mecha Jaraxxus, repairing the broken wounds of his legion with metal, both in the physical sense and the musical sense. With these, he has formed a new legion, one as filled to the brim with demons and augmented with mechanical parts, piloting massive fell machinery named the Rusted Legion, an army of flesh and drone. But the Legion is not the only ones replacing their mortal flesh with mechanical enchantments. Like the Mechanomes, many in this war-torn land became Prime. Kargath replacing his signature blade hand with, well, the only thing better, a chainsaw hand. Lady Vashir reborn among the champions of the Illidari as a Mecha Naga. And even a campaign where a mage becoming a demon hunter befriends Illidan over their mutual disdain for older siblings who happen to be druids, who are also always so perfect. And these are just a few of the neat stories, like 2 bands of adventurers, 1 horde, 1 alliance searching the Barrens, Wailing Caverns, or Westfall in the Deadmines, to gather Naru fragments for their totally not Black Dragon employers, Lady Prestor and Master Kazakis, only to meet up within the battleground of Alterac Valley, and then siege Onyxias later. Or another example, an exploration of Scholomance as an academy to all magic and not just the more necromantic, where people can even learn to multiclass like many NPCs in WoW lore do, but us players cannot. They've also added original content, like a band of villains called the League of Evil, stealing Dalaran to attack Uldum in order to steal the Plague of Undeath and flee to Dragonblight where a massive war breaks out,
so their leader Rafam the Supreme Archaeologist can resurrect a Galakrond in an attempt to rule Azeroth, all of which would take a whole video to explain that can of worms. But basically, as you can see, Hearthstone just kind of does whatever it wants with its expansion's lores. And we're able to create some incredibly fun stories since they obviously keep a lighthearted tone with everything, one that is sorely lacking from WoW's much more serious tone. They even had 2 Old God expansions, one where it was another what if the Old Gods won scenario, and another where the Darkmoon Fair's Old God undertones become Old God overtones, even giving canonical appearances of 2 of the Old Gods in the process before World of Warcraft did. So, you may be asking at this point, yeah, all this sounds neat, but what does this have to do with WoW's lore? Well, let me tell you that, my dear viewer. What I'm saying is that they should just straight up copy as much of Hearthstone's lore as possible for side quests and non-major lore events. WoW's core story is always going to be some kind of world-ending threat, and people freaked out when Mista Pandaria came out because they couldn't take pandas seriously. But WoW players are pretty okay with silly quests being in side quests or inside zones. Just look at how many poop quests there are in the game. There are literally a couple added every single expansion. There are so many neat ideas in Hearthstone just waiting to be adopted, but they can't be easily added because the main story just doesn't go to their locations, and a lot of them take place in the old world. So, if they were to ever have an expansion focusing on the old world, maybe we could see a little more Hearthstone stories being adapted, even if they're just added as Cavern of Time exploits, as a lot of them are alternate timeline ones, like a remake of ICC but with all the prior bosses replaced with Death Knight versions of famous heroes, with the final boss being Jaina and Arthas together. But no, seriously, there are so many amazing stories that can be told in universe, and it has such a potential for great moments. And while it's a hard debate in the community what is and is not good stories these days, it's safe to say World of Warcraft does the best when it tells a great story that does not take itself too seriously. A great example is Kel'Thuzad, a character who really is one of the best in Warcraft lore, but sadly overall has had rather lacking screen time, even returning for the Shadowlands expansion, but little used. In Hearthstone, they get the things we love most about him and turn it up to the max. He's energetic, egotistical, and snarky to the highest extent, and for a Lich who has done so much in Warcraft's history, it is amazing to have this almost Saturday morning cartoon, so much so, they even use this version of him for his appearance in Heroes of the Storm, with a set of voice lines that play along to the best Lich in Warcraft.
How dare you poke the Arch-Lich of Naxxramas, Lich Lord of the Plaguelands, Commander of the Dread Necropolis, Master and Founder of the Cult of the Damned, formerly of the Council of Six, Summoner of Archimond the Defiler, the Betrayer of Humanity, Hearthstone enthusiast, and Major Domo to the Lich King himself, Kel'Thu freaking Zud!
Oh, wait. I forgot Creator of the Abomination. Can we take it again from the top?
What do you mean, no?
Fine.
But I'm taking your soul for this.
It is a shame that villains in World of Warcraft constantly need to be dark, brooding, and serious with extreme plans, instead of the Skeletor-type villains we get with Heroes of the Storm, Kel'Thu freaking Zod. Overall, it is great to have an emotional and serious story moments, but a nice mix of serious storytelling and cartoony style is a great way to tell a story too. Serious natures and emotions hit far harder when you least expect them, and trying to be serious all the time takes away from this. Ever since Vol'jin's death at the start of Legion, there's been one thing on my mind. Who is there to replace him as the leader of the Darkspear tribe? Besides Vol'jin, there are no really super notable troll figures in lore that can realistically take over the Darkspears. In the Yanniku quest chain, it stated that Yanniku is the youngest son of Vol'jin's, meaning that Vol'jin probably had other children. But there has never been any information on who these other kids were, and Yanniku dies at the end of the quest chain, so he can't possibly take over. Then there's Master Gadrin in the Troll Starting Zone. Lore-wise, he was the mentor of Vol'jin and the Chief Witch Doctor, a pretty important position in the Darkspear tribe. But he's literally done nothing outside of the Troll Starting Zone in WoW's lore except show up at Vol'jin's funeral, so it's pretty safe to count him out as a candidate too. And then there's Rokhan.
Anyone who played Horde and Warlords probably remembers this guy. He hangs out right outside the main building and gave a ton of quests. In fact, he was probably more involved in the expansion than Vol'jin himself. In Legion, when you hit Prestige Rank 2, you get a quest to go to Undercity to get an artifact appearance from Sylvanas herself, and all the leaders of the Horde races are in attendance, including just a bunch of the most lore-important people from each race. And Rokhan is literally the only troll there, and he even has the same boss-level health as all the other racial leaders. Now, this one thing is a pretty big hint that Rokhan is probably going to be officially named the Darkspear leader later on, because no other troll really has as much involvement in Legion so far. So, just who is Rokhan and why is he so important? Well, Rokhan first appears in Warcraft 3, just like all the major players in WoW's lore. So that's another checkmark on the list of, is this guy lore important enough to realistically be named the leader of the Darkspears? And not only is he a named character in Warcraft 3, he's heavily involved with Thrall and Rexar's storyline and helps them fight the dirty Alliance humans back to Theramore, and becomes Thrall's personal scout, and is stated to be the best scout in the Horde. He then doesn't show up in WoW until Wrath of the Lich King, where he's involved in a quest in Dragonblight to kill a frostworm named Sarastra. And then he doesn't show up again until Warlords of Draenor, where he's involved with a lot of different things, and hangs out in your garrison and is involved in even more stuff. He was a pretty major quest giver in Warlords. Rokhan is also one of the 4 troll champions of the Horde, but 2 of them are basically just parts of quests for the expansions they were introduced in and have no real lore. And the third is just the Darkspear Quartermaster in Orgrimmar. So of the 4 troll champions of the Horde, Rokhan is the only one with any kind of extensive lore. After Warlords, you don't see him again until the Prestige 2 event. He doesn't have an extensively long lore track record. He was a major figure in Warcraft 3, showed up as a random quest giver in Northrend, and then was super involved in Warlords, which makes him more lore important than any other Darkspear troll that I know of, and is probably the reason he was chosen as the Darkspear representative at the Undercity event. I mean, unless Blizzard pulls some other Darkspear troll out of their butts, or introduces one of Vol'jin's sons, it's pretty safe to assume Rokhan is going to be the new leader. Nathanos in World of Warcraft is a derisive character, and the fact that he is pretty universally hated by both Horde and Alliance players alike. But what if I told you Nathanos used to be a fan favorite character amongst hunters? Before Legion, Nathanos was kind of a minor character who was set up as the champion of Sylvanas. He was the first ever human to be a Ranger Lord and be trained in the ways of the Elven Rangers. This appointment was a hotly debated issue amongst the Blood Elves, but Sylvanas basically told everyone to screw themselves, and since she was the leader of the Rangers, she could do whatever she wanted. But Nathanos wasn't as abrasive as Sylvanas, surprisingly enough, and spent most of his time at his farm in Lordaeron instead of hanging out in Silvermoon. So Sylvanas would regularly visit him, much to the chagrin of the other elves. Then, during the Third War, Nathanos died and was raised as a ghoul, and mindlessly attacks things at his farm, until Sylvanas tracked him down and managed to grab Nathanos and get him back in her service. And then during Vanilla, Nathanos was a Horde quest giver in the Eastern Plaguelands, and would send players on quests to kill certain NPCs. On the Alliance side, he was a kill objective by the head of the SI-7, after he sent in a group of 5 spies to investigate what was happening in the Eastern Plaguelands, and only one of them came back alive. Insane, shouting the name Blightcaller. And Nathanos was a pretty tough quest objective, and generally required a group of around 5 players to take out, really living up to his Champion of Sylvanas status. Kind of. And then in Cataclysm, we learned that Nathanos had actually just used Feign Death to escape that situation, and then became a hunter trainer, which all made perfect sense. Hunters can relate to using Feign Death to escape sticky situations, and it was appropriate that he was now the one training hunters in Undercity, since Cataclysm is the expansion in which undeads were finally allowed to become hunters. And at the time, players were really happy that they chose Nathanos to be the representation of Forsaken Hunters, and the reason why was because during the quests he would give you, he would constantly belittle your character. One of the first quests he has for you is as follows. The High Elves of the Coelithian Lodge possess something that belongs to me, a document detailing my life as a mortal. Before you ask, no, you most certainly are not privy to such information. Just do as I tell you, Worm. Recover the registry. And Imbecile, be sure to leave as much strife and grief as possible in your wake. Leave them suffering. I trust you did not read the registry? Not even you would do something that idiotic. As you might have noticed, Nathanos refers to the player as Imbecile, and keeps doing that for the remainder of the quest. And when doing the quest, the Corpulent one, Nathanos would say, "Have I told you that I hate you lately?" And then upon completion, he would say, "Keep this up and I may have to promote you from Imbecile to Mental Deficient, first class." And he would just constantly give snark to the player as they were completing and handing in quests to him. And these lines of dialogue were very refreshing, as up to this point, most NPCs you talked to were very nice or treated your character as some very welcomed hero. In fact, that's kind of how the game has been progressing throughout the years, and everyone loved how this one random NPC was the lone exception to that, and would constantly call you names while giving you more tasks to complete for him. Especially lines like, "Are you crying? If this is too tedious for you, hero, I recommend that you head back to the Dark Lady and inform her of the horrible mistreatment you've received at my farmstead." And it's his personality that players loved in the past that is the big reason why players hate him today. With the start of Legion, he started to take a more prominent role in the story, as we followed him through Stormheim looking for Sylvanas if you're on the Horde side, and then he becomes a major character during BFA, as he's the go-to quest giver for the Horde war campaign, and he gives you a majority of your world quests when you're out in Kulturas, and many other points in the story. Nathanos is just heavily involved in the lore in BFA, and the problem is that he kept the same personality. Now, occasionally on message boards, players will comment about the fact that they wish their character wasn't the savior of Azeroth and was just a normal adventurer again, and they didn't like how everyone treated their character as if they were the best thing in the world. Basically, a big point of contention with modern World of Warcraft storytelling is that your character is always part of the main events, and players wish to be bystanders or just random adventurers who happen to be helping. But I don't think players actually mean this. I think people actually like to have their characters constantly lauded and praised because of how much people hate the one character who doesn't treat them this way. Of course, if you've never known Nathanos, didn't know about his backstory in Vanilla WoW, as you couldn't actually do his quests anymore once Cataclysm came out, it's very easy to be upset by the guy that's constantly mean to your character for seemingly no reason, especially since you're constantly helping him out, and then he doesn't give you any thanks in return. It's very reasonable to not like him, but for someone like me, who was very much into the hunter community around Cataclysm, as I was a hunter main for 2 expansions, and was there when people were posting about how excited they were that Nathanos was made a hunter trainer, I loved everything with Nathanos. They kept true to his character, and I thought it was great how they didn't compromise and make him nicer. But I can totally understand why people who weren't already fans of him before Legion would not like this new abrasive character that seemingly got introduced out of nowhere. Especially with what happens in Darkshore. Tyrande obtained a mythical dark power from a loon and became a superpowered version of herself, and was taking down hordes of Horde soldiers basically solo. Until Nathanos comes in with 2 Valkyries and is able to stop both her and Malfurion, who himself is already a one-man army. And then Nathanos is able to escape basically unharmed, as they only lose 1 Valkyrie in the fight. And then that's basically it for their story until Shadowlands. So a lot of Alliance players, or just people who don't like Nathanos, were pretty pissed off that Nathanos was able to match the powered up version of Tyrande, because lore-wise, Nathanos cannot match up to a normal version of Tyrande. They kind of pulled that out of their ass and allowed him to win thanks to a little thing called plot armor. Even someone who likes Nathanos, like myself, can realize that Nathanos should have died there, or there should have been a much better explanation about why he was able to escape. Nathanos also has a secret love plotline with Sylvanas. The lore not so subtly hints that Sylvanas likes Nathanos, liked him as a human, and still likes him as an undead, and that Nathanos is incredibly oblivious to this, until the very end of the war campaign where he and Sylvanas share basically their only in-game dialogue of affection towards each other. This one isn't brought up very much about why people don't like Nathanos, but it does show up occasionally, and usually with the next point I'm about to talk about. And the last thing, one of the big reasons why people don't like Nathanos, besides its personality, actually that's probably the biggest one, and besides him able to match Tyrande in battle, and even ignoring the whole Sylvanas love plotline thing, one of the big reasons why people don't like Nathanos is because he's just a writer's fan insert character. And this is a very popular rumor spread about in a lot of different places, and I've even seen it being reported by other big YouTubers as fact. And this is simply not true. Now, these rumors came about because someone put together a series of screenshots of the writer of Nathanos, basically role-playing as Nathanos himself on his Twitter, just saying things like the war chief is watching him, he's going into Orgrimmar, just pretending to be Nathanos in a seemingly very cringy way. And this one series of 3 tweets is the main source of all of these rumors, and literally nothing else. I've looked for more. It always boils down to this one image if people bother to give a source at all. Everyone just collectively agreed that he was writing the story for Nathanos, and that's why he's taken a prominent role in the expansion. Instead of the fact that the war chief during BFA was a Forsaken, and that having her most trusted Forsaken servant leading people around makes sense narratively, it was obviously just because the writer loved Sylvanas and Nathanos so much. Which might also be true, but that's besides the point. So here's the thing with the quotes from his Twitter. He's not only the writer for Nathanos, he also writes NPC dialogue for a lot of main characters, like Khadgar, Illyria, Argus, the Maghar orcs, and so on and so on. He also oversees voice recording sessions with characters like Jaina, wrote a couple of the short stories and plot lines for some of the comics. He's involved in a lot of things, and he also just loves to tweet like all the time. If you check his Twitter, he's constantly posting every day about all kinds of random things, including his job, which he obviously very much enjoys. So occasionally he'll post fun things about the characters he's working with, or that he's written for. So someone took 3 tweets specifically about Nathanos, and just basically took them out of context, spliced them together, and used it as a basis to claim that the writer is just a self-insert for Nathanos, and everyone believed them. Although he does quotes like these for basically every character he works with, and just random characters in game. Here's him quoting lines from Zdormi about time travel stuff, and here's a quote from Medivh, and it goes on and on. Essentially, what happened is someone cherry-picked 3 tweets and just spliced them together into an image, and then that one image made its rounds around the internet. And since people already disliked Nathanos, no one really questioned its validity. Occasionally, other members of Blizzard staff post similar things. It's just people having fun with the characters in the game they create. Here's Laura Bailey posting quotes of Jaina, the character she does the voice work for. Here's a tweet by another WoW writer, RPing an interaction with the Sylvanas cosplayer. People who work on these things just like to have fun with their characters. So no, Nathanos is not a self-insert character. All of the proof comes from cherry-picked tweets taken out of context in order to paint the writer in a bad light by creating a false narrative. And then it was parroted by many people online to the point where people don't even know where the original source came from. Good, we got it? Because basically that's it. To summarize the video, Nathanos used to be a fan-favorite character amongst hunters because he was rude to the characters. Then Nathanos became a fan-hated character in Legion and BFA because he was rude to the characters. Nathanos shouldn't have been able to fight Tyrande as an equal during the Darkshore event, and people aren't a huge fan of the Nathanos and Sylvanas love side plot. Also, there is a very popular false rumor about the writer Nathanos using him as a self-insert character. So in defense of Nathanos, I like that they kept true to his character despite all of the backlash, and I totally understand why you might not like his abrasive personality. It's perfectly understandable and reasonable. And I think the reason it worked so well before was because he was a minor character. It's okay for a minor character to work like this. Once a major character is being rude to your character though, and is constantly involved in the story, then it kind of starts to grate on you, especially if you didn't like him to begin with. So recently, I made a video about why vanilla Alterac Valley is remembered so fondly, and in the video I briefly mentioned the alliance advantages of the map. It only makes sense to also explain why Isle of Conquest, the other battleground that Alliance wins way more than Horde, also has a faction advantage. In fact, Alliance have the highest win rate on Isle of Conquest when compared to even AEV. Now, why does Alliance win Isle of Conquest more than Horde? Well, the reason is actually pretty simple. You see, Docks is just straight up closer to the Alliance spawn point, and Docks is by far the best objective to capture in the game. So each Pug Isle of Conquest match will go as follows. Every single Alliance player will Zerg Docks and take it. Then every single Alliance player will protect the 2 glaives, while they're used to take down the wall to the Horde's base without worry of counterfire from the base because glaives can shoot way further away than the wall cannons can shoot back. And since glaives do more siege damage to the walls quicker than all the other objectives in the game can, Alliance get the wall down first every time and just goes in for the enemy general kill. This is how 99% of Isle of Conquest games go, and as long as the Alliance are able to stick to this very easy strategy, they will win. And they can literally just ignore the Horde the entire time. There is a way to counter the strategy as Horde. One of the most effective ways of stopping this push is to have your stealth classes sneak in and attack the glaives while they're attacking the base. The glaives do not have a lot of health when compared to the other siege engines in the game, and a skilled small group of stealthies working together can actually single-handedly win the game for Horde. In the footage you're seeing on screen, as the lone rogue in the battleground trying to take out the glaives, I managed to kill both of them solo, but not after dying a few times in the process. So it didn't really matter since it took me so long to get back to the glaive after each death. Also, another side note about the footage, it took me a week of trying to queue for this battleground to get in there on my Horde character. The battleground is such hot garbage, all Horde players have it blocked as a random queue option, so it took ages to get in. I remember sitting in queue for 4 hours one day in an attempt to get in for the footage. Not for 4 hours and then I finally got in, mind you. Just sitting in queue for 4 hours before I finally just gave up for that day. But anyways, back to the video topic. If this strategy of stealth squads is so effective at stopping the glaives, why does Horde still lose all the time? Well, you have to remember I'm talking about a random battleground here. Think of all the times you've wiped on LFR bosses. Bosses so easy that each one is literally a tank and spank with mechanics that only need to be loosely followed. You think there's no way any group of people could possibly wipe to these bosses, and yet it happens all the time. When you put 40 random people together, the chances of getting any kind of intricate strategy to work are incredibly low. Because for one thing, you have to rely on your team having stealth classes, which is basically just rogues and druids, because you also want to have some kind of burst opener, because if you do manage to attack the glaives, you're gonna have all 40 Alliance players attacking you at once. So you get like one attack, or more if you pop defensive cooldowns as well, and they don't have a way to counter them immediately. But even if you have the required people to counter the push, it's still hard to pull off, which just adds another layer of difficulty on top of hoping your stealth classes even want to do it in the first place. It is just infinitely easier to rely on a random group of 40 people to all stick together and take one objective than it is to rely on a small group of very specific classes playing well to counter it. Of course, there are other strategies you can do to stop the dock push, but trying to get a sizable force to contest docks as Horde so that you do not have to rely on stealth classes is also a risky move. For one, trying to convince a group of 40 random people to not rush mid and cap an easy objective, and instead go attack a base that the Alliance is closer to, is hard. Don't underestimate how uncooperative our random group of 40 people on the internet can be. Plus, most of the people in Isle of Conquest on Horde are probably new players who don't know they should blacklist the battleground yet, and are probably doing it for the first time as well. But, assuming best case scenario, and you do manage to convince your whole group to take docks, the Alliance have an advantage either way. They'll just straight up get to the capture point quicker, and have a closer respawn point. And it's a lot easier to defend a base than it is to capture it, so you'll most likely lose the push anyway. But, say you do manage to take it, well, you might actually stand a chance. All of the times this scenario plays out, I'd assume is pretty rare. I've never seen it happen. And I used to do this battleground all the time as Horde back when I was trying to get my Battle Master achievement. It's a lot easier to just organize stealth groups to attack the glaives, which in itself is still hard. While all Alliance players have to do is just rush docks, and then defend docks. And since that's the common strategy of the battleground, 90% of Alliance players do it. And since most Horde players know that the chances of taking the docks in a straight up team to team fight are low, they don't even try. And that's why Alliance has the advantage, because they spawn in close to the best objective on the map. It's funny that of the only two 40-man battlegrounds in the game, Alliance players dominate both of them. And both because of geographical advantages. Are dungeons in WoW even really dungeons? Well, they used to be. Dungeons are traditionally supposed to be more like labyrinths with traps, secret rooms, secret pathways, doors that need special keys to unlock, treasure chests, and of course, fighting bosses. The traditional dungeon is more about exploration and using clever ways to deal with all the problems that might arise. Dungeons in WoW are about killing trash and then fighting bosses. And that's about it. In fact, WoW dungeons are more about just pretty rooms to have bosses in them than they are dungeons. But it wasn't always this way. Blizzard did try to put in real dungeons in its earlier days. Wailing Caverns, for example, was a huge underground labyrinth with many different bosses, secret passageways, and required you to complete a quest to even face the final boss. It was a big, complicated mess, which made it a pretty good representation of what a dungeon should feel like. They even tried to keep this going all the way up until the Burning Crusade. I remember one of the first ever gold farming methods I tried was speed running through Hellfire Ramparts to find the treasure chests that had bonus loot inside of them for extra vendor gold. But those bonus chests were removed later on in Wrath, and you'd be hard-pressed to find any kind of bonus chest in modern dungeons that give anything but artifact power. I mean, to be fair, chests in dungeons are still a thing, but you're not going to see a group go out of its way to get one anymore. Let's take a look at one of the current dungeons. In Halls of Valor, one of the biggest dungeons currently, you run straight and fight your first boss. Then you choose to run straight, left, or right afterwards. On the left is just another straight track for a boss fight. To the right, however, you have to fight through a room to a boss who runs all over the room full of ads. But once you deal with it, you go back to the middle and then just run straight again to fight two more bosses in the same room. It's almost impossible to get lost in this dungeon, since I don't think there's more than 2 turns in the whole place. It's just a big T shape. Although, Blizzard hasn't completely abandoned the old dungeon model. In the Siramar dungeons, there's a lot of little bonus objectives, huge places that can easily make you get lost, and even a part of Court of Stars where you have to do an event to find the boss hiding in a party. It's all pretty light as far as traditional dungeons go, but you can see them trying to at least pay tribute to the old school dungeons. If you take a look at the Wither training scenarios though, you'll see that Blizzard does know how to still design real dungeons. In the Wither training, you'll have a massive underground passageways with lots of twists and turns, hidden rooms that can only be unlocked with keys, treasure chests to find, traps to avoid, bosses to fight, the whole shebang. It's pretty much the definition of a traditional dungeon. So, why doesn't Blizzard use this model for their actual dungeons? Well, you see, people didn't really like getting lost in Wailing Caverns. It was a low-level dungeon with a high difficulty curve, and generally, the average player doesn't like it when things are too hard. That's why we have 4 raid difficulty settings now, and people act like raids are too easy when they've only ever completed it on LFR. In Wrath of the Lich King, they experimented on super easy dungeons as compared to their previous expansion of some of the hardest dungeons ever, and they were pretty popular. People liked being able to steamroll dungeons, get loot, and not spend over an hour exploring the place. But there was a huge outcry that Blizzard made dungeons too easy. So they thought to spice it up a bit in Cataclysm. They made dungeons hard again. Well, the bosses anyway. The dungeons themselves were all super straightforward, even the revamped old dungeons they added. And people did not like it. There was such a huge backlash from the harder dungeons that Blizzard nerfed the dungeons over and over throughout the whole expansion, until they were back to the point of being speedrun by higher geared players. And they pretty much kept that model going forward. If there was a more positive reaction from the harder dungeons, Blizzard might have taken steps to make dungeons more like traditional dungeons again, but the player base doesn't want that, and Blizzard gives players what they want. In the act of making things more convenient, they got rid of what makes dungeons unique, to the point where you can't even really call dungeons in WoW dungeons. They're more like glorified boss rooms. The only reason they keep the name of dungeons is because in the past, they did used to very much embody the spirit of a traditional dungeon. Blackrock Depths was a huge dungeon in vanilla WoW with multiple bosses, a giant maze-like structure with quest chains to get keys to unlock secret pathways, and of course treasure chests. It even had a room full of neutral NPCs who could sell you stuff and are still involved in hidden quest rewards to this day. Blackrock Depths had everything, including the entrance to a raid inside of it. But if you ever wonder why there aren't any dungeons in Legion as big and massive as Blackrock, it's because Blackrock Depths wasn't convenient. Can you imagine if Blizzard put out a mythic dungeon as big as Blackrock today? Karazhan is the closest thing we've got to that today, and even that is like half the size of Blackrock and not as maze-like or confusing, and even that was just a retooled raid. Now, I know I may be talking about current dungeons like they're all garbage, but that's not really the case. Just because they're not traditional dungeons doesn't mean they're not good. It's just the name doesn't really fit what they are. They're more like boss rush rooms with ads, and since traditionally they used to be real dungeons but changed slowly over time, it would be weird to change their names now. This video is more of a piece to explain to people who might be new to the genre and only have WoW as a point of reference. That way they could know what a real dungeon is supposed to be like, and why Blizzard still calls their boss rush rooms dungeons. Sylvanas is quite the contrarian character. Ask two different people how they feel about her, and you'll most likely get two different answers. She's either the best war chief, or the worst. Or just an attempt at Blizzard of putting a fan favorite character in the position of power. So, why Sylvanas exactly? Is she really as bad as people say? Why is she such a fan favorite character? Is she just the next Garrosh? Well, this video will attempt to answer all of those questions. Sylvanas started her story out as a pretty generic character, a standard stock fantasy princess elf ranger who was just a huge thorn in Arthas' side when he was trying to take the Sunwell. After her failure, Arthas turned her into a banshee and forced her to serve him while he destroyed her homeland. Later on, when Arthas' power was weakening, Sylvanas was able to break free of his control and nearly succeeded in killing Arthas before Kel'Thuzad came in and saved his life. With her home destroyed and all of a sudden in control of an army of undead and dark monsters, what was she to do next? Well, revenge against Arthas was a good start, so that's where she went from there. But seeing as the whole world just got done fighting a war against the Undead Scourge and the Legion, they were not too keen on Sylvanas and her Forsaken's existence. Try as she might to convince her previous allies that they no longer served the Lich King, she was still shunned and in fact, actively hunted down by everyone. No one wanted to work with a faction of undead, let alone leave them alive. Sylvanas was constantly surrounded by enemies on all sides who saw her and her people's existence as something that needed to be eliminated. But luckily for her, the Horde took them in. The Tauren were sympathetic to their cause and convinced Thrall to allow them in the Horde. They tried joining with the Alliance. A lot of the people, if not nearly all of the undead, were once part of it, but that was never going to happen. Many of the undead still have living family in other parts of the world that never want to see them again. The existence of the undead is nothing but being constantly shunned and horrified at. Even other members of the Horde don't really like them, just kind of tolerate them and see them as disposable fodder to fight for them. But they don't actively try to kill them, which was a good point. Being born into the world as an undead is being born into a world of enemies. In the undead starting zone, you're shown that all new Forsaken are given a choice. Join the Forsaken under Sylvanas, or go off on your own. Free to do whatever you want as long as it's not directly harmful to the Forsaken or their allies. Or to be killed again. Most undead choose to join Sylvanas. Honestly, there's not really a practical alternative choice in the matter. But there are others who choose to do other things. One of the undeads goes off on his own and forms a rebellion against the Forsaken, which you're then given quests to help put a stop to. He was given the freedom to choose what he wanted to do, and he chose to fight Sylvanas, which of course meant he had to be put down. This goes to show that undead aren't forcibly bound to Sylvanas in the Forsaken, as the rebellion had quite a few followers and wasn't just the one guy. And another undead decides to go back to her home to see her family, but things don't go well for her. Her family sentences her to death, and sicks the rest of the Scarlet Crusade after her. But, luckily for her, she happened to be an incredibly powerful shadow hunter, and kills her captives and spends the rest of the zone hunting down her former allies. And even after you help her kill her father and get her revenge, she still chooses to not join the Forsaken. And the Forsaken let her go, because service is a choice. Life is incredibly hard for undeads, so joining Sylvanas is usually just their best bet. And the only undeads who manage to succeed on their own are almost always incredibly powerful on their own. Like Lillian Voss from the Undead Starting Zone, Alonis Fowl, a leader in the Priest Order Hall and the creator of the first Paladins, Meryl Fellstorm, a leader in the Mage Order Hall and an incredibly powerful mage in his own right with ties to Corona, and Gunther Arcanus, an undead lich who hangs out on his own island in the middle of the Terrasfall Glades. Not part of the Forsaken, but also left completely to his own devices. All that to say, while Sylvanas leads the undead follow her willingly and are not forced like the Lich King. And because they choose to follow her, she tries her best to look out for them in their best interests. After all, she's in the same boat as them. When the Horde and the Alliance go to Northrend to deal with Arthas, Sylvanas obviously shows up and throws in her support. But then her own men betray her and the Horde at the Wrathgate. While Sylvanas does help put a stop to Putris and Varimathras, the betrayal still left a very sour taste in the mouth of the other Horde members who barely tolerated their existence in the first place. Things were not looking good for them, and losing the support of the Horde would be the end of them. And then, the Lich King was killed, with Sylvanas not playing a major role in it. With the Lich King dead, she didn't really see a reason to keep on living. The entire world saw the undead as unnatural, and she didn't really disagree, so she threw herself from the top of Icecrown Citadel in a bid to commit suicide. But after dying, she saw hell, and it was a terrible place. Luckily, the Valks, who had previously worked for the Lich King, managed to bring her back to life, and one of them even took her place in hell. After seeing that, she knew what she had to do. She not only had to make sure she never ended up in there again, but to also make sure her people didn't share the same fate. Come Cataclysm, and Garrosh ordered Sylvanas to take Gilneas. The fight went very well for them. Sylvanas is a great military tactician who's not afraid to use morally gray tactics. But in the moment of triumph, she was betrayed yet again by a newly raised undead Vincent Godfrey, and killed. The Valkyrie were able to bring her back to life once again, but they lost more Valkyrie the more they did that. And because of this event, Sylvanas became convinced that the Valkyrie were the future of the Forsaken. So when she found out about a way to have the Queen of the Valkyrie be in service to her, she went up to the Queen Valk and asked very nicely if she'd join the Forsaken and help them continue as a race. Oh wait, that's not what happened. Because that would have been stupid as hell. She would have obviously, and very rightly so, have been turned down. So when she tried to enslave the Queen of the Valks, I mean, really? Who could blame her? Her people were dying out, and the Valkyrie were the only way to replenish their numbers. She's willing to do morally reprehensible things for the sake of her people. Not to diminish what she's doing, mind you, but it's not like she's doing things just for the sake of being evil. She's doing them for the good of her race's continued existence. Because she has no choice. She can't nicely ask for help. Everybody wants her and her people dead. She has to be smart about every move she makes, and do things that other people might call evil. Otherwise, her people will die out. And what kind of leader shouldn't do everything for their people? She's just been given a shitty hand in life, and she's doing the best she can with it. Even when put in control of the Horde, she doesn't treat the other races with contempt. In fact, her people in Undercity think she's putting other races' needs over their own. And the other members of the Horde think she's putting the needs of her Forsaken over the Horde. No one is happy, but she still tries to treat the other leaders with respect, unlike Garrosh, who was openly hostile towards everyone besides orcs. Plus, she has the Horde's best interests at heart. Without the Horde, the entire world becomes their enemy. That's why she made the call to retreat at the Broken Shore. If she didn't, the Horde would have lost all of its leaders and crumbled. It's no wonder Vol'jin made her war chief. While her methods may be twisted, she cares about her people first and foremost, and the absolute best interest of her people is a continued Horde existence. So no one would be more motivated to keep the Horde intact and in power than Sylvanas, and no one would protect it harder than her. Plus, she's a proven leader with years and years of experience. I think people sometimes forget she probably has more leadership experience than all the other Horde leaders combined. Because before becoming undead, she was also Ranger General in Silvermoon, and elves are generally way longer lived than normal races. So, to sum things up, yes, Sylvanas does bad things, but she literally cannot let her race continue living without doing them. The whole world wants her and her people dead, and she wants them to stay alive. She has no choice but to play the bad guy, but still tries her best to respect the other leaders of the Horde in the process. Not that she's perfect, mind you, but she tries way harder than Garrosh ever did. Even if some of them don't approve of her methods either. The Alliance want her people dead, so it's no wonder she sees them as enemies. And she's smart. That's why she knows it's not a good idea to let the Alliance live so close to them on Kalimdor. Her starting a war with the Alliance is completely in character for her, because she's always done whatever she's had to do for the sake of the Forsaken, and there can be no happy endings for her. So, to answer the questions I proposed at the beginning of the video, is Sylvanas really as bad as people say? Yes, kind of. She does bad things, but for good reasons. Because there are no good options available to her. She can't choose a good path to go down. Why is she such a fan-favorite character? Because she's complex and somewhat relatable. It would be easy to write off everything she does as her just being evil for evil's sake, but she actually has pretty good reasons for everything she does. And she's not allowed to be a good person with pure motivations like other races who aren't actively hunted by the rest of humanity. She also kind of has a soft side anyway that contrasts with her mostly dark personality. Like most of her Forsaken, she has living family members and gets emotional when you bring her a locket from her sister, and will even sing a song for you. The best characters are usually multi-dimensional. Plus, she was a scantily clad female character in a fan base with lots of males, which probably added a bit to her popularity on top of her personality. Is she the next Garrosh? Not really, but there are some parallels, so I can understand the comparison. Garrosh wanted what he thought was the best for the Horde, which involved it being full of nothing but orcs. Sylvanas also wants what's best for the Horde, because the Horde is the only thing keeping her race from being wiped out. To this end, she wants cooperation from the other races, and doesn't want to get on their bad sides, which Garrosh did not care one bit about. But her methods of war against enemies are just as bad, if not worse in some instances. Even Garrosh didn't want to use the Plague, which Sylvanas has no problems using. But then again, Sylvanas was against the bombing of Theramore, which Garrosh thought was an excellent idea. So, like I said, lots of parallels, but at the very least, Sylvanas doesn't want to go all Orc Hitler on everybody, and doesn't think undeads are superior, and just wants them to be allowed to live in the world. So, what do you think about Sylvanas? Did this video change your opinions about her, even if just a little bit? She's honestly a very interesting character with lots of story potential, and I can understand why people think she's evil. Because, after all, she does a lot of things that could be considered evil, but she does them for what she thinks are good reasons. Pet Battles in World of Warcraft is a minigame system which is definitely the largest minigame system they have within the game, which rightfully fits into the category of being a game within a game. Pet Battles is kind of like Pokemon to an extent, where each creature has 3 moves they can choose from, and there's a rock, paper, scissors mechanic of types doing extra damage against certain types, and doing less damage against others. And ever since its introduction in Mists of Pandaria, they have added tons and tons of pet battle content, where there's over thousands of pets to collect, and lots of solo challenges to throw those pets against. So from a collector's point of view, and a PvE pet battler's point of view, the point of pet battles seems pretty clear. You collect new pets, you level them to the max of 25, then you can take them into the exciting solo content like the Celestial Tournament, the legendary pet tamers, and even clear all of the pet battle dungeons. And all of this is actually a lot of fun, the first time you do it. And that's kind of the main point of this video. After you've completed all of the PvE pet battle content and farmed them enough times to collect all of the rewards, there's nothing else to do. There's plenty of PvE content that was added to the game over the years, and they usually make sure the reward structures are done in a way where you have to complete the content multiple times in order to get everything from it. But the updates for those are more sparse than WoW adding new raids to the game, and they're much quicker to complete. To the point where, if you're a long-time pet battle fan, there isn't really anything for you to do with your pet battle pets. The hardest form of pet battle content in the PvE sense is known as the Celestial Tournament. You're only allowed to do Celestial Tournament 1 time a week, and it requires you to fight 3 legendary tamers, full of teams with legendary pets, where you have to defeat all the 3 tamers without being able to heal your pets outside of battle. Then, after you defeat the 3 tamers, you have to defeat 4 legendary boss pets back to back, under the same conditions. And the Celestial Tournament is so hard, they don't even let you enter unless you have at least 15 max level pets. And it's definitely the penultimate pet battle challenge. Completing the Celestial Tournament proves that you have a mountain of pets to throw against the challenge, or you were good enough to prepare for it beforehand, seeing as the 3 first legendary pet tamers change out every week. So you can't just have one team that counters the whole Celestial Tournament every time, but you can have a collection of teams that counters all the different forms of Celestial Tournament eventually. However, even though the Celestial Tournament is pretty great as a form of pet battle content, and is the last hurrah for people who do pet battles in order to test their pet battling skills, this was released 8 years ago in patch 5.4. The hardest form of pet battle content was released during the expansion which introduced pet battles, and we haven't gotten anything like the Celestial Tournament since. Some may argue that the pet battle dungeons on the heroic modes could be just as challenging as the Celestial Tournament, although the distinction is just as challenging as the Celestial Tournament, because the Celestial Tournament is still the penultimate pet battle challenge in the game. You compare hard forms of PvE pet battle content to the Celestial Tournament, and the fact that we haven't gotten anything harder than that since Mists of Pandaria is kind of a problem. Whenever Blizzard does release new PvE pet battle content, there will be a ton of people complaining that Blizzard is wasting their time developing this, instead of working on some new raid or battleground or whatever, and I'm happy to tell you that's probably not something to concern yourself with because of how infrequently they actually create new battle pet PvE content. Every new expansion, they'll add a whole bunch of new world tamers to the game that you can fight in order to gain rewards or complete daily quests ever since Legion. But these tamers are all easier than the max level tamers added from Mists of Pandaria. You know, when pet battles launched, with almost no exceptions. In fact, most of them are so easy that they barely give you any experience when you actually fight them, because Blizzard knows people would farm them to level pets because of how brain dead easy they are. So to this day, it's still a completely viable way to level up your pets by just completing a circuit of the Mists of Pandaria tamers, instead of doing pet battles from the current content tamers. Sure, they add a whole bunch of new tamers every expansion, but they're not challenging, they don't give meaningful rewards, and they're not really meant to. The first time they added some new challenging content to pet battles was the pet battle dungeons added in Legion, where there's an easy mode you can complete first, and then a heroic mode where you go in and try to complete the whole instance without healing your pets outside of combat, just like the Celestial Tournament. And the pet battle dungeons were an excellent breath of fresh air, and some of the heroic modes even match the difficulty of the Celestial Tournament to an extent, which can only be a good thing. There's only 5 pet battle dungeons total, and farming each one of them on their hardest difficulty does require you to have a pretty hefty amount of max level different kinds of pets. Although, eventually, you can complete the heroic modes enough times to get all the pets that are available from going through those dungeons,
and you can also eventually complete the Celestial Tournament to get all of its rewards too. And then once you're done with all the rewards from the Celestial Tournament and the Pet Battle Dungeons, that's kind of it. You've completed the Pet Battle game. There's nothing else to do except wait for the next Pet Battle Dungeon, which you'll be able to complete in the first hour it's available when it launches because they're so easy. And then you're just kind of waiting around for the next one, and they haven't released a new one since BFA. The Pet Battle's main target audience are collectors and World of Warcraft players who are new to Pet Battles. Blizzard always releases new pets. With pretty much every content update, they put out a whole bunch of new pets to collect. Introducing new pets to the game is the only thing Blizzard has consistently added to Pet Battles. So if you're a collector of pets, then the game is obviously catered towards you, just like collecting everything else. Since collectors in the game tend to be casual players, so there tends to be a lot of them, and casual players make up the larger portion of any game's player base. If you're new to Pet Battles, then boy, do you have a ton of content waiting for you, because they have never raised the max level on pets. So, all max level content from every single expansion is still viable max level content for Pet Battles to this day. Someone who gets into Pet Battles today will have a hard time defeating the Celestial Tournament, for example, even though it was added 8 years ago. However, if you ever want to do something with the collected pets, and you're not new to Pet Battles, well, that's too bad because there isn't really any content for you after you've completed the tournament and the 5 Pet Battle dungeons. You see, there technically is a system of PvP Pet Battles in the game, where through your Pet Battle Collection tab, you're able to hit a button to find a random PvP game. However, they have done absolutely nothing to update the PvP Pet Battle system since its first introduction at the beginning of Mists of Pandaria 9 years ago. It's still the same system of just pushing the button from your collection tab, where you're randomly matched with whoever clicked the button at around the same time as you, with no filter to who might be an experienced player or a new player or anything. You simply match against people who might have clicked the button at around the same time as you, and that's it. So it's entirely possible to just go against the same person 10 times in a row if no one else is clicking that button, which is a very common occurrence in modern Pet Battles, outside of a few incentives that Blizzard has tried to get people to push that button. Blizzard has a grand total of 4 incentives to do PvP Pet Battles. One of them is to get the achievement for winning 1,000 times, which grants you the trainer title and a Direhorn pet. And then they have a vanity achievement for winning 5,000 Pet Battles, which doesn't really grant you any rewards, so most people stop at the 1,000 achievement. The next incentive is to win 10 times for a weekly Pet Battle stone and some Pet Battle food, which can upgrade the rarity of your pet and also allow you to level them faster. The third incentive is the Pet Battle bonus event, which comes around every couple of months and gives you a weekly quest to win 5 PvP Pet Battles. And lastly is the Family Brawler achievement, which was added in Legion and gives you a reward if you're able to win 10 PvP games with a team of only one type of pet, and for every single type of pet. So, trying to win 10 matches with only magic type pets in your team, for example, and then repeating the process for every other type in the game. So, that sounds like a lot of incentives. However, most longtime Pet Battle fans already have the 1K achievement because we've had 9 years to try for it. The weekly Pet Battle stones and food you get from Pandaria weekly quests are outdated because they can be gotten much faster through just doing world quests, so no one bothers to do those anymore. The weekly bonus event is the only week in which PvP Pet Battle queues are thriving, and the Family Brawler achievement was hated by pretty much everyone because PvP Pet Battles are not balanced around having a full team of one type of pet. Nobody liked actually having to try to grind out those 10 wins with 3 humanoids, and it just made for some easy wins if you were playing a well-balanced team and queuing for fun and you happened to run across someone else who was trying to grind for this achievement. So out of all of the incentives, the Pet Battle bonus event is the only one that actually works and gets a whole bunch of new people to try them out. And all that does is grant 1 stone, which increases 1 pet to max level immediately, which is also not that good of a reward. You can also get these stones much easier by just doing world quests for the charms. So, outside of the Pet Battle bonus event, if you decide to queue up for a random PvP Pet Battle, chances are you're going to run against someone who's trying to grind out their 1,000 wins or 5,000 win achievement, and it's just playing one of the best teams in the game in order to blow out your team as fast as possible, or playing a team which has its pets named win trading. And then there's a chance you'll just go against that same guy 10 times in a row because no one else is queuing up. So, PvP Pet Battles aren't really a thing, which is a shame because they used to have a healthy amount of participation back in Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor, when Pet Battles were still new, and all the veteran players didn't have the 1,000 or 5,000 win achievement yet. You could realistically queue up for Pet Battles whenever you want and get a wide variety of different players. I used to have a Pet Battle channel dedicated to PvP Pet Battles during this time period,
where I would showcase all kinds of different teams that would try to compete against whatever people were using at the time. However, after Warlords of Draenor, participation in PvP pet battles kind of dropped into the ground. If I wanted to record some matches to showcase a new team, I'd have to sit in queue for 10 minutes before getting a battle, where usually I'd go against someone who was playing the best team for that meta, or some new player who didn't even have max level pets yet. And if I didn't have to wait 5 to 10 minutes in queue, which I should mention is very long compared to Mr. Pandaria or WoD where I only had to wait like 10 seconds, then I would just be playing against the same person over and over because no one else was queuing up. It got so bad to the point where I was only recording videos during the pet battle bonus event, where I could actually get different teams to play against. It's not that I couldn't beat the best teams in the game, it's actually quite easy to beat those teams if you just play a counter team. But I'm not trying to showcase counter teams to the best possible meta teams, I wanted to showcase a whole bunch of different kinds of combos, which was just no longer possible. So eventually I quit the channel because it was no longer possible to get footage because of how dead PvP was. And when it comes to balancing PvP pet battles, Blizzard does all of one balancing pass every 2 years, when a new expansion is about to drop. Every expansion, at the tail end of it, they'll go through and compile all of the problem pets that have been plaguing the meta for the past 2 years, and then adjust them with well-deserved nerfs, then release brand new broken pets immediately upon the next expansion's launch. For example, the Unborn Valkyrie was one of the most used and powerful pets in PvP pet battles, so it rightly received a nerf at the end of Mists of Pandaria, and then was nerfed again in the next 2 expansions because they didn't hit it hard enough. Graves was one of the undisputed kings of PvP pet battles in Warlords of Draenor, so it received super nerfs at the end of the expansion to just completely readjust everything about it. Then they gave a similar treatment to the Terraclaw Hatchling at the end of Legion, since it was the de facto best pet in PvP meta because of an overpowered skill combination. In BFA, one of the most overpowered pets in the game was the Hermit Crab, simply because it had a decent move stat with overinflated stats. It just straight up had more stats than a normal pet should have, which seems like an obvious oversight on the developer's part. A bug even, because no other pet in the game had as much stats as the Hermit Crab did. So they promptly changed its overpowered stat line at the end of the expansion before Shadowlands came out, finally realizing their mistake. Although, they don't nerf everything that's overpowered, because Sunlight teams still exist. So for PvE pet battles, their intended target audience for them is new players, and that's it. And for PvP pet battles, I don't think they have a target audience at all, and have just completely abandoned the whole system altogether. So, if there's nothing for veteran players to do in PvE pet battles, and they don't do anything with PvP pet battles, what exactly is the point of pet battles? If you were to compare current pet battles to normal World of Warcraft, it would be like if there was a maximum item level you can obtain on your gear, but no content to actually use that high item level piece of equipment against. Imagine having mythic level gear and only being able to infinitely run normal dungeons, which don't reward you anything of meaning or challenge you in any way. Plus, you only have 5 of them to do total, which you could finish on your first try as soon as they came out. Or a PvP system where you're always getting stomped by the best players in the world, or destroying brand new players with almost nothing in between, because they don't have any kind of brackets. Many people would probably stop playing World of Warcraft pretty quickly if there was no form of progression, and that's kind of how pet battles work currently. Okay, so what could Blizzard do to fix this? I could say that it's not my job to think of alternative ideas, but I can think of a couple of ways they could add end-game pet battle content without having to create brand new assets. First, let's go over PvP. PvP could be solved very simply by just adding a ranked mode. The ranked mode they use for WoW PvP probably wouldn't work super well with pet battles, although it would still be better than nothing that currently exists. Instead, they could borrow from how card games usually handle a ranked mode, where there's just a highest rank you can achieve for each month, and then the ladder gets reset at the end of every month and hands out rewards for hitting a high rank. Blizzard already has this with Hearthstone, and many other card games follow suit. This way, people who are new to the ranked mode will only go against other people who are new, and veteran players will start out at a higher rank than everyone else and just be facing against each other trying to hit the top rank every month. Blizzard already hands out pet battle rewards like candy, and regularly adds new pet battle collection content, so adding rewards to a monthly ranking system doesn't seem like it would be super hard on their part. Alternatively, they could just add a meaningless ranked point system like they do for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. When Hearthstone Battlegrounds first launched, there was absolutely no rewards for getting a high rank in that game mode, and it was one of the most popular game modes in Hearthstone. People would play non-stop all the time every day grinding rank, even though there was no reason for it. Sometimes, people just like to see pretty numbers go big. For PvE pet battles, I would suggest a battle tower-like scenario. Similar to pet battle dungeons, they create a tower with like 100 floors to climb. Each floor itself is a pet battle dungeon. and the layout of each floor could be kind of like Torghast, where it's semi-random. The battle tower would not allow you to heal your pets, and each room would have a couple of trash pets, some medium fights, and maybe even a couple of boss fights, to try to vary up the kinds of encounters you're facing. And the best way to climb the battle tower would just be to have an army of pets to throw at it. Currently, I have almost 800 max level pets. I know many people who have even higher numbers than that, so a battle tower-like scenario, where you're just climbing a whole bunch of floors by just throwing armies of pets at them, would obviously not be very good for a new player to pet battles, but would definitely be good for players like me who have invested in the game for a very long time, and want something to throw their army of max level pets at. Plus, the current game is already catered to new players, so it's not like they need the mode to be catered to them as well. Now, the details of the battle tower could be done in all kinds of ways. Each room could be randomly generated with enemies you face. There could be a theme every floor, like only critters or elemental pets. Maybe even have a way to save your progress so you don't have to climb all 100 floors in one sitting. Maybe have your progress reset every month so that you can try to climb every month for different kinds of rewards. There could be 10 floors you climb you face against a hard boss, which might require tons of your pets to throw at it before you can beat it, with the boss battle that doesn't actually heal up at the end of every fight. So you're incentivized to fight it like a raid boss, where you're just trying to do as much damage to it as possible before your pets eventually get taken out. And you have to fight the boss multiple times in order to chip away at its health all the way down to 0. Alternatively, for PvE, they could just have big raid boss fights tied to your guild. This could be similar to the battle tower-like scenario, except it's only a boss rush, where every room you unlock is just a boss that has a ton of health that you have to chip away at. Everyone in your guild is allowed to participate in fighting the boss, and whoever deals the most amount of damage to the boss gets an extra reward at the end of it. But you're only allowed a limited amount of attempts per day, and locked to something like 15 rounds of combat, so that you don't just endlessly heal and do a minor amount of damage over the course of 500 turns. They could also split this into a guild and solo mode, where you only have 4 tries per day in the guild mode, but unlimited tries in the solo mode, similar to the battle tower idea, except only fighting bosses. This would add hard PvE content, or at least something to throw an army of pets at, and have a way to do it with other players without them just being random players, i.e. tied to your guild. These 2 ideas I got from some gacha mobile games I used to play in the past, and I think they could be easily converted into pet battles. So, my wish for pet battles would be to 1. Add harder PvE content, and 2. Create any kind of ranking system for PvP pet battles. Blizzard obviously does care about pet battles to an extent because of just how many new ones they add to the game all the time. But if you want to do anything besides just collecting them as a veteran player, you're lucky to get even 1 new piece of content every new expansion. Or nothing with Shadowlands, since they didn't even add a new pet battle dungeon, and specifically said they had no plans to either at the beginning of the expansion. Now, when it comes to things that the Horde has done bad, there's a couple of expansions whose sole focus is on that, so this video will go over Alliance bad things. Things that members of the Alliance have done which could be considered morally questionable. So first, let's start off with the Purge of Dalaran. In Mists of Pandaria, Jaina Proudmoore found out that some of the Blood Elves in Dalaran allowed Garrosh and his men to move the Divine Bell through the city, after they had just stolen it from the Night Elves. When confronting the Blood Elves who were in charge of the other Blood Elves in Dalaran at the time, she got a response that they didn't actually do anything, and since the Blood Elves just looked the other way, Jaina took this as a huge offense, and then immediately killed his guards and imprisoned him. Then she ordered the immediate exile of all of the Blood Elves from the city. The Silver Covenant helped Jaina in getting rid of all the Blood Elves from the city as well, where they basically arrest anyone who didn't resist, and then killed the people who did. Now, as players, you actually get to help Jaina accomplish this task, or help Blood Elves escape the city if you're Horde. Jaina runs around the city teleporting people to the dungeons, and then will kill anyone who fights back, which happens occasionally, as they are citizens being forced to leave their homes. The Silver Covenant, led by Varisa Windrunner, will task Alliance players to kill various Blood Elves throughout the city. One of them, a scribe shopkeep, who is being executed for not siding with the Covenant. Another is a merchant in the Dalaran Bank, who's trying to recover his assets from that bank. Another is a blacksmith, an engineer, a tailor shopkeeper, all of them ordered to be executed because they didn't want to leave their shops. Now, I know what you might be saying, the Blood Elves did help Garrosh, so it was only natural for Jaina to kick them out. And she did spare anyone who gave up, and only killed a handful of people intentionally, and then killed all the others because they tried to fight back. But here's the thing, Dalaran also participated in protecting Theramore, when Garrosh was attacking the city. And they even sent in troops, including some Blood Elves. No one cared that they literally used Dalaran to provide military aid in the form of troops being sent into Theramore directly to aid the Alliance's cause. However, the only thing the Horde did was let a small group of people move through the city. It wasn't even all the Blood Elves. Most of them didn't even know what was going on. It was an incredibly small group of Garrosh loyalists who threatened the Blood Elves if they didn't let them move through the city. And Jaina decided to purge all of the Blood Elves on her own without consulting anyone, as Varian got incredibly mad when he found out what she did. Because he was in talks with the Blood Elves to have them join the Alliance, because they were not happy with Garrosh either. Apparently, Jaina hasn't heard of this little thing called a trial or looking for evidence. The entire debacle was just her being fed up with the Horde for lots of justifiable reasons. I'll give her credit for that. But the entire situation was not a good thing. And the Blood Elves are still kind of bitter about this whole ordeal, and is why a lot of the Blood Elves eagerly sided with Sylvanas during the Fourth War. Now, let's go over Camp Tarajo. The Camp Tarajo incident is a mess all around, and is a very good storyline when you play through it in the Southern Barrens, because playing through that zone gives you two different stories depending on which faction you play on, and you have to actually play through both questlines in order to get the full story. So what happened was the Alliance decided to attack Camp Tarajo because it would give them a foothold in the Barrens and be an excellent military outpost if they were to ever launch an invasion on the Horde. And it was considered a military target since they did train hunters and warriors there. So the Alliance sent in an attack and killed all of the defenders. Then they opened up a path so that all the civilians could run out. However, unbeknownst to the Alliance, the path they let the civilians run to was directly into Quilboar territory, so all of the civilians were massacred. So if you're playing on the Horde side, you learn that the Alliance attacked the town for no reason, and then intentionally led them into Quilboar territory as a cruel joke, so that they could die a slow death. And on the Alliance side, they tell you how they took the town while trying to minimize as many casualties as possible, and even opened a wall for their civilians to escape. And this little debacle is heavily debated in both the lore community and in the actual World of Warcraft world itself, as a direct result of this led them building the wall to close off Mulgore, and then taking Northwatch to get rid of the Alliance incursions into the Barrens. In one of the Warcraft books, Bane mentions the Camp Tarajo incident, and says, "The Tauren had not been untouched by the recent changes. The Alliance, expanding from Northwatch Hold under false information that the Tauren were planning an attack, had razed Camp Tarajo. The only residents it now had were looters. Many Tauren died in the battle, others fled to Vendetta Point, where they sporadically attacked Northwatch Hold scouts, or to Camp Unafe, the Camp of Refuge." Bane does admit that it was a military target though, and says as much when he's talking to Vol'jin in the same book. Vol'jin peered up at him from his raptor. "They destroyed Camp Tarajo, Mon," he said. "Yes," said Bane. "They took down a military target, and their general refused to slaughter civilians. He could have given the order to massacre everyone, but he didn't." Bane makes it a point to exile anyone who attacks Alliance from Vendetta Point, so the whole situation is definitely murky. The Alliance did a bad in attacking a peaceful Tauren settlement, but also it was a legitimate military target as said so by Bane himself. At the end of the whole incident, the Alliance general who ordered the attack was assassinated, and the Horde takes the place back. And there was even plans for there to be a war front in the Barrens that might have continued the story, though that was scrapped in BFA. Now let's talk about Stormheim. At the beginning of the Stormheim zone in Legion, the Alliance, led by Gen Greymane, attacked the Forsaken ships without provocation. The Alliance had no information that the Horde was up to anything. They just straight up saw some Forsaken ships, were pretty miffed about what happened at the Broken Shore, and decided to just open fire. Now here's the thing, Gen Greymane got lucky, and it turns out Sylvanas was up to some shady stuff, so nothing really came of it. Kind of, as this plot point is expanded upon in the prequel novel A Good War, as Sylvanas uses this little incident as one of the main motivators to convince Saurfang to plan the War of Thorns for her. You see, the Alliance attacked them when they were not at war, and in fact had a tenuous peace treaty going on to work together in order to defeat the Legion. And for the rest of the expansion, they did work together in order to defeat the Legion, something that Saurfang brings up when he's talking to Sylvanas. However, Sylvanas mentions the fact that Greymane was never reprimanded for what he had done. Not only did he face no consequences for attacking them, he's the main advisor to the current leader of the Alliance, and is always seen around Anduin, which is basically the same as the Alliance endorsing his actions. And if the Alliance endorses an unprovoked action during peacetime, then who knows when they're going to attack next, especially with Gen Greymane whispering into the king's ears. So this little incident is indirectly the cause of the Fourth War, and probably had the biggest ramifications of everything the Alliance had done so far. Now, let's talk about the battle for Dazara Lore. The Alliance sneaks spies into the harbor of the city of the Zandalari, and then blow up all of their boats after leading a majority of their forces to a different battlefront. Siege the city and then kill their current residing king. Then run away and face no consequences for this action. Now, at the time of this battle, the Zandalari were not officially part of the Horde yet. They were just in talks with giving them ships, and it was the Alliance attacking the city and killing the king that got the Zandalari to finally join the Horde. Although, in the Alliance's defense, if the Horde managed to get the Zandalari on their side with their full navy intact, they would have been totally screwed. And they were basically ready to join the Horde at any moment anyway, so they did a preemptive strike for their best interests. And it also led to one of the best raids in the game. Now, let's go over who attacked first at Silithus. After the discovery of Azerite, Sylvanas and Galliwick sent a team of goblins to Silithus in order to start a mining operation to obtain as much Azerite as possible. The Alliance learned of this operation through their SI-7 spies, and warns Anduin about it. Then Matthias Shaw sends a group of spies to Silithus in order to watch the mining operations. In the book Before the Storm, a group of Explorer League members being escorted by Alliance Night Elves are attacked by goblins in Silithus, and this is incorrectly described as the Horde attacking first in this incident, since the Alliance get a quest in order to kill goblin miners, which happens immediately after the speech Anduin gives during the cinematic. As when Matthias Shaw gives you the quest, he talks about the speech that Anduin had given that day, keyword being that day. And the Explorers League members don't arrive at Silithus until a few weeks later after that speech, as Anduin meanders about after that speech in the book, goes to different Alliance cities in order to talk to Alliance leaders, and it's during his travels to Ironforge that he talks to the Explorer League members, who themselves talk about how they're going to Silithus, and are the exact same members who get attacked, which happens weeks after he gives the speech. So that would have taken at least another week, or even a couple of days after he reached Ironforge, for the Explorer League members to go to Silithus. And even then, they weren't attacked immediately. The time frame puts the Explorer League members getting attacked almost a month after the Alliance spies were already attacking goblin miners. And this part is kind of glossed over a little bit, since the goblins didn't care very much. They probably just saw getting killed by Alliance spies as a workplace hazard, something they were probably used to, and no one really batted an eye when the Horde amassed an army in what they thought was a march on Silithus, since there was already skirmishes going on down there. But instead, Sourfang marched the army north through Ashenvale, which started the Fourth War. Speaking of goblins, when their home island was getting destroyed during the Cataclysm, a lot of them were held captive by Galliwicks on a boat as they were trying to escape, and the Alliance came across them at the same time they shot down Thrall's boat, and then opened fire on the goblins' boat in order to eliminate witnesses. This again was just another attack without provocation, which eventually led the goblins to joining the Horde after they meet Thrall on the island and become friends with him. Now let's talk about the former Stone Spear Tauren tribe. Former because their tribe got wiped out. The tribe inhabited the southern part of the Barrens before the Cataclysm, and they were driven from their homes by the Quillboar to near extinction, although they weren't gone yet and made their home at Baal Modan, which was their ancestral burial site as well. A group of dwarves found the place and discovered that there was Titan artifacts there, and decided to set up a mining operation in order to investigate further. The Tauren didn't let them though, and reached out to the dwarves in order to come to a diplomatic resolution. But the dwarves were having none of that, so they routed them out and chased them off, killing anyone who fought back, which essentially ended what remained of the Stone Spears, as one of the last survivors has a quest which sends Horde adventurers into the dig site in order to take revenge and kill the dwarves. And these dwarves are not an independent operation. They were part of the Alliance at the time of this ordeal, even if they weren't sent on direct orders by the Alliance. And speaking of dwarves, and also humans, After the Third War, Sylvanas took back Undercity and sent out emissaries to all of the Alliance kingdoms in order to maybe rejoin, as all of her people were former members of the Alliance. And without exception, all of her emissaries were either killed or hunted if they managed to get away. Especially the emissaries sent to the humans or dwarven settlements. They saw the undeads as monsters who were part of the Scourge, and made absolutely no attempts to hear them out. And in fact, they sanctioned attacks on the Forsaken as well as all undeads through the Silver Hand, which eventually became the Scarlet Crusade, who still had somewhat friendly relations with the Alliance in vanilla WoW, before the Alliance officially denounced them sometime later. The Scarlet Crusade are crazy people who kill anything they think might be undead, and it took a really long time for the Alliance to distance themselves from them, even though they still don't like the undead to the modern day. In Before the Storm, when Anduin tried to show one of the most peaceful undead in the entire world, Alonsis Fowl, to Gen Greymane and Turalian, they both immediately tried to kill him. One can wonder what might have been if they had actually talked to the emissaries rather than killing them, as this was a main motivation for Sylvanas joining the Horde in the first place, and her resentment towards the Alliance. Now, that covers all of the main events of Alliance aggression. And I didn't include a lot of iffy things since they don't really pertain to the modern Alliance. Garithos was an Alliance general who hated the Blood Elves because he was racist, and sent them on suicide missions and then eventually ordered them all to be executed after they accepted the help from Naga. Garithos was a main motivation for the Blood Elves not wanting to join the Alliance at first, but it wasn't the only reason, and Sylvanas did eventually kill him anyway. We also have Dalen Proudmoore attacking the Horde without provocation, as he was technically part of the Alliance at the time, but this was before World of Warcraft and Jaina denounced his actions as well. The Alliance set up Orc internment camps after they won the Second War, which were not good places for the Orcs. However, the alternative was to have them all executed, so there's that. The Alliance also produced Arthas, who is probably responsible for more deaths than any of the main characters from World of Warcraft, beating out even someone like Sylvanas. Maybe. I'm actually not sure which of the two have more people killed, but I'm gonna have to go with Arthas because he was kind of a machine when it came to killing people. Although his actions were not sanctioned by the Alliance and happened before World of Warcraft, and he was firmly a villain during all of the World of Warcraft timeline. The Night Elves kicked out the High Elves for wanting to use magic after the War of the Ancients, which led to a lot of resentment by the Blood Elves who went through lots of hardships trying to find and build a new nation. And they also wouldn't allow orcs to chop down trees and attack them. But again, this happened before World of Warcraft, and they weren't part of the Alliance, nor would people really blame them for either of these actions to an extent. And then we have alternate Draenor Yrel, killing anyone who doesn't convert to the light, which does happen during World of Warcraft, but independent of the Alliance, so she's kind of doing her own thing, and only temporarily joined up with the Alliance when they were there, and then started doing her own thing after they had left. So, excluding all of those things, we have a pretty good list of everything else from the video which shows Alliance attacks without provocation, excluding a handful of minor things. But I will admit, a Horde video done in this style would be much longer. This video isn't about trying to say that the Alliance is worse than the Horde, it's merely listing all of the Alliance offenses, for educational purposes. Now, the title of this video may come as a surprise to some of you, and you probably clicked on it to see how it's possible to argue that Garrosh, an end boss to an expansion, could do no wrong. Well, obviously he might have done a few bad things, but there are pretty good reasons for it all, and that's what I'll be explaining. Garrosh was introduced in the Burning Crusade as a brooding orc in Nagrand. Garrosh knows that it was his father that drank the demon blood first and doomed his race to the fate they had now. He lived most of his life thinking his father was a big screw-up, and, in the family-centric culture that the orcs have, was a thing to legitimately be ashamed of. Garrosh was ashamed and afraid of his legacy, until one day Thrall shows up and is all like, "Nah, dog, your father was actually the savior of the orcs, not the cause of the downfall. Come join my army and embrace the Hellscream name." And Garrosh does. For the first time in his life, he's proud of what his father is, and what he did. And he wants to be just as good, if not better than his father. Of course, Thrall totally whitewashed the history of the Horde, but he was just trying to cheer him up. This will be the first of many mistakes Thrall made, which led to Garrosh's death. Now, Garrosh is a part of the Horde, and even becomes a general and leads the Warsong clan in battles against the Alliance. Now let me take a moment to explain Orcish culture a little bit. All the clans compete against each other for territory and dominance. They have a very warlike culture, and never united because they were too busy fighting each other. All of a sudden, the demons intervene and all the Orc clans unite. With them not infighting anymore, they have to compete against something, and that's how the Warcraft story started, with Kil'jaeden taking advantage of Orcish culture to wipe out the Draenei. Now, back to Garrosh. Garrosh has an enemy to fight, the Alliance, and the Lich King. When you do quests for Garrosh in the Boron Tundra, Hellscream sends you out to fight both, and you help him secure a foothold to eventually fight the Lich King, the big man himself who ravished the human kingdoms and destroyed the High Elves. And, by some miracle, he was successful. He was front and center when Arthas fell. Hellscream is the one who gives you the buff in ICC to make the instance easier. Garrosh is seen as a hero to the Horde, especially the young Orcs. He's also in the presence of Thrall, who takes him with him to important meetings, as you can see in the Ulduar intro cinematic. Garrosh has proven himself in a pretty short amount of time as someone worthy of his legacy, and even comes to see Thrall as a sort of father figure. Then the Cataclysm happens. Orgrimmar is pretty banged up from what Deathwing did, and Thrall wants to take off and become Jesus. He decides to put Hellscream in charge because he is well loved by the Orcs. But Hellscream tells Thrall, "No way dude, I'm a fighter, not a diplomat. This is a bad idea." And Thrall was like, "Well, too bad dude, I'm doing it anyway, lol," and thrust the title of War Chief on an unwilling Garrosh when the Horde was in the middle of a crisis. So, what does an Orcish war hero do when put in charge of the Horde? Well, he runs it like an Orc from Draenor would run things, identifying the enemy, and do everything in your power to crush your opponent. The Horde is low on supplies since they spent all their money on repairs for Orgrimmar, and since they live in the middle of a desert, natural resources are scarce. The Night Elves cut off trade with the Horde in Ashenvale when the whole Wrathgate fiasco happened, no longer trusting the Horde. So what does Garrosh do? He invades Ashenvale for the natural resources, of course. It was either that or let his people die in the streets of starvation. So the Druids of Ashenvale hold a meeting to maybe let the Horde trade with them again to stop the invasion when they are ambushed at their meeting. One of the Tauren Archdruids in the meeting saw that one of the ambushers was an Orc, and told Karni. Karni then thought it was Garrosh who was responsible since none of the other racial leaders cared very much for Garrosh at the time. So he challenges Garrosh to a duel, and Garrosh accepts, even though he had nothing to do with the ambush, and he thinks Karni just doesn't like the way he's running things. During the duel, Garrosh kills Karni by accident because Magatha Grimtotem poisoned his weapon before the fight without his knowledge. Turns out, the Orc that ambushed the Druids was part of the Twilight Hammer cult, and had nothing to do with Garrosh. But, of course, both of these instances still leave a sour taste in the mouth of people for Garrosh, even though he wasn't really responsible for either. Vol'jin, the person Thrall told Garrosh to turn to if he ever needed advice, basically insults him and threatens to kill Garrosh. Sylvanas is creating a new plague, just like the one that was used at the Wrathgate, and is killing people intentionally to raise them again as undead. Garrosh goes over there to tell her to cut that shit out, because she's behaving no differently than the Lich King. Of course, Sylvanas ignored him, and does it anyway, and then asks for Orcish help when things turn sour for her while invading Gilneas. So, what does all this teach Garrosh? Well, the other races of the Horde don't understand what he's doing. He's running the Horde like an Orc would, like his father who he idolized more than anyone would, and he is getting nothing but shit from everyone in return. When one of his own men kill a village of peaceful Druids, he personally comes to the location and kills the commander in charge, because there's no honor in killing people who aren't even fighting back. Garrosh's philosophy is about finding an opponent and defeating them by any means necessary, not killing peaceful villages for no reason. So, Garrosh continues his campaign against the Alliance. He's been at war with the Alliance since he's joined the Horde. Why would he stop fighting them now when they are being openly hostile towards him? So, he decides to take out the Alliance foothold right in his front yard. People may question Garrosh for blowing up the entire city, but they were at war. It's not like he just flew over Theramore one day and dropped the nuke. No, they had been fighting for weeks, if not months before that. Then the hidden continent of Pandaria was discovered. A giant, brand new land filled with natural resources. Of course he's going to want to get his hands on it. The Alliance do the same thing as well. While there, he also finds all kinds of artifacts, powerful ones that could boost the power of the Horde. He'd be stupid not to try and put them to good use. After finding the heart of Y'Shaarj, Garrosh finally has enough power to accomplish the goal of the Horde, to take out the Alliance and control the world, united under one leader. This is a goal even Wrathion wanted as well, since he knew the world would be better off if the two factions stopped fighting, and the only way that would ever happen is if one of them took over the other. So Garrosh takes all of his new wonders from Pandaria back to Orgrimmar to prepare for the coming war. It's then that the other races of the Horde rebel. It doesn't matter, he doesn't need them anyway. They've been nothing but a dick to Garrosh the whole time he's been war chief. But then Thrall himself joins the fray. Goes to Orgrimmar, not to reason with Garrosh, the person he put in charge of the Horde, even though Garrosh himself told Thrall it was a bad idea, but goes to Orgrimmar to kill Garrosh himself. Garrosh defeats his old mentor. He's in too deep now, and has the power of an old god. Of course he wins. He doesn't kill Thrall though, because even though Thrall betrayed him, he still sees him as a kind of father figure. Then after the combined might of the Horde Rebellion and the Alliance finally take down Garrosh, Thrall is all too eager to kick him while he's down. But the Alliance king of all people stops him, and proposes a trial for Garrosh instead. And of course Garrosh gets lampooned at his trial. Anyone on the losing side of a conflict is going to come out of it looking like a bad person. But despite all he did during his reign as the war chief, the Celestials, ancients who have lived thousands of years, and are thought of as pinnacles of wisdom and intelligence by the Pandaren, think Garrosh deserves to live and spare his life at the trial. The Celestials themselves think it wasn't completely Garrosh's fault. It's then that the Bronze Dragon Trader and Wrathion break Garrosh out of the courtroom and take him to an alternate Draenor to build an army to stop the Legion. But Garrosh has different plans. He wants to meet his own father himself, since he probably won't get a chance like this ever again. He meets up with his dad, in disguise, and is able to convince him to never drink the demon blood, saving the orcs from demonic influence. But meanwhile, on Azeroth, Thrall is not happy about Garrosh escaping. When the Iron Horde comes through the portal to invade the Blasted Lands, Thrall seizes as a chance to finally kill Garrosh. Thrall tracks down Garrosh into Grand and challenges him to Mak'gora. What's the first thing Thrall says to Garrosh as they're about to fight? You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. Totally ignoring the fact that Celestials themselves, beacons of wisdom who have lived tens of thousands of years, said, dude, Garrosh isn't completely to blame. No, Thrall is out for blood, and Garrosh is rightfully pissed and attacks. Now, Garrosh was a pretty damn good fighter, but so is Thrall, who was raised as a warrior and became a shaman later on in life. They're pretty evenly matched, so neither side really knows who's going to win. Garrosh tells Thrall, all I did for the Horde, because that's exactly what he did. Who was Thrall to get mad at him for doing what he thought was in the best interest of the Horde? Thrall spits on this idea and tells him, no, you failed the Horde. Garrosh, while beating Thrall's smug face in, tells him, you're the one who put me in charge. You left me to pick up your pieces. If anything, you failed me. And this is where Thrall cheats. He thinks he's in the right. He thinks Garrosh was alone responsible for crumbling the Horde. And in a duel where the rules are as follows, each participant is allowed to use one weapon. Body armor is forbidden. Each participant needs at least one witness. Thrall not only has full body armor, but uses 5 weapons. His hammer, fire, wind, earth, and nature magic. Garrosh only had on his pants and 1 weapon, like you're supposed to have. Then, as Garrosh is about to die, being killed by the man who both set him on the path to glory, and set him on his own downfall, his last words are to tell Thrall exactly this, you made me what I am. And Thrall denies any part or blame for his actions, and executes Garrosh.
Did you know that Garrosh was the greatest war chief of all time? Just not in our timeline. You see, in the Mag'har Orc recruitment scenario, Anachronis the Bronze Dragon tells us, in countless potential timelines, he was seen as a great hero to his people. Some called him the Horde's greatest war chief. What you saw here was one of his worst possible incarnations, a waste. In a majority of other timelines in which Garrosh was alive, and didn't die from the plague, he became an excellent war chief just like what Thrall said he'd be, and even united the Horde in alliance and ended hostilities. The Garrosh we got was literally just the worst possible version. If you were to time travel to a random other timeline in the Warcraft universe during the same time period, there's a good chance the timeline you come across would be a peaceful one led by Garrosh,
If we happen to meet a dead version of Garrosh in the Shadowlands, there's probably a high chance that we'll meet a good one, since the one we got in our timeline is a rare exception, not the rule. And it's almost hilarious that one of the most hated villains in Warcraft could have so easily gone in a different direction. Now, some hints of this can be seen in Cataclysm during the very first iteration of Garrosh's Warchief, as if you quest in the Stone Talon Mountains, at the end of the quest chain an orc bombs a Night Owl village, and Garrosh comes down himself in order to reprimand him for his mistake, and even lectures him about how that's not how the Horde does things, even though he does something even worse just one expansion later.
Watch now, Cliffwalker, as this battle comes to its glorious conclusion.
You are about to cross a terrible threshold, Cromgar. May the Earth Mother have mercy on your soul. What have you done, Cromgar?
Warchief, I was carrying out your command.
My command? Was my command to murder innocents, Cromgar?
Warchief, sir,
Am I a murderer, Cromgar?
No, Warchief!
Then I ask you again, what have you done? I sent you into Stone Talon Mountains with an army. Your orders were to secure this land for the Horde. Instead, you laid waste to the land, murdered innocents, children even. I spent a very long time in Northrend, Cromgar. I learned much about the Horde in that time. While there, a wise old war hero told me something that I would carry with me forever. Honor, Cromgar. No matter how dire the battle, never forsake it. Overlord Cromgar, you have disgraced the Horde. You have brought shame to us as a people. By my right as War Chief, I hereby relieve you of duty. You are dismissed. And you...
Wait, Warchief, please. This is the hero responsible for uncovering this corruption. This one tried to stop Cromgar. Have mercy, Warchief.
Mercy? Your wife and child were murdered. Your kin wiped out. Your home burned to the ground. Mercy. Chieftain, on this day, I learn from you. Cromgar's army is no more. Your rank no longer has meaning. If you wish to truly help the Horde, your considerable power could be used in Desolace or in the Southern Barrens. The choice is yours to make. Let honor guide you. Do not forget that Hellscream's eyes are always upon you.
And in an interview with the developer who created that quest chain, he talks about how the direction for Garrosh wasn't really communicated well to everyone while writing the quests, including himself. Because you see, when they first introduced Garrosh to the game, they had planned for him to be a perfect version of Grom Hellscream. So they had really wanted to add him to the game, but couldn't since he was already dead. So they thought they had an excellent opportunity with the son of Grom, and wanted him to be more like the polar opposite of Thrall in personality, but still wanted what was best for the Horde, just to give more contrast to Thrall. But as development and story went along, Thrall kind of went in another direction than they originally planned, and Garrosh couldn't really be his opposite anymore. So they shifted gears and decided to make him more like the Horde's version of Varian instead, who himself was very brash and aggressive during this time period. So when the developer went off to write the Stone Talon quest, he still remembered the future plans they had for Garrosh from when he was first created, and kind of created the quest chain based on that. And then after it was all done and out, he found that they had kind of changed the direction of Garrosh into something else, and that there was a huge miscommunication that was never cleared up because they didn't think they had to clear it up with one of the people who helped create Garrosh in the first place. A quote from an interview he did with Blizzard Watch: "I did Stone Talon. I didn't think the path with Garrosh, not everyone was on board. Not everyone got the memo, as it were, as we were designing, and that was my fault. Because because I was actually trying to bring Garrosh around, and Stone Talon was going to be the first of that. Cataclysm was a pretty crazy time period for us. We did quite a lot of work, so I feel like there was a little bit of miscommunication on my part that kind of led to Garrosh going down another darker path. So there's an interesting tidbit for you." The interviewer goes on to say, "It was interesting though, in the aspect of seeing that glimmer of what could have been. Well, he was good at the other way, he did well at that. He was a good killer and plunderer and murderer." So really, the mention of Garrosh in the Mag'har Orc scenario could just be a reference to Garrosh's original design idea. It was originally meant to be a heroic and honorable character, and a way for them to introduce some of the old leaders of the Horde without having to bring them back to life. And this change was supposed to happen in Cataclysm, but then Blizzard decided to change their mind on that, and not everyone got the memo. But this doesn't change the fact that, canonically, the timeline we take place in is one of the worst ones, which is probably why there's so many world-ending scenarios happening all the time. Although, all the other timelines can probably thank our timeline for defeating the Legion, which was a threat that threatened all of the timelines, so something good came out of it. Now, I'm curious about everyone else's opinion on Garrosh. Personally, I think he's a great character. He's just a really good character to hate. And I think it's a hilarious contrast that he's loved in all the other timelines, to the point where I can't even see it happening. Do you think we should have an in-game scenario where we could go to one of these other timelines to see and get a glimpse of what could have been? Definitely not another time travel expansion, but something to get more information on the perfect version of Garrosh.